pretty derivative still.
This strapping young lad must be Cedric, am I right? Sir. More murder! Yeah! Well done, Dragon!
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime number 86. We're continuing our journey in the wizarding world with Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. This time, we have to do all our studies very quickly because the Triwizard Tournament is going to cut into class time, and pretty heavily, so make sure you know your switching spells. Our golden trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, are well into their teenage years, and the attitudes they are starting to have are showing, with Ron growing mesmerized by magical creatures who look like women called Bela. Oh, I guess that doesn't happen in the movie, but I really like it in the book. And he also lets his jealousy put a roadblock in his friendship with Harry. Then we have Hermione going on a crusade, well, also only in the books, to try to free all the house elves by making them clothes. But I think it's a really cool addition to her character. But it's something that she obsesses over the entire time the book is everything else is happening, as well as the mystery of how Rita Skeeter's getting her clues and everything. But we're going to talk about all the stuff that happens in the book, that happens in the movies, and how it integrates together. Of course, then we have Harry, whose scar is warning him of an impending doom, while he has to navigate the entire school hating him because they think he cheated to get in the tournament, and then trying to figure out who put his name in the Goblet of Fire. We get we finally get our first prominent Ravenclaw character who's a kid. We've had quite a few Ravenclaws so far, but the main ones have been adults. So Cho Chang is the first student Ravenclaw that we pay attention to. And so I get to finally complain about the movies exchanging the regal golden eagle with the raven. And I know ravens are intelligent, but it's supposed to be an eagle. And they concur. They're supposed to, and they change the colors too. But we might talk about that also. And then, I mean, it would be like changing the Gryffindor from a lion to a griffin.
Yep.
Also, for production regions, they changed the colors from bronze and blue to silver and blue.
Right.
And so, well, anyway. And then we finally get our prominent Hufflepuff character in the Triwizard champion, Cedric Diggory, who, along with Harry, goes up against two students from two different visiting schools. And there's a ball during Christmas, and Hagrid's fallen in love. Actually, a few other people have too, but he's the best one. So I want to welcome my panel and give them a chance to do what I just did and give us your first impressions of the movie and how you feel about it. Briefly, because there's so much to talk about. So let's get into it. So how are you doing? Oh, yes, welcome to the panel, Theta Zord. It's your first time on a Harry Potter stream with us.
I appreciate you welcoming me. I love these movies and the books. I actually did a little bit of research because I haven't read the book in a couple of years, but I wanted to see the differences between the films and the books. So I kind of did a little bit of research, watching some YouTube videos about that, and kind of jog my memory. So yeah, I'm excited to get going on this.
Awesome, thank you. And Appian, so great to see you today. How's it going? And do you have any brief thoughts you want to share about the film before we get started?
I absolutely love this movie. It's my favorite movie because it was my favorite book when I read it growing up. And yeah, they left out quite a bit, but it's just such a massive story to put onto film in one movie. And I feel like they did the best they could. The introduction of the dragons, the Triwizard Tournament. I remember reading that. I got so excited, like the World Cup. There was just like so many things. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're introducing this. This is amazing. So I love this movie and can't wait to talk about it.
I agree.
Nice. Yeah, I feel that way too. Even though they change a ton of things, I think the heart is still there. They still put in the right emotions.
Yeah.
This is the pivotal point in the series where it begins to form the actual plot. Instead of having individual stories, you actually get into the entire, like, the meat of the entire story.
Yeah. This is where Harry understands what he has to do now.
Yeah.
Like, it's no more fun and games, just going to school and having a good time. Like, no, now he knows there's enemies out there, and he knows what he has to do. And
well, Voldemort's finally found his supporters.
Yeah.
So Scotty R37, this is your first time ever seeing Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Could you give us some brief thoughts on it before we get started?
First things first, I would like to thank the movie Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire for having 14 minutes of ending credits. So I was on time for the stream today. I literally just turned it off. And after last week's Prisoner of Azkaban, and I'm going to mispronounce things on purpose all over the place. Sorry, Tiger. And I loved it. I thought it was better than last week. So, and the thing that I would say about this is sort of, it reaffirms my love of storytelling, is that if you don't like one chapter, just wait longer. It could get better. So this was great. I really enjoyed it. And again, we get a Hufflepuff and brilliant performances all around. But the thing that I'm noticing most of all is the professor against the dark arts is always a bad guy. Never trust them. It is obvious. It is just like, no, the butler did it. Okay, good.
Well, Lupin wasn't a bad guy.
Yeah.
Oh no, he was an idiot. But idiot and bad guy are kind of synonymous.
Well, no, he was actually not.
Excuse me. There's another person yet to talk, so let's concentrate on
so
Scotty
those
and then
are
to
my
me,
initial
and then we'll
thoughts.
open it up and go nuts.
Let's pass on the goblet.
Oh no, Scotty, was that all you had to say about the?
Yeah, no, Tiger's right. I've said my bit.
Okay, so it was actually fine for Theodore to
Yes,
say
it's
something,
just
but...
it's starting to get interesting, so I need to dull it all very much down.
Okay,
Hi,
well, thank you so much for being here, Tiger Strokes.
I'm very sorry I missed last week. That is my very favorite Harry Potter movie, Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah.
For all of the wonderful actors, when you get David Thewlis and Gary Oldman in there, and they are, fourth generation Great British actors, film-wise, and you get them in there with all the, the old guard. It's just such a beautiful mix. I also wanted to shout out for Prisoner of Azkaban to Wayne Barlow, who was the designer, who I think was really responsible for the design of Buckbeak, who's just such a beautiful, magical creature that's, for me, completely believable. Just so gorgeous. And so
that is the main goal.
That's all due to Wayne Barlow's design, in my opinion. And he goes way back. In the late 70s, he had a book, Barlow's Book of Extraterrestrials, which I can recommend, where he drew very believably and tried to get all the anatomy correct and the joints and everything, famous extraterrestrials out of classic science fiction books. So that's where he comes from. And I'm really happy that he was still working at that point, and I hope he's still around. I haven't really checked, but so Goblet of Fire. It's wonderful. I was watching it and thinking, okay, Scotty can't complain about this one because there are emotional beats and some exposition, but mostly this movie just gets up and starts running and keeps running and doesn't backtrack like Azkaban. Literally backtracks. So I'm like, okay, so maybe we'll all get along this week.
Well, that is the main goal in terms of the animals that are created, the magical creatures. The main goal for the production is always to make the magical creatures seem realistic, seem like they really could be in our world, just hidden. We can't see them. And I think the reason this movie, even though the story gets darker, somehow the director found out a way to just make it bright at the same time.
Yeah.
was watching a few of the special features on these newer DVDs, which I don't personally own. I own the old ones. And most of the newer special features, I don't care. They're very much overproduced. But I got to look at Mike Newell, the director for this, and he's a shouter. You know, when that man says action, everybody hears it. So he's completely different from the other directors. And I think that might have had something to do with the clip that you get in this film, where everything really just keeps boom, 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 all the beats.
Well, and
Yes.
it's delightful because it is so colorful. I think that's part of the reason why I was sour on Azkaban, is because it was just so drab throughout. And no, this movie pops. I love it.
I really.
Oh, and
think
also, by
that-
the way, just to correct myself, I was mistaking Lupin with Kenneth Branagh. Kenneth Branagh was the idiot in Azkaban.
Yeah.
that would have been Chamber of Secrets that Branagh
Oh,
was in.
damn it! You know
Yeah,
what? This
by
is all just
Azkaban,
blurry.
Branagh is completely mental, and he'll never be right again.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway,
that
so yeah, no,
particular-
Lupin
that
was not a bad
professor.
guy,
Oh.
and he was a professor.
Gilderoy Lockhart. Yeah, no, Lupin's the
Lock-
best. Oh my gosh.
Lockhart
Lupin was
isn't
rad.
Lockhart isn't evil or anything. He's just full of
Oh,
himself.
He's an idiot.
I just no.
He
He's
is an
very
idiot.
evil. Jill, no, he
Oh, I
wipes
know,
people's
I know,
minds and
I
steals
know.
their, as you said,
Oh,
he
that's
steals
right.
valor. You know, so no, he's
Yes.
he's not a good
Yeah,
person.
yeah, because didn't
Okay,
you wipe
great.
other wizards' minds and steal their stories?
Exactly. Yes.
Yes.
That you can't get worse than that unless you're
F
killing
that
people.
a-hole.
Well, I guess the reason why I'm not so mad at him is because he gets what he deserves in the end. He wipes
Yeah.
his own
Completely.
memories,
Yes.
and so
yes.
I can't be
He
upset.
gets
at
what
him
he's been
because-
dealing out.
because he gets exactly what he threw out at other people. And
Oh, I
so-
also
okay,
have
he's
to
fine.
say real quick here. One of the first things I wanted to say here was, Franco, you were not allowed to die. So
Yeah, no.
I can really recommend Alka-Seltzer Plus personally to get through
okay.
a bad flu.
Well, and
Okay,
also,
so
you
what-
gotta have
what
You
your
are not
Tiger
allowed to
Stripes
die,
is-
Franco.
have green
What
tea.
Tiger Stripes? Okay, what Tiger Stripes is talking about is that in the chat, Franco is saying that he has the flu. I haven't quite gotten.
Oh,
there
he
yet.
says, by the
And
way,
I'm
dying
so-
with the flu. So,
And okay. I
yes,
just
they're
hadn't
his
gotten
words,
to
not
that
mine.
yet,
But he's not
you're ahead of
allowed
me.
to die.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
But do
please-
take something
please
to
go
feel
ahead.
better. Yeah, suppress those symptoms so you're not miserable.
Okay, I want to also welcome to the panel Padawannabe.
Hello. Doing well. I'm excited.
All right.
Padawannabe.
Are you ready to talk about? Are you ready to talk about the Goblet of Fire? And do you have any brief words you want to say about the movie?
Well, couldn't get through the book. There is so much in this novel that is not included in this movie. I was a little shocked at going back. I've read it and I've watched it several times. I watched it 2 times this week. And there's just so much in these books. This is really one of the first series. Like, I thought, oh, the movies were done well. And the books are just that much better. But there's little twists and turns. Because honestly, I was like in chapter 12 before we even got to the Quidditch Cup. It was really deep. I was about 125 pages before they even started talking about it.
Yeah, it's dense, and all of the books are longer now. There's a lot more to get through.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
This one, I think
book
this
is
was...
like 200 pages more, like as they go. I think.
Yeah, this one, I was
Oh, and
thinking it was like 400 and it's 650
Yeah,
pages.
yeah.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah, excuse me.
Even with all
Could
the
you
time-
turn your
Sorry,
volume
sorry.
down just a
sorry,
squadge,
yeah.
Padawannabe?
I can. I have a new mic and I'm getting used to it still. I
Just a
actually
squadge,
did turn it down.
please.
Yep, I
Thank
can
you.
do
You do
that.
sound good though.
happy.
I do want
do
to
sound
say
very
hello
good.
to the chat.
Okay, I went down 10, so let me know
You're
if I need
good.
to go down
I
a little
will.
more.
I will.
Thank you.
Franco, all right.
Babu.
No, I'm still
I wanna
getting
say
my
hello to the
distances
chat.
done.
Franco
Go
Walker.
ahead, sorry.
Hello to Franco Walker. Eugene Bird says, "Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black," and we'll get into that next time. But we will still talk about some house elves because I do want to mention Winky. And hello to Snortopoopas
Winky.
Keeper.
Poopas.
And yeah, Snortopoopas is here, and Eugene
Silly
Bird.
old bear.
You know
Oh,
there are going to be a
bother.
lot of audience because this is a great movie. And he also is supporting the channel with a super sticker. Thank you so much for the super sticker.
Money,
That
money,
is
money,
amazing.
money.
Your support keeps us in the Potters.
But I've got to play a random clip for you.
How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Oh, that is fried gold.
And as long as we're not getting leprechaun gold, we're good.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, because that'll just disappear.
Just disappears.
Yes, and I do echo what Tiger Sharps was saying earlier. Franco, please do not. You're not allowed to die from the flu.
No.
But also, you don't have to worry about being active in the chat. Just relax. Even if you're just listening to this like a radio broadcast, that's okay too. And if you fall asleep,
Bundle up in a warm blankie.
that might be good.
Yes, rest is always good with symptoms.
And hello to DJ Play Nice.
Deej.
It's good to see you.
Do you think in the world of Harry Potter they have a spell that could cure the common cold?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think they do, actually.
Influenza!
I was thinking about that.
Although they can't bother with a spell to clean out the owlery.
I know.
Oh, no. I know. That looks so gross.
It's so funny. In the books, they actually talk about Harry going in and they slip and slide around on all the droppings. And it's just like, that's got to be the foulest. It's got to be the worst smelly place in the entire thing.
And you know they're lazy when you have spells and like even the Weasleys can clean their houses up.
Yeah, for real.
Goes into Fantasia mode.
If the Weasleys can do it.
Well, that's because Molly's brilliant. She's got everything automated. She's got the automatic dishwasher and the automatic knitting and everything.
If we could all have a mother like Mrs. Weasley.
Yeah, really.
No. Weasley's mom's got it going on. I'm telling you. But
hey,
no, I can't wait.
Is here too. He says,
Gorilla.
"Keep it down. I can't hear my machine clunking."
Oh well, McClunky is what I would say to that. Jill, do you have pictures of Moaning Myrtle? I'm just wondering for a friend.
Oh, she's in this movie.
Oh, right. Speaking of pictures.
Her hilarious scenes in this movie.
Oh my God!
I suspect it's just the pigtails that you're into.
No, it's the
men
glasses,
love the pigtails.
It's the fawning. Myrtle's got it going on. I am in love.
Ash D is here. What? How lucky am I? Got to be honest here. This is my favorite book, but my least favorite movie. I just didn't think it was as well done as it was in my head, and that
can happen.
Actually,
when you're reading.
If Dalek 451 shows up, he's going to feel the same way as you do. So we'll see if he joins us. Greek letter says, if some wizards use wands for spellcasting and some others use staffs, can a wizard use something different as a means of spellcasting? Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
I think that item just
ruler.
needs to be imbued with the feather or whatever, the magical item that makes a wand work. I think they can put in anything.
I think a wand is a focal point, like a magnifying glass. But if you're a very powerful wizard, you do not need a wand, and you can do magic without incantation.
Yeah, as we shall see in the next film.
Yeah,
indeed.
Wand does just make things easier.
Well, in this book too, because and the last
like lightning from your fingertips, like the Emperor.
Similar.
Yeah,
somewhat
cooler. Okay. I'd say cooler.
Okay,
it's actually kind of cool to see
They
the
clearly all
fly.
prefer to use a wand.
Yes,
to really
it
focus
seems to
the
focus
magic.
them.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Hagrid and Mad Eye, I think they have incorporated their wand into their tool. Like it's
I think
there.
pretty much
It's there. Kind of like how people they put the sword in their walking stick kind of thing. Like I think it's in there.
Well, the reveal, I was noticing how much Mad Eye was using his wand for everyday tasks. It's like Obi-Wan Kenobi opening doors kind of thing. And then when you find out at the end that it's Doctor Who doing it, and I was like, that makes sense. Sonic screwdriver.
He has to use.
That's
the
not Doctor
wand
Who.
everywhere.
That's David Tennant playing
Barty
Crouch Jr.
I'm just having fun.
I don't think he looks like Doctor Who at all. I think he really looks like a different person. I like what he's doing.
Absolutely. Sorry, it was a joke. I apologize.
I understand the jokes. However, I don't. Yes, I like
I was here
referring
to
to
have
actors
fun.
by
I
their
was
names
told fun
because
would
they are
happen.
professionals.
All right.
Oh, what fun? All right, fun.
All right, you're
I hate
having
it
fun,
when
right?
Edward dies.
Should we start with the film?
But no, we can't.
No,
Yeah,
we
because
still got to go through
I
the
need.
chat. We've interrupted the
yeah.
chat.
Oh, chat.
I'm the only reason. All I want to do is make sure I say hi to everybody, including Maddie's daddy, who says hi. Everyone, I have a meeting, so I can't stay, but I wanted to say hi and hit the like button. He's already
Maddie's
he's already off
daddy,
to his
such a
meeting
nice guy.
soon. He's wonderful.
Well, skip to the
Thanks.
end. Harry wins, but also his mortal enemy is back. So that's the end of the movie.
Yeah, that's a good synopsis. Franco Walker says, please share, hit the like, select live chat.
Good on you, sir. Thumbs all around.
No more working for you, Franco. You take
Yeah,
it easy.
I know. Yes, what Tiger said.
I like the nicest style. I use my staff. Always use the staff, but just the tip.
If Mrs. Weasley was his mother, he'd have been thrown in bed, strapped down with the blankets, and the door slammed. You stay in there.
Oh, yes.
Diggity.
All right. Okay, now we can get started with okay, so the Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire was released in 2005, directed by Mike Newell and written by Steve Kloves. And so I've got this giant book that is amazing, and I've got a few choice excerpts from it.
Oh, goody.
And
I get to remember.
Newell, yeah, he was in the middle of making another film when the first two movies came out, which I think is good because I think Chris Columbus was amazing for the first two movies. But anyway, he made it for this movie, and I think this is the one he was good for. It says his career began in television drama, and he moved to the big screen with Dance with the Stranger with Miranda Richardson. And then his breakthrough came with 4 Weddings and a Funeral.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
one of
that's
my
where I
faves.
knew that. Okay.
He directed
Gosh.
Johnny Brasco for the love of Pete.
No way. That's
Yes,
awesome.
sir.
That was an awesome movie.
And to explain the humor in this movie, he has a quote here. 2 of the things I personally enjoyed about the story were that, as well as everything else, it's a school story and it's very, very funny. I remembered from my own time at school that children are sort of anarchists, constantly trying to nudge the boundaries of authority. They're amazingly inventive, very destructive, and very cheeky. And he formed a close working relationship with the writer of the movie, Kloves. Steve and I had a great love affair, enthuses Newell. I adored Steve, and I think it was mutual. We got on very well, and I absolutely loved his writing. He also made one of my favorite films, The Fabulous Baker Boys. So I was ready to come out and play with him.
I love the Fabulous Baker Boys is all. I think it's great. And by the reaction from Tiger, I think she's an appreciator as well.
Great film.
Yes.
And this movie also came around.
You don't get 2 bridges in one movie every day.
2 bridges and a Pfeiffer.
I'm sorry, Jill. Please continue.
Oh, no, that's okay. This movie got $300 million at the box office, but what was its budget? I didn't get that.
Did we ever figure out if these got released in China?
150 million. In China?
Yeah, because
I
of
don't
their
know.
whole we don't like the afterlife kind of rule.
That
No
is
gods,
not
no wizards.
true at all about the Chinese.
I thought it
You
was.
keep
I thought they
saying
didn't
that.
dig the supernatural.
You are talking about the government.
No, I
and
know, but in terms of
Maoism,
film
but you're
release-
not talking about the people. The people go
No,
very
but I'm
deep
talking
in their
about the film
spirituality.
release, the laws that are in place in China, because I know that they can't have Ghostbusters because of ghosts. Like they don't. There is a
They
cultural
adore ghosts in
censorship.
China. They literally worship ghost.
That's fine,
So,
but I'm talking about
that's
the
hilarious.
entertainment industry. I'm just wondering if these movies were
I
released
get
in
you.
China.
And Jill, I am curious. You just gave us the numbers, and we have to remember this film series had to have been funded by the books. How much money did they make in these novels?
Oh, sure.
You know, because I can't say everybody. I think probably more people may have read these books than saw the movies. Even
No,
Even-
I've never read.
you know, I could see grandparents reading these books to grandchildren and maybe never seeing the movies.
Especially
So-
when they are in England themselves, when they're in
Oh, and
or
that's true
Scotland.
too. Yes, that can turn some viewers off.
And well, I don't know. if it turns them off. But what happens a lot every time I hear about an actor who's in this movie, because they're all British, they say something like my nephew or my daughter or somebody told me I have to be in this movie.
Oh yeah. I've never even heard about it. I love it when the younger generation does that. There's a podcast I listen to, and a lot of the actors and actresses, they're like, I didn't even know about this thing, and my daughter or son was like, you have to be on it. And it's like, but it's a good PR move, they just didn't know about it. So yes, it can get overlooked. I agree.
And just to follow up on what I was speaking of earlier, Hogwarts fans in mainland China, according to Variety, will be treated to a wide re-release of all 8 Harry Potter films starting in mid-October
of course.
This year.
Operative word there, re-release.
Yes, exactly.
But I'm very happy that you answered your own question.
I just wanted to bring receipts.
Good boy, you get a cookie.
Hey, I love cookies.
Well, there you go.
So, of course, we start off with Frank. Well, we know he's Frank anyway.
Hooray!
Hey.
I know. I love the atypical beginning to this film and also to the book. It starts just like the book, and I'm glad that Rowling changed that up instead of sticking with the Dursleys, because you really needed something different.
Well, and what I really appreciated about this is that it was obviously a guy who, it was obviously a muggle, because he's got a flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
If he were a wizard, he'd have a wand with a light on
and
it.
it also ties the beginning of the film to the end of the film.
Yes.
So beautifully.
And this also...
And the story.
As dark as this movie is, it does not go into the muggle story like the book, because it makes him kind of off to be a bad guy,
Oh, yeah, he's got quite a story, too, that poor groundskeeper.
And so... As dark as this movie is, they take out quite a lot of that stuff. So yeah, it could be way darker.
It's even darker. Yeah. But this is...
what is weird?
In case you're not aware, Scotty, this is the Riddle House that they're in.
Oh.
Riddle.
Yes, that's why. Yeah, that's why it's basically the same location at the end of the movie. So, but what's weird about this scene is that we get this guy right at the beginning. Of course, we don't find out that he's Barty Crouch Jr. until the trial scene. Well, we don't even know he's alive until the very end of the book. So the book was better at keeping the mystery than the movie.
Yeah.
He was supposed to for a decade.
Well,
Sorry,
also,
Datazord, you break up a little bit.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
How was this?
Better.
Seems better.
Okay. Let me make.
I love the set design.
While you're optimizing your audio, I just want to say, to Chuck Xavier, saying that this is Doctor number 10, and this is also the third Doctor Who that we have in this series. With what's his name, Crotchety Mick Groundskeeper and Wand Peddler. So now we've got Evil Junior. And yes, I am purposefully being wrong because I know it bristles.
Is this the first Avada Kedavra that we see? Like somebody getting...
Is that the death curse?
That's a good question.
I think it might be the first time we hear it.
Well, no, Lucius Malfoy.
Yeah, he tried to cast it.
Does half the Avada on Harry,
he doesn't say
Dobby
the whole
stops
thing.
him. Right.
And the odd thing about it, when Lucius does that, is that was kind of ad-libbed. Like, he chose that spell himself.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And I did mention when we saw it before, when he says Avada Kedavra. And I was like, that's like abracadabra.
We learn about all the unspeakable curses.
There's so much magical history that Rowling incorporated into her wizarding world. That's sort of easy to sort of throw off. Like, I know that last week you all were like, well, what's with all of the pets? Why do they have to take pets to school? Why does everybody have to have an animal? Well, there's all kinds of reasons for that, but traditionally, witches had a familiar.
Yes,
and that's clearly Rowling's inspiration for doing that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I want to say hi to Kim. Hey, Kim.
Probably why McGonagall
Kim.
turns into a cat. The witch and the cat.
Mm-hmm.
And in a
in the book, when this caretaker sees Voldemort's form, he's completely horrified by it. So at this point, what old Voldy looks like is, I mean, it's got to be pretty grotesque.
Oh, but it's so, and I'm assuming that we're in the same situation as usual, and when it comes to reviews, is that while the slides are going, we can still bounce around and talk about the whole movie. We don't have to go chronologically.
Oh no, we should. Yeah, we're not spoiling. We're spoiling.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Spoiling everything.
Okay.
All the movies. That's why I feel bad for you, Scotty, because I do feel like we should be sort of comprehensive, and we should sort of be able to talk about influences and
especially
forward
about
and
Neville.
backward and sideways.
Sure.
And
About Neville
so
and the
only thing
Crucio
we
curse
need
in
to-
this movie.
Yeah.
Because that's like later on in the
Yes,
story.
we should
it's more
discuss
important.
Neville and his history. I think yes.
Oh yeah, doesn't Neville lose his virginity in this movie?
Well,
not
I mean,
I
it's
don't
kind of
believe that he
implied.
does. Not unless Ginny does too, and Ginny's too young at that point. She's much
Ginny is too young,
so,
but
no.
Neville looks like
probably
he has
kissed.
got it going
He
on.
does
Maybe
look
he
like
just kissed a girl for the
I
first
think
time.
he's
Yeah,
just,
they
yeah,
probably
he's
kissed.
thrilled. He's really
He's
so
got his shoes
beautiful at
off
that
and he's
moment
doing
in time.
disco dances. It's great.
He's glowing.
Yes,
and the only
he
thing,
is glowing,
no,
yes.
and the only thing we need to know here is that Frank died, so we can move on.
Yes,
to
dear old Frank was murdered.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Movie
for
of Alba.
how much I was muted. I don't know how much I missed saying,
Considerably.
but we're fine.
Jill needs a sign to hold up.
Can I ask a general question? What do y'all think about the difference between when he goes up to Harry Potter and he's like, "Did you put the your name in the
Oh.
Goblet of Fire?" You know.
Yeah.
That's
Dumbledore?
the classic meme.
Yeah, everybody gets so upset about the difference between the
Dumbledore asks calmly in the book.
Yeah, he asks calmly, and then in the movie, he seems to be very
Aggressive.
aggressive. Yeah,
He seems to be very angry.
not
Well,
just
that's
in
the
that
actor's
scene.
prerogative, and
Yeah.
he may
Yeah,
have done that at the suggestion of the director. But I think
Yeah.
that was probably Gambon's choice. That's just my
I'm
guess.
still-
I
and
haven't really
I still-
I'm
cross-checked
still
it.
not on Team Gambon. I want my Richard Harris back.
And
I'm sorry, he's gone, darling.
I do still get.
I'm sorry
oh,
to say-
Jill, go ahead.
I'm sorry to say that. Yeah, he doesn't get to be like Dumbledore for me until like the 6th movie. So
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
But again,
I bought
I'm
it
still
right off the
waiting.
bat,
I'm still
but
waiting for him
just
to
me.
get good because I'm sure he will.
And,
And-
you know, they
Oh,
completely
he
changed
did.
his look. They gave him, you know, they softened his look, which is interesting because he's a kind of a harder person. But I liked him.
To me-
from the get-go.
To
Yeah,
me,
I
this
thought-
Gandalf
I
seems
just
a
wanted
little
to
more
point out-
capable. Go ahead. You
Gandalf?
Go ahead.
Gandalf.
Wrong.
Oh, I'm
Dumbledore.
sorry. I'm doing it
Dumbledore.
again. Dumbledore. I think he
Which is a medieval word meaning bumblebee. Isn't that
I
lovely?
think the new actor makes him seem more capable with the things he has to do later on, but I do miss the old one. You know, when it changed over, I kind of felt like everybody else. It was like, oh, he was so good. I do give this man a chance though, and in this scene in particular, I still think the idea, what they're going for, is still portrayed. He does it super aggressive. I agree with that. But he's going for Harry's most honest response. He's looking in his eyes. He's like, is he telling me the truth kind of thing? Because we see the old Dumbledore do this a few times. He's like, you always have friends. Is there anything you want to tell me, Harry? He's like looking at him, trying to get a feel. You know, he knows way more than Harry tells him. We all know that.
Oh, I'm not certain of
He
that.
can
I
see
don't-
through. Yeah, Dumbledore can see through to him.
Well, I at least think he can sense.
I just think
things.
Dumbledore's got so much on his mind that he's missing
Well, that
things
too.
in this,
Oh, that-
this
yes.
entire story.
Yes.
He's
He
missing
thi-
beats. He's
mhm.
missing. There's things that are pretty clear that he's just missing.
Well,
you know.
well, that's part of this story is that Harry is almost on his own for a lot of this, more than he was before.
Yep.
That's
And
where Mad Eye
here-
Moody comes
here
in.
So one of the things that isn't super clear, definitely what the scene that we saw with Frank was definitely Harry Potter's dream. It was part of his nightmare.
Well, it
And
actually happened.
just-
Well,
Yeah,
it's
and it
more
actually
than a
happened
nightmare.
in
He
his
is
dream.
actually
It's a
sharing.
vision.
He's seeing what Voldemort sees.
Yeah.
Or shared
But that's how he.
consciousness.
But that's how he describes seeing Voldemort in reality.
Yes.
It's like having.
Yes,
it's
he
like
says, "I had a
my
dream."
It was like
Yeah,
my
he
night.
doesn't know
It
he's
is literally
watching real.
he is experiencing it as a dream.
Yeah.
And he even mentions it later. I don't know if it's in the film. I know he says it in the book, but he tells Dumbledore, he's like, I don't know if it was real. Could it have happened? You know, he's confused himself.
Yeah.
And that definitely comes back as we go throughout the rest of the series of Harry trying to figure out what is real, what is Voldemort trying to trick him to think is real, but that's the next movie, so maybe not talk too much about that.
Yeah, there is kind of a little contradiction though in that scene where he's talking about are these dreams happening at the same time that I'm having these dreams, but then he says he's having the same dream over and over again. And Dumbledore he kind of confirms like, yeah, this is probably happening at the same time that you're having these. But I think that was just a mistake on the writer's part in the movie.
Yeah, I think the first time he saw it was like real time, and then every time after that was probably like it just like looping in his head, repeating.
Shocked him. Yeah, he's making himself remember.
That's what I think.
Well, it was supposed to be a different dream, but
yes.
They decided to clip it. So here we're meeting Cedric
Diggory's dad.
And his dad.
I should know that character's first name.
Amos.
It was so weird how he jumped out of a tree to meet them.
I know.
Yeah, so beautifully, so beautifully physical.
My dad taught me how to dangle.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird entrance, but yeah.
I was kind of impressed.
I'm very impressed. It's a great, it's a great entry, into the series.
I was like, a sparky vampire just dropped 10 feet. That's pretty impressive.
And that's the first clip I have too.
This strapping young lad must be Cedric, am I right? Sir. This way.
Gotta exchange that glance, girls.
This is one of my favorite movies that he's in. I do really like Cedric Diggory a lot.
This shows he's a better actor than he gets to be, I think. He doesn't get as much freedom, even though he's not in this much. I just think in some of the roles in later movies, he seems very subdued.
No, he's wonderful.
Well, what he's talking about is, of course, how Robert Pattinson was unknown basically at this time, but of course he goes on to be,
I think he actually does a better. I like it better in this than the Batman.
Yeah, me too.
He's remarkable in everything. He's different in everything he does, and that in and of itself is really remarkable for an actor.
Yeah, he has a really unique presence, and he's
also an odd bird as a person, which I kind of adore. He's a blurter. He will say the wrong
is he?
thing. At the wrong
I haven't
time.
seen too much.
Every
stuff.
interview you ever see him, he says something really inappropriate. Every
I'll have
time.
to watch some old
hilarious.
stuff now.
Yeah,
I'll
every
definitely
time.
look some stuff up. That'll be funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we take a trip through the port key, I want to make sure to say hello to Kimberly and Hart.
Hello,
Kimberly.
Oh, that was my first love. Not this Kimberly, but Pink Ranger.
The Pink Ranger.
Yeah.
Chuck Xavier is here. They can't have which cards? Okay.
That science and magic are closely intertwined.
Is my vocals is my audio working better now?
Oh, you're a bit loud.
A little
but
loud.
It seems better.
Okay.
That might be my fault.
Oh, he seems a bit clearer now. So
I love the setup and payoff with the port key in this movie.
I was just backing off the mic a little bit.
So, the way the port key starts is just a tool for traveling, and it's a fun, lighthearted thing. Then it ends up being like the key catalyst near the end. Voldemort's like plan, It's
It is beautifully written.
Yeah,
and I really like how the magic is still catching Harry off guard. Like even Hermione knows, put your hand on the port key because she's studies so much. She knows exactly what it is, what they're talking about. But he's just standing there. Look, he's like, why is everybody putting their hand on this thing?
I love the visuals leading up to the port key too. All the silhouettes against the morning light,
it's real
against
beautiful.
the sunrise.
Yeah.
Very beautiful.
I like how all of the older characters who have been through lots of port keys just glide nicely through the air, and everybody else just crashes into the ground.
Yeah. Do they tell them to let go? Is that they just have to hold on a bit longer? I always wonder about that.
Well, that's Mr. Weasley. It's like your dad chucking you in the pool to teach you how to swim.
Exactly.
It's a little cruel. That casual cruelty.
I thought they did it well with Cedric helping Harry up, so they got a little bit of bonding there early. Because they don't.
It just shows you Cedric's a really good guy. He's a very
good
person.
Yes.
Yeah, he has a heart of gold. You can.
They just kind of look at him as
through and through.
They just look at him as a pretty boy.
Especially
like,
in the
oh,
maid
that
at
guy.
the end. He truly chose
Oh,
his
it's
character
so
at the
better.
end.
Yeah, I like that.
So good.
Eugene Bird says, I've spoken to a woman co-worker from India who got a return letter from Daniel Radcliffe. Couldn't help but wonder if it was really him or his PR folks. Oh yeah, I guess
You'd have to see what the letter says. Is there anything personal in it?
You can bet that letter went through many levels of hands to get to Dan. So, sometimes you do get a letter back from people. You really do, if you write one. And, but it's going to go through a lot of straining before it gets to that person. Yeah. A lot of review.
Half of it's
definitely.
redacted.
There's definitely going to be...
I could watch a 3-hour movie just of the Quidditch World Cup. Just of them there.
It's so much fun.
Wouldn't that be cool if that was an actual sport?
I would watch
I'd actually get into sports if that was a sport.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not rugby?
Is Scotty gone already? I swear, that man and his cigarette addiction. I wanted to ask him what I thought he'd be thrilled by the Quidditch World Cup, and he's not even here.
Okay,
this would be the greatest tailgating party ever. This would be the tailgating party of a life.
Anyhow, I'm going through the chat just to see if anybody new is here, and everyone feels bad for Scotty. Yes, except really?
Oh, he made a crack about. Let's pass it. Let's just move on.
Right.
Let's move on.
There'll be more.
We'll come to it
doubt.
when we come to it.
He wanted to, I think the reason Scotty thinks that is because Neville has his shoes off. But he just took them off.
He's just so because he says it.
He actually says something.
Yeah.
He says he uses a phrase, and I said, "Oh, Scotty's just going to absolutely jump all over this." He uses a phrase that can be taken as sexual.
Yeah.
Something like I got lucky, or something like that. Or look at me.
He says, "I just got it." He says, "I just got in." Can you imagine me? And so that's what he's talking about. But
he's literally saying he just got in.
Got in the room.
Yeah,
he's like, I just got. You guys have been here.
Yeah.
Here's his greatest date ever.
But he
kidding?
is glowing, and it looks like he, may well have been kissed, which is a lovely thought.
At least on the cheek, and that would be a big thing. She's
no,
Neville,
that's not enough of a kiss. You've got to get a little peck. After
No,
all that dancing,
don't make her dirty yet.
There's nothing wrong with
Ginny
with
is
teenagers
sweet.
kissing. There's nothing wrong with teenagers kissing. There's nothing wrong. You're talking about your father or something. What's wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with teenagers kissing.
Well, Ginny is sweet, and I protect her still.
Yeah, and they do in the movie too, because the dress they put on her for the ball is still very innocent. And this is the first PG-13 movie for the.
I mean, honestly, do you think Fred and George didn't side-eye him all night? They're like, you better treat her right.
I have a question about that farther on. We need to keep moving. We need to keep
I'm doing fine. Actually,
let's get to the ball when we get to the ball.
There we go. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Is this working? Is my microphone
You're
on?
We hear you.
Okay. Oh God, I thought it was not on.
Oh, you're on.
She's trying to rein us in, guys. Come on, let's get ready.
I'm just trying to make sure you guys understand. I'm just trying to get through the chat first, just to make sure.
Yes, we do
that
need
nobody
to. And the chat.
Yeah, the
I
chat
thought she
too.
was done. Sorry.
They're all okay. They're all right.
I don't know about that, Eugene. Legitimens is a, it's a magical spell. I don't think everybody reads minds all the time.
Oh,
But
okay. I was trying to remember what that was.
That would really just be so overwhelming.
Yeah.
I think he has a sense, though. I think he has a. feeling. And so, yes, we're at the Quidditch World Cup. It's like everybody's got their tents going, and they've had to make lots of music and everything because they're all excited for the big game.
Yep.
I thought this was
fireworks
very
in
cool
the air.
looking.
Yeah, it
I
was.
love magic.
Just the tail. I love them too, just mocking their father the whole time.
Fred and George are amazing. I love them.
In
Love them.
stereo, that's got to be the worst as a parent. Oh, goodness. Looks great. I was a little disappointed in reading the book that they don't show much Quidditch because they describe it so in depth in the novel. But I'll take it. We can't have Quidditch in every movie.
All they do is have Crumb fly around in his broom for a little while. We really don't get any Quidditch at all. You just
I thought there were some nice passes to show the Irish team. I thought they were flying in formation. That always thrills me.
I love the intro that they
off.
did. Yeah.
It wasn't. The game hadn't started yet.
Yeah, the fireworks displays that they put on for each.
Beautiful. Yeah.
You got the leprechaun dancing.
Yeah, the opening ceremonies.
In the book, it was a whole fleet of leprechauns. It wasn't just one.
Although
that would have been cool to see.
And then you got this part. They're in the nosebleeds. If it
Well,
rains, you'll be the
Arthur
first to know.
Bagman actually gets Arthur seats in the minister's box too. So he actually
Yeah.
Difference. Yeah.
They actually have to sit next to each other.
Exactly. Yeah.
His father is so mean. Even just canes his son right in the gut.
He tells Draco not to boast, but that's what he's doing.
I know.
Like,
I think it's a hilarious choice by Jason Isaacs to do that.
Don't boast, Draco.
Yeah, that's my job, Draco. I'll do the boasting for both of us.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the past movies, he does a similar scene like this that actually caught the actor who plays Draco off guard. Because he kind of does a slap of his hand. In one of the previous movies he does, and he wasn't expecting him to do it. And it, so they're like, the surprise you see on Draco's face is real. And I was like, but they kept it. It couldn't, that's just this actor choosing to be very mean in his
crazy.
character.
Like with drones and stuff now, we're kind of getting close to that technology of these,
there's the formation shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so cool. They did it well, I thought. Although I thought all the Weasleys
the game was over relatively quickly, which is not like Quidditch at all.
Yeah, because I feel like in the book, don't they watch a match that's like almost like a day long or something? Like,
it's so long.
I
guess it's because they're playing on a professional level.
Yeah.
I just know they talk about scores a bunch. They talk about the little souvenirs acting different. They have magical charms on them. And because they bring up Quidditch moves. They bring up the Bronski feint where it looks like Crumb is going after the snitch, but he's just luring the other guy in, and he breaks away, and the other guy slams into the ground. And they keep playing, and then the other team comes down and starts yelling at the referee, so they all get carded, kind of, But it is over fairly quickly. But in the movie, they touch on it very little.
So while we do miss the entire game in this movie, but the crux of it is that the Ireland team, it's something we've talked about before, that they were up by enough points because of the quaffle scoring and all of that, so that by the time Crumb actually catches the snitch to end the game, the Bulgarians still lose. And I suppose he figured that if he kept playing at that rate, the Ireland team would keep scoring. And that the Bulgarians wouldn't catch up anyway. So I guess, I don't know. He just decided to end it.
Yeah, they mentioned him ending it on his own terms. It's like, I'm not going to let us look that bad.
Right. We could let this game go on for 2 weeks, and then we look terrible.
And Ron was still in love with him after that. he's like a bird the way he soars, flying on his room.
So
Speaking of Crumb, Victor Crumb was portrayed by, let's see if I can say this name, Stanislav Inevsky, a young Bulgarian who was found when he was studying in London. And even though he has other actors in
You're
his
roboting
family-
a bit on us, Jill.
Oh.
I was hearing her
Really?
fine.
Okay,
I
might be
roboting?
me.
My internet is low. My internet is showing kind of low. Let's see if I can.
Oh, music's gone.
It
Okay.
changed tracks.
Oh, okay.
Exactly, Ashley. Ron was in love with Crumb until Crumb was in love with Hermione.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
And then his tune switched, and she even tells him that. She was like, "Weren't you just begging for his autograph?" Like, oh yeah, it's so good. The whole thing. Crumb's more of a physical being. That's what Ron wants to hear.
Yeah, this was the movie though where it really got my attention. Like especially once you get into the actual Triwizard Tournament. Yeah, I mean it just and
Man.
all the stuff kind of started being revealed. It was just one after the other, and I was just on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I remember reading the book, and I was like, "Damn, J.K. Rowling is like cooking right now. Like she is just on fire with these new ideas." And like, we're gonna have the World Cup for Quidditch, and then we're gonna show a Triwizard Tournament with other wizarding schools, and we'll introduce those and characters from those. And it's like, dang.
Well, and the
world
thing
got
is,
huge.
the
That's just when you
Bobaton-
needed it too.
Yeah.
Before the books became too formulaic.
the other schools, they actually were co-ed as well. In the movies, I don't know why they chose to do it this way, but in the books they had men and women in both schools. It wasn't
Well,
women.
that's something that I noticed too, obviously. And
Yeah.
I think it's really weird because it indicates that in Bulgaria and France they have 2 wizarding schools, one for each gender.
Yeah.
And that's not a thing that exists.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Bobatons are in France, and then Bulgaria, and the I can't remember the school, what the name is, but the what is it?
Durmstrang.
Durmstrang, yeah. I just don't understand why they didn't incorporate male and female to,
I don't know either. They should have, because they basically brought boys and girls from each school who were 17 and older who wanted to enter the Triwizard Tournament.
Yeah, because the Goblet was gonna pick anyways, so it didn't really matter. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I just thought that was really a weird choice.
Yeah.
And according to Ron, he's the best seeker in the world.
And your best friend's right there, Ron.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a very nice thing to say. He's a seeker for your school.
And he's the most handsome man I've ever seen in my life.
But I'm still the youngest, Ron.
I love how he uses the wand on his vocal cords to like act like a loudspeaker, megaphone. I'm like, that's pretty cool.
They continue that all through the films too.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that. Yeah.
It's a nice touch.
And the only thing I can think about is the Bobaton.
Dumbledore actually does that. Well, anyway, continue.
That's right.
I was just going to say, Bobaton, they kind of tie them in with the mascots from the book. Leprechauns are the mascots for the one team. They have these things called Vila, which are hypnotic to men. And that's kind of the aspect they give to the Bobaton girls. Like all the guys kind of fall into a trance around them. And that's, so they do have different intros for them. But yeah, I'm not sure why they decided to just keep them non-co-ed, like female, male, other than to make them different.
Yeah, I love that aspect of the Vila as being part of the Bobatons, because especially with Fleur, she's actually part
Vila, yeah.
And Ron is infatuated with
her. yeah. That was a great scene.
She even has a Vila hair in the core of her wand.
Oh, that's right.
That belonged to her grandmother.
Keep it in the family. Hand me down wand.
And your heirloom to be a part of your wand.
Yeah.
Heirloom.
heirloom.
But we're
Heirloom.
still at
That's
the
how it
Quidditch World
started.
Cup at this point.
Which
And the
is
Death
amazing.
Eaters are walking, are marching in.
Yeah, we've got the Death Eaters. They're coming to stir up everybody and set everything on fire.
I checked the captions at this point while I was watching the film because I really wanted to know what the marching Death Eaters were chanting, but there were no captions for that.
Just says like
Very
chanting.
disappointing.
Yeah. And they're marching, they're causing chaos and setting stuff on fire, and Harry gets separated and trampled, and then somebody sends off the dark mark into the sky.
The bat signal
The bat signal.
for all of Gotham.
No,
More
but
like the
that's an
Joker's
analogy.
signal. I don't know.
Yeah.
That signal is not a beeper.
And in the book,
Mars
they
Mordra.
don't talk about they don't say the cursed name that I remember hearing. So it made me it's like, oh, was this? She probably had a cursed name, but they did it in the movie here. You actually hear him. It's in the subtitles. But in the book, you don't know what the
What
curse
name?
is called yet.
Oh, the dark mark. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Right.
Dark Mark curse, yes.
Yeah, because Voldemort uses that at the end in the graveyard. It's like, I'm here, minions. Like it's like throwing a flare up in the, like shooting a flare or something. Like, I'm here.
It's a magical SOS.
Yeah. Sending out an SOS.
I thought they had good effects on
I
that.
don't think of that as an SOS at all. I think of it as a summons.
Well,
Yeah.
That you had better come and you better come now.
Yeah, your boss is
Now.
summoning you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling you to my office right now.
I'm not in danger. I just need bitches now.
Oh, for sure.
Barty Crouch Jr. sees it kind of like as a sign of loyalty. Like, I am so cool that, I'm so good to Voldemort that I am showing off.
Oh yeah, because later he's
Yes.
like, "What was it like to be in his presence?" and all that stuff. He's such a kiss ass.
He is.
He's like
What was he
trying
like?
to be a Death Eater. I don't think he is officially.
He's a groupie. He's
He's a groupie. Yeah, there you go.
Groupie Death Eater. How do I get into the band?
No, he's like, oh man, I'm gonna keep bringing this back to Star Trek, but he's like summoning the Paul Wraiths.
And they're just showing Barty be super aggressive here. His character. That's what his character's all about.
Well, that's also what the dark mark on the arm is for, is to summon them.
Yes.
And we're back on the train.
Oh yeah, because all the Death Eaters have like matching tattoos.
Is that
Yeah,
one
Yeah,
guy? with the
I have the book up in another tab, and Mors Mordra is from the book.
Oh, they do say it in the book?
Yes.
Okay, I probably just missed it then because I had to start. I was reading about
It's,
150 pages, then I had to go to audio.
And then,
so I
without
probably just
warning, the
missed hearing
silence
it.
was rent by a voice unlike any they had heard in the wood, and it uttered not a panic shout, but what sounded like a spell, Mors Mordra.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I know they changed it quite a bit because he's not really the one they
yeah.
end up chasing.
And
in
I
the
know they
novel.
changed the dark mark in the film, the context of the film, but this one's exactly like the one in the book, as it should be. I didn't like it when they changed it later in later films. I really loved this version of it with the skull and the serpent coming out of its
Jill.
mouth.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I just
Scotty,
had a
our third
question.
step.
You
Sure.
know far more about the inner thoughts of Hedwig than most people. And so
Yes.
what's going on with Hedwig in this?
Hedwig is kind of upset because she can't take letters for Harry much anymore. This is probably the last time. And then they
Yeah, I
decide,
think it
oh
is.
no,
Too easily
Yeah.
recognized.
yeah, especially given the part of the world that Sirius was hiding out at. You don't really find snowy owls out there, and she's too identifiable.
So does
But she
Hedwig
does-
come back? Because I didn't see Hedwig.
Yeah, no, she's always
Harry,
around. She
like, oh,
actually
oh,
does
yeah.
get to work. They just have her
I have-
carrying other letters.
But
Talk
I
to you
believe
through the
she's
fire-
staying with Sirius at this
Roboting, or am I
point.
roboting?
Really.
Am I roboting?
No.
Mm.
My mistake.
But of course, we get to school and it's time for the Triwizard Tournament. So we get the Bobotans flying in with their winged horses, and the Durmstrang students are rowing this big old boat ship.
Yeah, it's like a submarine that's a boat. Cool.
Yeah, they must have transported
A
through
ship, not a
the
boat.
water. It's a ship, yes. Full-fledged.
And of course, the headmistress of Bobotans is Madame Maxine.
Hagrid got
The
a
giantess.
How dare you call me that?
And you get 2 Blimies in this scene. You get one from Seamus for Bobaton and one from Ron for Durmstrang.
Bloody hell.
Well, he never said Ron never says bloody hell in the books, but they're kind of. I feel like the director's trying to make that a catchphrase for Ron here.
Oh yeah, he says it a lot in the movie.
I had always heard
I'm okay with
from being a child that bloody is actually much more offensive in England than it is, we consider it here in America. I don't know how true that is. It's too bad that Dalek isn't here.
Right? We do need Dalek. I don't know what happened, but he has the invite. He knows where to get it. He's welcome if he can make it. And well, in any case, oh yeah. So speaking of, let me get a picture of her. She should be showing up.
Oh yeah, she trails. That's right.
So, cast in the role for Madame Olymp Maxime is veteran British actress Frances Delatour, and she says, "It was just a coincidence that my name is French." And she established herself on stage with the Royal Shakespeare Company and then launched a successful television career in comedy and drama. She became a household name in the role of Miss Jones in Rising Damp, which I don't know what that is. And then an award for The History Boys, in which she co-starred with Richard Griffith, who plays Uncle Vernon in the Harry Potter films. And she met Mike Newell in an audition.
I just love
for a different part, but got this
in terms of the burgeoning relationship with Hagrid. Like, I love that Hagrid goes for chicks.
Well, right. Well, about that, she says, romance is a little tricky when you're a half giant, says Robbie Coltrane. So Hagrid can't believe his luck when Bobotans arrive, and he sets eyes on someone even taller than him.
He's so cute in this movie when he's trying to look nice and everything. And they're just like, oh, what's that smell?
My dad was a little guy. I could put him in my pocket.
That's so funny.
Love that.
Right, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was adorable.
Right, when
Jill
Hagrid
sent me an image of it, like an illustration of him with his dad, and I was just like, effing A.
Yeah, when Hagrid was 6 years old, he could put his dad on the dresser and make his dad laugh about it. And when he was 11, that's when they take that picture of Hagrid with his dad on his shoulder.
That's so funny.
And then, yeah, and that's what we get. And then, of course, we meet the Durmstrang students.
And the Bobaton girls with
They're
all
French,
of their...
right? Like all of them?
With their... Yes. With
Bobaton are French.
With their nipple hats.
Okay. Nipple hats. I didn't.
And they come in, da, 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 and they have fire, and it's all manly compared to like the girls and like,
Yes, masculine versus feminine energy. Yeah. Very much so.
I
The
think
butterflies fluttering.
I think that's why Mike Newell did it, even though it doesn't really make sense in the wizarding world to do it that way. He did it for style.
And I also think, because there are rumors in the novel, I don't think they have real confirmation, but they say that Karkaroff pushes dark arts at Durmstrang.
Oh no, that's definite. I would definitely believe that.
So they come off a little heavy.
Yeah, he's a Death Eater, so
he was a Death Eater, yeah.
Ex-Death Eater.
Is he X though?
Well, he doesn't go to the meeting.
Readable.
He doesn't go to the meeting.
I think in the book he is exposed. He does not return to Durmstrang.
Right. They
Oh.
have to get a new headmaster for Durmstrang.
Yeah.
So Igor Karkaroff is played by another name I'm probably not going to pronounce right.
Oh yeah, that's a tough name.
Jelic or Budjelic or Jelic.
It sounds Czech.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't. I apologize to the actor who plays Karkaroff.
You can actually enter the name in YouTube, and there's so many people who will tell you how to say names.
Oh, I know that, but that would take another 2 minutes.
Yes. I know you work so hard on these. You do, Jill.
I do.
I know you do.
I put more time into these live streams.
Oh God, just getting the screen caps. Forget about it.
Is this the movie where we get introduced to the pensieve also?
Yes.
That's true. Yes.
My gosh, yeah. So much gets introduced in this movie.
I thought this was pretty cool. Even Dumbledore was kind of off guard with the fire going around. He's like, whoa.
Oh, speaking of which.
Well, it starts as a dragon and resolves into a phoenix, which is sort of an honorific to him specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's very flattering.
So what I want to do here is something a little more different, to be a little more brave, since we have some extra time today, because Grandma's picking up the children and it's a half
Hooray.
So we have a little more time, and I'm going to play a couple of the deleted scenes, and hopefully Warner Brothers allows this. I played deleted scenes of the Orville with no problem, so if you're watching this on the replay and the following video is missing, this one is just the deleted scene of the kids singing their school song.
Onwards! Let's entertain our friends in the best way we can. All stand. Maestro, please.
Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy Woggy Hogwarts, teach us something free. Whether we be old and old, or young, which can we need? Our heads to do with filling, with some interesting stuff. For now the air and full of hair, dead flies and bits of fluff. So
Oh, so
Lovely.
that scene happens before Mad
Thank
Eye
you.
arrives. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
But also something to go along with this is I used to volunteer as a professor in audiovisual support for a wizarding camp. So one year when we couldn't get someone to play the piano, I found someone online I had a friend make this one online for me.
Oh, I saw that comment. I didn't realize that was what you were talking about. Funny.
I'm interested in stuff. Over now, then. There's advice and just things for
That was very nice. I'm sure your students appreciated that.
Oh yeah, they did. They did. And so they all sang the song. I almost remembered all the lyrics. I should have wrote them down.
You just went up. I'm sure you know them all. Sometimes you go up even when you know things backwards and forwards.
Sure.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And
I'm
so,
really happy that you did that too, because again, I borrowed a newer DVD version from the library, and it has no deleted scenes on it, which is, I was like aghast. I'm like, really? That's your bonus now for people who have bought a later version of this DVD with special features. No deleted scenes. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so I have another deleted scene that I really love that we're going to get to see later on.
Hooray!
As for the winged horses, we learn about them here.
They
drink only single malt whiskey.
Yes.
I think they drink only single malt whiskey.
Yes.
Yeah, they drink better than I do.
Apparently, Scotty R37 is having internet issues. He's going to try to be back when he can. Wizarding Camp. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. DJ Play Nice. It was kind of an educational Harry Potter camp where we learned about stuff. I was Transfiguration professor, so I talked about changing one thing to another thing, which you can do with science. But of course, we gave it a magic spin, and sometimes I would do something like rock crystals, making rock crystals out of
sugar water.
Chemistry. Yeah. And also slime, of course, is always a favorite.
Gotta have the slime.
Mm-hmm. I was just about to ask where Scotty went. Yeah. And then, of course, there were other classes too and things. And the kids did play Quidditch also.
Ah, lovely. Did you do that thing where you get a photo of them jumping in the air so it looks like they're riding their broom?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, I've seen those videos with the sequence of photos. Fly around the living room, the house, everything.
I'm impressed, Franco.
I saw Francis Delatour in the 1970s in Rising Damp with Leonard Rossiter. What?
I guess it's a movie?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm thinking he saw that actress in that movie. That's when he remembers her from. Isn't that the giantess?
I'm assuming.
Oh,
Frances
yes,
Delatour.
that's Madame Maxime is Frances
Madame
Delatour.
Maxine, yes.
Oh, later in the books, Karkaroff is confirmed to have been killed off screen. I forgot about that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he puts a fork in Professor Flitwick's hand. Yeah.
Hilarious.
From Love.
Little comic
I think
relief.
that was a hilarious addition.
It's casual cruelty.
He's got giant strength too. That could have went like all the way through.
I just hope that wasn't a giant size fork. I hope that was at least a regular size fork, because that would have impaled his entire hand.
Right? He'll need some magical.
Poor guy. Yeah.
My spoon is
go
too
see
big.
Madame Pomfrey.
Warwick Davis.
Well, I think it's
one of his many roles.
Because Hagrid's so distracted by Madame Maxime but you see exactly why it happens though, because Flitwick moves his food from and puts his hand in the way.
Oh.
So then we meet Bartimus Crouch, who's helping us know the rules. You got to be 17 to be in this tournament.
And he's the Minister of Magic at this point?
No,
that's still Fudge.
That's still Fudge.
Right.
Fudge
so
is
Crouch
still the
is.
I think he's Defense Ministry guy. I'm trying to remember.
He's definitely from the Ministry of Magic, but I can't remember his title.
International Magical Cooperation.
Ah.
I think.
Yes, because he was responsible, like, getting the Triwizard Tournament organized with the other schools and countries and things like that. Because he does talk about having to organize the port keys and things. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Because in the novel, is it Percy that is his assistant?
That's right.
Interesting.
Percy is his assistant in the novel. Well, after he loses Winky, he needs somebody.
Yeah. But yeah, Percy's trying to get into the ministry to work there. Not where his dad works.
Yeah, Fred and George, wicked. They already are planning the aging skill right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, oh, we'll
Yeah,
get
as
in
soon
there.
as they hear that you have to be 17, that's when they start hatching their plans.
Rubbish.
No, we'll be in there in a second.
I love the cries of rubbish.
So creepy.
Do you want to hear the cries of rubbish? I got
always.
The cries of rubbish.
Oh, here it is.
Wicked.
This decision
That's
is
rubbish!
Perfect.
And
Jill,
with
we
this-
always think alike.
Do you think he put it in the sky just to destroy it himself to make himself look better?
I think you know what? This is just in the movies that the sky goes crazy like this. But
No, it's not.
It's not. Does it have?
No,
to
as a matter of fact, it's the Great Hall is enchanted and it's supposed to protect the students. So I think this is something that Dumbledore really missed.
Yes, I agree with that
A
comment.
man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. Every head in the great hall swiveled toward the stranger, suddenly brightly illuminated by a fork of lightning that flashed across the ceiling.
Yep.
Oh, perfect. That's perfect that it's in the book too.
So I think that's the Great Hall trying to signal
Warning.
that this is evil entering.
This
I
is
agree.
absolutely exactly what I was going to say. Like you just said, we think alike.
We do.
So
The panel agrees.
I thought too. The panel agrees that Hogwarts.
Well, it's reacting to Mad Eye, and then he gets rid of it to like hide the
Well,
evidence. of
yeah.
himself. Okay. I,
'Cause, yes.
I could understand that. Yeah.
Quote unquote Mad Eye.
And Scotty says he cannot panel. You have to, Scotty. You have to keep trying. Keep trying. You can make it. We're going long today. You can make it.
Yeah, we are. You got to make it eventually.
Come back.
Don't
He's a
give up.
muggle anyway.
Don't give up, Scotty. Do you have Ethernet cable? Oh, yeah. Definitely try every once in a while.
Yes, please.
So we have Alistair Moody. He's of course, Barty Crouch Jr. is played by David Tennant, but Moody is played by Brendan Gleeson.
Hooray! He's
Fantastic
wonderful.
actor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And so he was with Richard Harris in The Field. And he was with Daniel Radcliffe in The Tailor of Panama, and which was also directed by Mike Newell.
I think he
And-
was
What's
in
that?
some.
It was Menelaus and Troy.
Oh wait, he was directed by Mike Newell in the Irish fantasy Into the West. Sorry, I got that mixed up.
Ah, interesting.
Go ahead.
Oh, what's that? I should just be able to think of it. 13 Days. What's that?
Oh, the 30 Days, the zombie movie?
The Fast Zombie. One of the first
28
Fast Zombie
Days
movies.
Later.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was
He's
in
in-
that,
yeah,
and really
he is in
remarkable
those.
in that. Just chilling. At some point, he becomes infected, and it's
Yeah.
just chilling.
The blood falls from the bird
Yeah,
into
it's
his
so
eye.
great.
Yeah.
And
Right.
this
I thought he
scene
was in that.
for a little 2020 kind of hindsight, we have to remember Moody's wand. The real Moody uses his staff, so this guy uses a wand. Just some retrospective thing, like you don't know at this point quite yet, I don't think, but they show later in the films that Moody's uses his wand. He stomps his wand to do some spells and things. So little hindsight. Oh, is that him? Like we mentioned with the Great Hall kind of warning him. It's like, yes, I also agree that I think, and hindsight makes it seem more obvious to me too, having seen
My
this a
favorite
few
thing
times.
is how he
Well,
does
it's
the
all in
licking his
hindsight,
lips, like
Yes,
the snake
that's a
thing
good-
that
it's a good
David Tennant
tell.
does.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
the tell.
yeah, the
Yeah, it's
little
a beautiful
flick.
tell for visually for the film.
Oh no.
Okay. So of course the kids are they're learning about the rules for the game, meeting Mad Eye Moody, their new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. And so that's
Such a
yeah,
beautiful British expression too, mad as a hatter.
and of course he's drinking from a flask for the entire movie.
Polyjuice
Uh,
potion.
Yes,
Yes,
it is
perfect.
it's really Apologies potion, but we don't figure that out for a while.
that's another thing I really like is all the subtle polyjuice clues that they have. Like Snape is like, "Did you get into my polyjuice?" And then Moaning Myrtle has a clue too about it. So it's nice little
Yes.
clues they drop throughout the film.
Like the perfect mystery.
Yeah. Who's using the polyjuice? We've been seeing him drink it the whole time, but we didn't know. We just thought he was drinking booze.
What's Hermione been up to? No, it wasn't Hermione.
Yeah, Hermione gets sidelined. Other than like the date with the Crump guy, like that she doesn't get to do much.
Right, all her cool stuff was cut out.
Yeah.
Most of it.
But she gets that amazing dress, and that makes up for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dress is gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently very expensive silk.
I can believe it. And I would like to say here that when I was in college, I actually did have a professor chuck a piece of chalk at my head. And if I had not ducked, it would have hit me square on the forehead.
This seemed realistic to me, especially if they're in this kind of edgy school. I was like, that doesn't seem that far off to me. Like, you just get tired of the kids messing around. You're like, throw a piece of paper, but he throws chalk. But I was like, I've never seen that, but I'd believe it.
Yeah, but also he makes it a point that he actually did get permission from Dumbledore to teach them about these curses.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. But no, I mean, yeah, that's very old school, chucking chalk at a student. I'm still, like I said, I'm still shocked that somebody did it to me once.
Snape just slaps people. Yeah. Snape just lays hands on students.
And that's the kind of first.
Well, he tends to hit them with a book.
Yeah,
which makes a very nice, satisfying sound if you thump somebody hard with a book.
Yeah, I like this scene a lot because it's like all fun and games, and he's like, should I make it jump out the window? Should I have it hurt itself? And it's like, oh, it starts to get dark where you realize that he could just make this thing do whatever he wants.
Yeah, demonstration about why these are unforgivable.
My favorite of the unforgivable curses.
Which one?
Imperious.
Yeah, and apparently it
Imperious
feels
curse.
really good. If someone throws the Imperious curse at you, you feel really great because you don't have to think anymore. But it's something that I really love.
Well, yeah, that's what
thinking.
Harry described it as like a euphoric feeling, very happy.
Interesting.
But at the same time, already this early in the game, Harry is already really good at resisting the Imperious curse, and because he has this inner voice, this inner strength that tells him to defy it.
Yeah, that was one thing in the book. I was like, again, they can only fit so much in the film, but that was a very kind of important lesson it was like the Bogart lesson they had in the last movie. With this one, in the novel, they talk about he puts the curse on them. They line up and he puts the curse on everybody and they have to try and fight it. And Harry's the only one that accomplishes it.
And Neville is the one who knows about the Cruciatus curse, and so we don't find this out until later on about why Neville knows this curse.
But
so,
it's a mystery why he's triggered so badly in this movie. But yeah, when you learn that knowledge later, it kind of makes more sense.
You kind of learn it in this movie during the courtroom scene.
True. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they changed that for the films, right? I mean, I believe in the films, Neville's parents are tortured to death, but in the book it's so much worse. Because
in the book it's worse, yes.
Because they're tortured until they completely lose their minds, and they have to live at St. Mungo's for the rest of their life in a rest home.
Vegetables.
Which is so much worse.
In a later scene, yes, they do. He does visit them during the holidays with his grandma. Hey, yeah, go over there, please. It doesn't say that they. It doesn't say that they killed them. Did they? I guess we'll find out in the next movie if that's what they said. In this movie, they just say torture. The torture of Aurora Frank Longbottom and his wife.
Right.
Well, one thing I noticed in this scene too is like Mad Eye had to be so accurate with when he does the Avada Kedavra to the spider thing. Like Hermione is right behind it, so if he missed just a little bit, like if he didn't aim it directly at the spider, he could have hit her with the Avada Kedavra because she's like right behind it when he cast that. So it's like that's super risky. You're casting an instant death spell with a student right there.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty wild too. Is that
Well, it is BC
the spider
Junior.
was
He
right
doesn't really
there
have regard.
Exactly.
on her
Yeah.
desk. And
Yeah.
she
I do
knows,
feel very
she
bad for
knows,
the spider as well.
she
Yeah.
knows about the killing
Yeah.
curse, but she doesn't want to name it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hermione is a lot more vocal in the film in this scene than she is in the book. It's a little different. It's pretty close though.
Yeah,
Pretty close.
she's a little more outraged at learning the spell, but at the same time, she's conflicted because she wants to learn everything. So her desire to be knowledgeable about everything is conflicting with the morality of the situation.
Yeah, she doesn't hate this class like divination.
Yeah, because that's completely useless to
That's
her.
hogwash. Oh. So we get to see Neville being very kind of PTSD here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, because he's got to think about the fact that his parents are worse than dead. They're lost.
Thinking of him right now.
And
And this, I was going to mention this just a little earlier. Fred and George, I believe they're even more upset because I think they turned 17 this year. Like they're just a few months underage at this point.
True. Yeah, so they're just like, oh, an age potion will work great. It's no problem. That's why it's brilliant, because it's so pathetically.
I love Hermione too. She's finally kind of got that little feminine thing where she sings songs to them. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's just so pretty and beautiful.
But that's why it's so brilliant, because it's so pathetically dim-witted.
And they're so familiar with each other at this point. Several summers and sleepovers, and so I can only imagine what jokes the twins play on all these kids.
Oh, definitely. Well, especially Percy.
Oh yeah. I think everybody teases Percy when they get a chance.
In the books, don't they take over the joke shop in Hogsmeade?
No, they open their own.
They open their own
okay.
eventually. Actually, not in Hogsmeade.
In Diagon Alley.
In Diagon Alley.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this one you just constantly see them like talking in a corner.
When
or
they admit that they
scribbling
always
down
felt that
something.
their expertise lied outside the world of academia.
Because they
That's
do.
my favorite scene.
They do show a bunch of they do talk about a bunch of their inventions in the book. They actually, in the very first few chapters, they kind of plant one so Dudley can get a hold of one. And they're like, well, who else are we going to test it on? And their dad gets really mad.
And the candy scene, too, in the...
yes.
Yeah, in their room.
And
That's
then-
actually all the twins' candy, experimental candy.
Yeah, and there's like a running gag with the changing wands, the fake wands. Like it looks like a wand and then it turns into something else.
Yes, this
Happens
is
a few
definitely
times in the books.
this is the blossoming of their entrepreneurship. The
Yes.
only
Great
the only
word.
bit of it we get in this movie is that they're running some gambling, but that's a play on the fact that in the books that they give all of their savings to Ludo Bagman to bet on this tournament.
yeah.
But they win, but he doesn't pay up. He gives them fake gold, and so,
the
He
leprechaun.
gives them
gold.
leprechaun gold,
Yeah.
which then evaporates.
yeah. And
Yes.
so that's not good. But yes, they I think is this when they start their mail order business?
Yeah, they've been kind of running it under wraps because their mom already knows about it. They've gotten in trouble for it already
And she
before
confiscates
this
his
year
stuff.
starts. Yes. So they do show they do talk about Mrs. Weasley always questioning them. They're like, "What are you two doing over there?"
I did like that she confiscated their things because that's when we first get to see the summoning charm, the Accio, and so that
yes.
and that becomes important. I'm sorry. So this is a fight. They have a bit of fight when the age line doesn't go well. Because of course Dumbledore did plan for people
Yes, he put in
aging up.
a counter spell.
Yeah, in the novel, Dumbledore's like in the room. He's like, your beard looks a lot better than the other people that tried this.
Yeah, apparently even the girls were growing.
Yeah, that's super funny. He's like, you should go up and get some help. Although she's probably got a few people ahead of you.
There's a great production story to go along with this, and so they James and Oliver Phelps had a hands-on experience with the director, and he wanted them to fight. And James says, Mike came over to us when we had the prosthetic beards on and said, have you two ever fought in the films? And the twins said they had not. So he told them to stage a fight. And so they were messing around on the floor, and he didn't like the way that they were fighting. So he decided, I'll show them what a fight's like. Who's going to fight me? And one of them stuck up his hands, and it was Oliver. So Oliver Phelps fought Mike Newell.
That's funny. And
not just that, James was standing there shouting, "Fight back! Why don't you fight back?" So Oliver flipped him over. And so at which point Newell continues, I felt a stabbing pain in my left side. I had cracked a rib.
Oh my
I had
goodness.
to limp away. And so the director was very happy with this, actually. He says, this was a victory. The marvelous thing about it was that I'd made a complete asshole of myself in front of 400 children. That won me many brownie points. They were never, ever respectful again. I lost.
That's super funny.
I lost that terrible sir thing.
That was
That's
the
good, I guess. I told you, he's the guy who I heard him say action. I'm like, oh my God. You know, I can't remember. You know, I thought directors only said action like that in movies. He was like cracking a whip.
So, of course, then Victor Crumb puts his name in the Goblet of Fire. Then Fleur Delacour does.
Well, and we get a little eye-to-eye contact with Hermione.
Oh, that's true. They do exchange looks. This is fact. And, speaking of Fleur Delacour, this is the part of my notes where I have a little bit about the French actress Clemence Poissy. Mm-hmm. And she'd been acting in her native country, but also gave an award-winning performance as Mary, Queen of Scots in the British miniseries Gunpowder, Treason, and Plot. And she was already reading the Harry Potter books avidly because her mom says you should read them, and she started and couldn't stop. But she doesn't really like her character. She sees Fleur as the girls that she used to hate in high school.
I can see that.
So once you do everything perfectly and don't look at anyone else in the room, she embodies all the French cliches. She's not a cliche, but she is what you'd think a French woman would be.
You are all beneath me.
I've actually only heard it's the Parisians who are really snooty, that the rest of the French are actually quite pleasant.
And of course, the Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. The Beauxbaton champion is Fleur Delacour. And the one from Durmstrang is
Victor Crumb, of course.
And nobody was surprised.
And so they introduced this Triwizard Cup as a prize, but they also don't mention the 1,000 galleons. That's,
True.
They don't mention that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's more of a prize for the school. The trophy goes in the case.
Yeah.
You don't get to take that home. No.
Of course, we think that's it, but then, of course, we get one more name. Dumbledore catches the paper that reads Harry Potter. And even though he's not 17 yet, what the cup says is final. That's the rules, and so he has to play.
Quad Wizard Tournament now.
I really liked how they do it in the film. because they're all standing up, you know, because they were all clapping, and then something happens, and they're still standing. As soon as he says his name, he just sits down. He's like, "What?" I was like, "That I like that." It's like, I didn't do it. Just instantly.
I bet Harry wishes he had his. I bet he wishes he had his invisibility cloak in that moment.
Oh yeah, he'd have ran out of there.
Put it on, fade out of view.
It's like Harry Potter, not present.
They do have a nice little line in the book where, after what seemed like an hour, he was right in front of Dumbledore, feeling the stares of all the teachers upon him. "Well, through the door, Harry," said Dumbledore. He wasn't smiling. So,
yeah,
he's not happy in the book either.
Oh yeah, same with Hagrid. Hagrid doesn't give him his normal greeting either.
Yeah, it's kind of how foreboding this is kind of getting. Because they don't really mention it in the movie, I don't think, but they do in the book. The students find out, they're like, it's not like they're gonna have us do anything that can kill us, and they're like, yeah, they are. Half the people die, you know. This is like Hunger Games for them almost.
Yeah, it's a miracle nobody got killed by the dragons. Like,
well, it is kind of a gladiator kind of thing, and
Yeah.
if you think Hogwarts is dangerous, this turns it up a bit. And so
Yeah, the
everybody's
dragons
calling
are so
Harry
cool.
a cheat.
yeah. They make those pins later that say Potter stinks, and they're like magical pins that everybody wears.
Yes,
I
Diggory
love
rules.
those.
Diggory rules. Potter
Yeah.
stinks. Yeah, it's so funny.
Support Cedric, and Potter stinks. And I love those because that shows just how brilliant Draco Malfoy is, because he's the one who transfigures those.
Ah, very
Starting a
clever.
smear
If you'd
campaign.
remember that.
And I
There's
kind of
Scotty
like.
again.
I liked
Scotty,
how
welcome
they.
back.
Yay!
Oh, don't jinx
See-
it. Don't jinx it.
Okay.
But I like how they show that, like, not everything has to be written on a contract. It's like, oh, we have the cup. It's kind of, we made it to do this certain thing, and they're
It's
very
a magical
confused.
binding contract.
Exactly. They're like,
There
how
it
could
is,
it have
binding
spit out
magical
another name? It should have only spit out one from each school. How could this have happened? And Moody's kind of really quick to jump in there with an excuse. You know, which is a legitimate excuse. He's like, only a great confoundus charm could have fooled this thing, and Harry Potter can't do that. You know, it's well beyond his years to know this, to have this knowledge.
But that's what I really like about Harry. Okay, so everybody knows that Harry is Anakin Skywalker. He is the chosen.
Oh, must we? Please no. Please
No. But
please. We're not talking about that. We're talking
it's
about
just a brief reference. But the
we're
thing
not talking
is
about
that I
that.
enjoy.
We're talking about this.
I know what we're not talking about, and I would like to talk about Harry Potter. But what I'm saying is that because he has foibles and falls apart and whatnot, like, I really appreciate that there are flaws in Harry's character. Like, one of the things that I really love about this movie is that Ron gets a whole arc of F you, Harry. And it's like, dude, you're just jealous. But Harry elevates himself.
The whole school hates Harry at that point.
He is the man that everyone says he is. Like, people said, like, Jill said, it was like, oh, Scott, you don't like Harry being a dick? Then you're not going to like the Goblet of Fire. And I'm like, no, this is the story that shows me that Harry, yes, can choose to be a dick, but doesn't. He always chooses the good side. He's such a good guy. I love Harry Potter. I'm
I have
Potter.
I have to say there was a point when I was reading the books originally. I don't think it was this book. It may have been the one next, where I actually said to a friend, I am starting to avidly dislike Harry. What's going on? Is his behavior an analogy for adolescence, you know, and people becoming really punchy? And she's like, no, I think it's probably going to serve the plot. I mean, we didn't know at the time where it was going. But it does make sense, you know, in the context of the whole story.
Yes.
Yeah. I kind of related to this. It's like, only child, doesn't have, you know, didn't really grow up with any siblings, didn't have a lot of friends. I mean, I have friends, but them being best friends, and it's like, oh, even my best friend doesn't believe me? Well, screw you too, you know? And it's like, it's just, it hurts you so much, you kind of lash back, you know?
You have to.
So I get it, but yeah, I do not like this scene. But I'm like, come on, you guys, get past it.
It just bugs me that Ron would even doubt him. Like all the things they've been through already.
I know.
Like all the crazy things, and it's like, dude, we've saved the school and stuff, and like now you think I'm doing this.
Well, and in terms of Harry snapping at people, getting angry, it absolutely has more to do with it than just adolescence.
Yep.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
and not
Every year.
but
is
not
horrible.
only that, but like we're also talking about Ron, who's just sat there and said that the Russian guy was the better seeker, and it's like Ron is obviously a little starstruck with Vladimir von Broomstick. And
are you talking about Victor Krum?
That's him, Victor
Thank
Krum.
you.
I will not forget
Vladimir
that name again.
Von Broomstick.
So no, but like, and that's the thing is like Ron is questioning as to whether or not Harry is all that he has been said to be. And the only reason he does that, and I think it's a very well character driven moment. Like I never questioned this disparity between Ron and Harry and they're coming back together, is that Ron is starstruck with Krum. And that's why he's like, "Would you think you're better than Krum?" And it's like, Jesus, man. Yes, the answer is yes.
How Ron feels also is that he has all these older brothers who have done amazing things, and he wants to be. It doesn't even matter if he does those things because his brothers did them first, and so he would have liked to be the one to be a Triwizard champion, so that he could do something his brothers have never done.
Don't forget what Ron saw in the mirror. And he's like, I'm the king of the world. He was basically James Cameron. And that was his wish. Every boy's dream. Everyone wants to be
charming because he's
James
a simple
Cameron.
person, Ron. You know, he has simple desires.
And so I can understand the jealousy, but I do appreciate that it is.
But when they're all reviewing Harry, in the basement, even everybody is very angry, and everyone says that he is lying, and that he must have found a way to cheat. All of the professors, so nobody believes that Harry didn't do it.
Harry didn't.
Even after everybody leaves the room, Diggory asks Harry, "How did you do it?" And Harry's like, "I didn't." And Cedric is like, "Okay." You noticed in the book.
Yeah, in the book, he's basically it like mentions him yelling through his teeth. It's like he's done. Like everybody's asking, "How'd you do it? How'd you do it?" It's like, oh, so frustrated.
Yeah, basically only Hermione believes him until a little later. And of course, then we meet Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet.
Boo.
She's
the girl you love to hate.
Well, because
she's the oh my god, who was Elizabeth Dennehy in Best of Both Worlds? Shelby. She's the Commander Shelby of this movie.
She doesn't treat the newspaper like a journalism. She treats it like a tabloid.
The Inquirer for Wizards.
She is a tabloid reporter. She has her own column, like a lot of the worst tabloid reporters of old eras, where they had their own column, and people read those columns and really believed anything this person would put in them.
She's like TMZ, the early years.
Confidential.
National Enquirer.
Yes. She plays this part so good. Love to hate her. Love to hate her.
She is so awful. I love it.
She's played by Miranda Richardson, and
just
she
so
was,
well.
She was in Blackadder too. She played Queen Elizabeth I.
That makes sense.
And
she's got a queen.
She's also been in Sleepy Hollow and Absolutely Fabulous. And received
Everybody keeps telling me to see Sleepy Hollow.
I can't believe you haven't. It's fantastic. It's
I know.
Perfect for October.
I was going to say
perfect Halloween film.
Perfect timing.
Cinema Gulp has been telling me to see this. It's R-rated.
We'll have to have a session on Cosme where we watch it together then.
Ouija.
I like the look Cedric kind of has there. He kind of seems like he already knows who she is. He's like, oh, God.
Her costume is spot on, too. The green satin, like a bug.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's just perfect.
Well, she is. Yeah. She is the bug.
I love this too. Like, keeps calling him 12, and then in the article she calls him 12
I'd forgotten all about that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 14, 12, and then in the article, a boy of 12, and he's like, oh my God, after multiple times, she still went with 12.
Well,
you know what? There were good people on both sides.
And I like that. I'm not even saying anything kind of look, or, he's like, why is it writing? I haven't said anything.
You know what? And
my eyes aren't glistening with the ghost of my past.
So funny.
You know what? That's my new Tinder profile. My eyes are glistening with the ghosts of my past. No, but this lady makes me want Helena Bonham Carter more. So when do we get to Helena Bonham Carter?
Next time.
Okay.
Next time.
So next time I get someone. Okay, great.
Yeah, no, the next one is my favorite.
Okay, by the way, did I miss Myrtle?
That's Order of the Phoenix?
You haven't missed. You didn't. Yeah. Yeah, Order of the Phoenix is my favorite. You have not.
She's going to moan, right?
She is.
Okay.
No, actually, she's not. She's actually happier than she normally is because she gets to tell Terry what
And Ash D observes in the comments, isn't that is right, isn't her animagus a beetle? Not only is her animagus a beetle, but she will do that to spy on people.
Well, exactly.
Which is pretty freaking evil.
What happens in the books is that she's banned. Dumbledore doesn't like what she's doing with the Daily Prophet, so he bans her from the school grounds. But she stays on, and she
Instead of a fly on a wall, she's a beetle on a wall.
It's kind of a subplot in the novel of how she's getting information. They're like, nobody's even around us.
And there's a shiny green beetle, which they reflect in her costume here. Beautifully done.
Slice Night in the chat says, I'll cover Sleepy Hollow
Slice
on
Night.
my midnight episode of Ghost, Ghouls, and Goblins. I always get the title wrong, but that's over at the Phantasmagorium. Tiger, you weren't here last week, and so I was curious, what is your animagus?
I actually did it once. No, I did my Patronus, not my animagus.
The Patronus, sometimes your Patronus turns into your animagus.
I mean, and Pottermore, which is no longer Pottermore, said my animagus was a cat. I was very disappointed by that. So I don't know what to say.
You're a tiger.
I have.
That is.
Thank you. I am a tiger.
I chose.
I forgot.
Yeah. That's your animagus.
I believe it has to be.
You know what? I was disappointed too. I was like, my Patronus is a swan, or was it a black swan?
Vaguely disappointing. A black swan?
Come on.
Were you a black swan? That would be less disappointing. Swans are beautiful animals, and they're really fascinating too. They're monogamous. They're very intelligent. They're very aggressive. Very aggressive.
I was thinking they were jerks is why I was disappointed because I'm not so much.
Well, cats are
They're not
jerks.
like geese. They're
It's
not
true.
quite like
You're
geese.
not a jerk, Jill.
Well,
Oh, I need to make sure
you get some
speaking of which, I need to
amaretto in
make
her,
sure
and she
I
turns. Oh my stars! The things she says.
I used to work at a zoo, and when I walked by them, I would say hello to the swans in the pond. And they had babies, and most of their babies, I think except one, survived, were eaten by raccoons one night. And I went by the next morning, and the two parents came up and just talked to me. It was just astonishing, telling me all about it, because I had heard, it kind of came down through the pipeline. And I heard about it, and I went up to see them, and they just flew at me, just talking. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry for you. I am so sorry.
Oh.
They did have one left over that survived, and it was beautiful because they ride them on their back when they're little, so it's such a beautiful sight. They're really amazing. Anyway,
I was on jury duty where
okay, well, I guess it's not too bad.
Where a beaver had been accused of murder, and so I weaseled my way into the jury. And when the defense rested, I stood up as a jury member. It was very dramatic, and I fingered the beaver. I pointed at the beaver and said, "The beaver did it." So that was my magical experience.
Okay. Okay, so Ash D says Ron was in love with Crumb until Crumb was in love with Hermione. Basically, yes.
That is so true.
Yes, absolutely. It's a weird situation because this is sort of dancing around again, sort of the pubescent era of Harry Potter is that people are coming into their own, no pun intended. But Neville, Hermione is he's a very physical person. And it's what the hell does that mean? And he's Like, and she says
She means
he
he's not
watches
particularly
me
loquacious.
while I do my homework. That's what she says, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just
He
means
likes
he's
to
not
watch
talkative.
me read.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's
So,
the perfect gentleman,
I wanna
Crumb.
thank-
He's amazing.
Well, yeah.
Well, I think it's really sweet because
I'm not implying anything.
It is very
I'm just
sweet.
saying the phrasing is interesting.
Basically, he spends all this time in the library because he's trying to work up the courage to talk to her.
Oh, so darling.
And Eugene Bird, thank you so much for supporting this channel. He says, Fleur de la Cour equals flower of the heart in French.
And flowers, too. Are you feeling all right?
Delightful.
All of the
And
names
I'm just
in
going
Harry
through-
Potter have such significance. Rowling's a genius.
She is.
Yes.
Oh, and Dee is here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Dee.
No, not that being called at bar steward insulting. I don't know what this sentence means, but I'm so glad you're here.
No, wait.
Oh,
may I
bloody
try
is
and
not too
can I
bad.
do a read?
Yes, please. Yes, please do.
Oh, a bar
nah.
a bar stool
Not that being
is what they're saying.
Called,
A bastard.
Not that being called at bar steward.
A bastard.
Oh, a bastard.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is going around. I like to say bar stool. You bloody bar stool. But yes.
But
no.
bar steward
Yeah.
is an actual title of a job. So I got
No,
confused.
but I understand what this person's saying. As opposed
Great.
to saying bloody. I don't know why, but I had always heard that you didn't say bloody if you were actually in the UK, that it was considered very offensive. That was when I was a kid, and I understand that somebody in the chat mentioned that that's changed and it's not considered so. But then again, there's lots of expressions they use in the UK now that I find quite offensive, that apparently are very common. So
Yeah, very, very. Same in
yes,
Australia.
barstool as short for bastard, rather than saying bastard.
can't-
I'll say
Okay,
barstool.
now that makes sense.
as a
I've
joke.
heard that you can't say
Yes.
spastic, and I always thought that was one of the lighter ones.
No, that one's considered. That's become quite offensive.
It apparently
I don't
Eugene
know.
Bird
This
I
is
don't
a-
say it that
says-
much.
Yes,
In the book,
I digress.
Madame Maxime gets upset when Hagrid calls her out as a half giant like himself. I kept waiting for that to happen in the movie. I thought it happened in the movie, but it didn't. And then I was like, oh, Hagrid's not as stupid in this one. he doesn't read
No,
the signs.
he's doing well in this one.
Yeah,
I think Hagrid
but-
gets lucky. I think
But they-
Madame
I
Maxime.
think so too.
Yes.
But they
There's
make
a
up
mental
at the
image.
end.
Let's see two giants.
They make up at the end of the book anyway, so it's fine.
Well, a bar stool is literally a stool in a bar. But yes, I get what you're saying about stool. But that's not where I was going with that.
Isn't
I'm so
stool
glad that-
another word for poopies?
I get
so
that,
glad
that
that
people
you're-
do say bloody hell. I just heard that one didn't say bloody in the UK, that it was considered much more offensive than it sounds here in America. But
The only
that's
person who
with
says
them.
it in the book, because I looked it up in the book, is Aberforth later on.
Interesting.
Who Scotty doesn't know yet.
Interesting.
Scotty doesn't know. No, when I hear the word, when someone says that's bloody, whatever, like if they use it as a modifying adjective, I'm just like, you are pretentious. No one says bloody.
Oh,
No one.
throw it out now and then.
I know you do, but you're unique. You're adorable.
And pretentious.
Yeah.
Eugene Bird
Totes.
says, Accio Bazooka. That should take care of the dragon.
I'm so glad that my
I don't
internet is
know.
working again. Thank you for having me back.
It's possible that a dragon could survive a blast of fire.
Appion, you're here in the chat.
Oh, that's my
love
buddy
Jenny's
Rocco.
mind. That's
Yeah,
Rocco.
He's
Hi,
the other
Rocco.
two guy, yeah.
So this is how
Hey, Ash
democracy
D, if
dies. With
you're-
wondrous applause.
This is how democracy dies. But yes,
Oh,
thank
Ash
you,
D,
you
I'm sorry
guys.
you have to go. Come back next
See
week.
you, Ash D.
Yes. Yes, please. We may still be going. You could come back after your appointment and see.
Who knows?
We're going long today. Grandma's got the
Ash D.
kids.
Ash D says, I hate Ron's character in this movie book. He's so petty and jealous of Harry and Crumb and treats Hermione like crap. But eventually he turns around.
Yeah, he turns
he
it
needs
around.
to have a low point so he could rise back up again. And this is the
That's
movie.
kind of and friends fight. And it's so realistic, you know.
That's another one of the best
And
lines.
also, yes, exactly, Eugene. Being 14.
When Hermione's like, boys, when they're getting back together, or they're kind of getting over their fight and they're kind of apologizing, and she's just, boys, like, it's pretty good. It's like that's real life.
When I was 14, I broke up with a best friend. I was like, I don't want to be your best friend anymore. And the guy was like, we're best friends? And I was like, not anymore.
Wait, the beaver case is real? I thought you were making that up.
Oh, I was totally making it up, but thank you for believing my lies.
But Ashley says she's heard about it.
Or perhaps has heard that story from other people before.
It's
with
very,
that
very
particular
famous
punchline.
when the juror fingered the beaver.
You're just going to say that this whole entire...
Well, it means he identified the
over and
beaver
over and
in
over.
court and said that
We
beaver
understand.
was the
I
murderer.
opened the door to it, so it's okay. Slice Knight says, if a wizard failed the second task, would their friend be left to die in the lake? I've always wondered. No.
That is a very good question.
They're all told
That's a great question.
before they're put at the bottom of the lake that they're all going to be safe, that everything's going to be fine.
The victims would be safe.
Unless that's not
the
true.
contestants could die.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It sucks when you're not even competing in the Triwizard Tournament and you're still at the bottom of a lake. Like, how did this happen to me? Because I knew the person that they're competing. What the hell?
Oh, we
Why am
gotta
I
go to
getting
the
punished?
visuals. Like, I want to see the visuals of Merman Harry Potter.
When he
Well,
goes
we'll
to
be there.
Atlantis.
We'll be there soon.
We'll get there. But I'm just saying,
But
Merman
first,
Harry Potter,
first we've got to see.
pretty rad.
Yes,
First
we've
we
got
gotta
to
see
do
the
the dragons
Owlery.
first.
Like you said,
the dragon.
They don't
and
clean
Myrtle.
this ever.
I know,
Well,
and that's
so much
really
poop.
there's something wrong with that.
Get John Cleese
I
to do
agree.
it. He's not doing anything
Yeah,
in this
what
movie.
is-
Why
what
doesn't
is
he
Filch
clean the
doing?
bathrooms?
Well, technically, this would be
Cat.
Hagrid's job, I believe.
Oh, you're
'cause it's
right. It would be
grounds.
Hagrid's shot.
What if
You're
they
right.
do clean
be
it,
the guy
and
with
that's
the
just
cat
how
job?
bad it gets from week to week?
Well, that would be a comfort to me.
This is not years of. That's not actually a Owlery.
And it's even worse knowing they have magic. They could easily clean it in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Or get a house elf to do it.
Yeah, where's the
Well,
house
it's made
elf?
of stone. Just get a flamethrower.
Well, you've got to get the owls out first.
The bird bites.
You'll leave when the fire starts. Come on.
I saw a line today because I was watching one of the special features on animals where they said it took like 27 takes to get that bird to bite Harry. So that was interesting
Really?
to hear.
Wow.
And I kind of like it. It's one of the movie only things, but I think it's a great example of how humor is interwoven into this movie, even though it has
Yes.
some heavy things.
And I kind of just figured that the bird actually bit him and they caught it on film. But I keep meaning to look up how many times Dan did get bitten by owls because through all these films, because I do believe he got nailed more than a few times.
Oh yeah. Gosh, that looks so
Mr.
cool.
Radcliffe,
His
would you
It is
come
so
back
cool.
Would you come back to the Harry Potter franchise at any point? No, I would not like to be bitten by birds, please.
And they do this same effect in the following film, and it's not nearly as cool. They don't
Yeah,
put as
it
much
looks-
money into it.
It looks so good right there.
It looks so good.
It was really good.
I concur.
I really liked it. And also, like, it was the voice of Gary Oldman,
it
Yes.
was.
right?
He's in the credits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that they did really well. And when did this come out? Like 2000 and something or other? And, like, the CGI or however they
5.
did that effect,
5.
amazing. I think that was really, really good because I was like, I don't believe it. And then as the scene went on, it convinced me. You know, I was like, oh, no, that's Sirius Black. That's the Death Eater. I thought he was great. I thought that this was great and an amazing way to deliver exposition. A conversation between a protector and Harry. And no, I just thought that this was fantastic. It propelled the story for further while also incorporating who I have met in the last movie. Like I love this scene very much.
I like this scene too, where Neville
Good
gives
old
him the
Neville.
hint about the gillyweed.
Yeah, he's already got the book, and so Neville knows about it, but all Harry has to do is ask for help. He never asks for help, and so in the books we get Dobby helping out with it. But I don't mind the change to Neville because Neville could have done it.
Dobby's in this
too.
movie? No.
No, he's not in this movie. He's only in the book.
But the book is lousy with house elves. It's a big thing.
Oh, right. The slavery. Right.
Yes, yeah, in the kitchens,
Yes.
everywhere.
Everywhere.
I like this scene too. Hagrid, have you combed your hair? He's like, yes, Harry. You should probably think about doing that every once in a while.
And it really does look like he's run some sort of bear grease through his hair or something. It's
Which
just
may
sort of
come
slimy.
on. A little pomade never hurt anybody.
Yet
But I
apparently
do-
he's wearing some stinky cologne that doesn't.
I
smell
like that we get to a point where it's like, Harry, did you bring your invisibility cloak? None of this is going to work without your invisibility cloak. And you're like, yes, I have my invisibility cloak. Fine. I love it.
Yeah, you learn more about the
What is
cloak in
Harry
later
Potter's
movies.
superpower? He's invisible because he got a hand-me-down jacket.
And here's Charlie, the unseen brother.
Hey, Eric's.
Cedric
Yeah,
Diggory.
so Hagrid shows him all of the, that the next task is going to be dragons, and of course we have the badge made by. Oh, hey, can I step aside for just a minute? There's some commotion going on here.
Sure.
Not
My children are
commotion.
home.
Yeah, the badges were made by Malfoy, was what Jill was saying earlier, which I'd kind of
Well,
forgotten.
and Lucius.
But
F. Lucius.
they are wonderful
Makes sense.
badges. That
Draco
they
has
change.
nothing else going on. He just
Like
constantly
a
has
nice
to hate on Harry.
lenticular, only magic.
Yeah.
Potter stinks. And yeah, and where he's telling Cedric about the dragons, which is awfully good of him.
Yes.
Very Hufflepuff.
And it's nice
of
that
him.
Diggory apologizes about the badges, which is, again, what a Hufflepuff. What a magic.
But exactly, and it's not just the loyalty to Hogwarts, but it's also loyalty to the second fastest seeker in the Quidditch League.
The youngest one for sure too. Like he's got that title.
That
for
is
sure.
true. That is true.
And I do like their friendship. I love how this pays off later, where Harry tells him about the dragons, so Cedric repays him by telling him how to listen to the egg.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that. So
Yeah.
nice give and take. You know, I'll help you, you help me. We both can advance.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's fun stuff.
So when does Bella show up?
Next movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What? She never. What?
I can't
She
wait
doesn't show
until
up.
he fights a werewolf.
Bellatrix.
Bellatrix Lestrange.
Oh,
Bellatrix
Bellatrix.
Lestrange,
Bellatrix. Okay.
No,
You're
no, no. You know what I'm talking about, but I appreciate you bringing
You'll
it
get a
back
lot
to
of
the
Helen
subject.
I did.
Monster.
That's why
You'll
I
get plenty
was.
of her.
I'm
I was-
pretending I don't
Let's
know.
go.
I'm just going
Keep
with what's
going.
actually Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Yes.
But look at the bloom on that
is
boy's
So-
cheek. What a pretty, pretty boy.
He is very handsome. He's a Batman.
Dang. And a vampire.
Yeah. And a vampire.
And
And a
so many
wizard.
other things.
So those first dragons we saw, I didn't really get a good screen cap of the actual dragon, but the dragons in those cages in the
You
forest.
couldn't really see them in the cages there.
Yeah, you
So-
really couldn't, but for
Yeah.
for whatever reason, they
Well,
actually
money.
So
they
did
actually
they
no, but
bewitch
they
them?
actually
Did they bewitch them and make them smaller at the end? Because remember they're really small, so they make them like
They're just models.
tiny.
I think
The
those
ones
are
they
just
pull out of the
toys.
bag. No, those are just sort of magical representations.
Yeah, those are just like
Okay.
magical model toys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
'Cause-
at the beginning of the at the Quidditch World Cup, Ron buys a model of Crumb, so he has a tiny Crumb that
Oh,
flies
yeah.
around.
Wow.
and
That's
walks
hilarious.
around. Look at this.
What? He
What?
buys an action figure of Crom?
Yes, he
Yeah.
has an action figure of Crumb that moves around.
Harry
That's
does.
No, Ron.
Ron.
Okay, that makes sense.
Ron
That
does.
makes more sense. Okay,
That makes
I'm
more
cool.
sense, right?
Harry could get an
Well, she
action
did
figure
say
of
Ron.
himself.
I know, I just misheard.
All right.
I'm a knucklehead.
No, stop it.
Okay. So those first dragons that we don't see are made from the basilisk. Their inner workings are made from the basilisks from the Chamber of Secrets, and reconstructed and converted to a puppet, but the ones that we see later are all CGI.
Huh.
Wait, what? Now
So
I'm
those
confused.
were practical effects
Now I'm
for
the
the first
knucklehead.
time that you said they showed the dragons, but then
Oh, in
later
the
they're
boxes.
CGI.
Yes.
In the wooden crates.
That's cool.
Ah, brilliant.
I like that. I love when they use
Yeah.
practical for
I
especially
like,
for
yeah.
dragons.
It's the sort of magic of these Harry Potter movies that they use practical effects and digital effects.
I couldn't even tell. That's so good.
Effectively.
Well, 2005, like this is almost the last great melding of those two sort of special effects, is practical and digital. And things move closer to digital nowadays, unless you're making a bold stand and you're an established director. But yeah, no, this is the time when people were experimenting. It was really exciting. And I think that they totally hold up. I would say to a modern audience, this is a pretty rad movie with good special effects that you won't be able to tell whether or not they are special or effects.
We get jerk in a tree.
Yeah, so this director likes kids and trees.
I like
Okay,
kids in
phrasing.
trees too.
I like tree houses.
There's just something about climbing a tree. It's so symbolic of youth. You give it up once you get old and creaky, and you envy people doing it. I do anyway. Yes, yeah, I love a ferret. This is actually
Agreed.
an ermine because it's a white ferret.
Draco gets so embarrassed, gets shoved down another student's pants.
I watched some of this animal special feature, and at some point somebody, I think it might have been the director, said, it turns out it's really easy to get a ferret to go down pants. They really enjoy that. It's finding an actor who will let a ferret be put down his pants. It's really difficult.
I gotta get a ferret.
Well, it's Draco, the amazing bouncing ferret.
Yes.
McGonagall's reaction, everything about this scene's hilarious. You can't do that. I am. Watch, look at, I am. I'm doing it right now.
Oh, and
Teaching, what are you doing? Teaching.
And also, like, I know we recently lost Maggie Smith, and so I just want to say she was amazing in this flick. She was
wonderful in all of them. Wonderful.
I
in all
know,
of them.
but
as the films
poignant
continue,
on
it turns
this
out something I didn't know. Again, Dalek would really be on top of this. I think she was very ill, and yet turned up for every film.
Oh, she was sick?
I heard yes, she was very ill. Towards the end of these films, and turned up for every one.
We never use transfiguration as a punishment.
Nothing but
allowed a wand.
Oops. I got ahead of ourselves there. But yeah, we don't use transfiguration as punishment. Is where we are here.
Didn't she go on to do like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Downton Abbey and
yes. Although if you go and watch Downton Abbey, she's often she's usually sitting down through most of Downton Abbey.
Okay, that makes sense. That's why I don't watch it. Not a lot of action scenes.
Wonderful, wonderful series. I saw every bit. I would watch it all again.
No, my parents are a fan.
There you go.
And of course, I forgot to mention Malfoy. It's turned to a ferret because he was trying to attack Harry from the
he
back.
tries to use a curse on him to his back, which big no. And I like that Mad Eye even stood up for Harry. Well, he does it for his reasons because he's trying to gain Harry's confidence and his trust. But
I know, but you can't help but like him. Like, he does a really good job of pretending to be moody.
Yeah,
he's
trying to win Harry over, so he needs to.
Yeah.
That's part
of
how
that's
it works.
also like you get to the end of the movie and you find out this character that you loved. You were like, he's friends with Harry. He was manipulating him.
It's also not impossible.
He was the bad guy.
That Barty Crouch Jr. hates the Malfoys. That's also very possible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but evil people always hate other evil people because they're like, you're not evil enough or whatever.
Well, they're always trying to climb to the top of the pile.
Yeah, it's very competitive.
That's wild that the Polyjuice potion could even give you fake legs and stuff too.
It is.
Like you truly become a person, prosthetic, like whatever they've had done still happens to you. It's wild.
Well, he can. I mean,
Yeah.
and when he starts to transform toward the end of the film, one of the first things he does is rip off that fake eye, because you really wouldn't want that thing in your head when your own eye popped out. Probably. I mean, it's just all
that
the
would be
ramifications
terrifying.
of this are really nuts.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, and I like when they find him and he's holding his hand over his socket. And he's like, "Give me my eye." That's the thing. Are you all right? I just want my
And
eye.
there's the clue, because the chest, like you can hear the real Mad Eye in the chest, and it shakes a bit. And what's that?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't even want to know what's in there.
You wouldn't
believe what's in there. It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
But that's the one thing that I didn't like about this movie in terms of the presentation of that particular mechanic, is that they show Mad Eye's perspective through the eye, but it wasn't Mad Eye. And so on retrospect, it was confusing. Shahir Stark in the chat says, please, can you guys shut up? Mad, you guys are crazy. Thank you so much. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Mad people. Hey, hello,
Mad.
Shakir Stark.
Wait until we start talking
Hi,
about
Snide
Moaning
Sun.
Myrtle.
Barty Crouch Jr. is so much more dedicated to the cause than the Malfoys. They're
Yes.
cowards when Voldemort returns, and just liked flaunting their wealth and pure blood status. Barty is a true believer.
Yes.
Perfect.
Well, and in
Great
the same way
observation.
in the same way that Voldemort says to Wormtail, he's like, Wormtail is like, oh, I followed, I did the things. And Voldemort is like, you did it out of fear, not of loyalty. And I think that Doctor Who absolutely did it out of loyalty.
You mean Barty Crouch Jr.?
That's him. Yes. I'm going to talk about this like a person who has just recently seen a trailer.
Well, but you don't have to.
I know, you're the expert. You can call me
Oh,
stupid
look how
all you
beautiful
want.
that
I'm
is.
fine
Just,
with
ooh,
it.
Crumb.
I will be Neville.
Well,
I will be
And
your
Crumb
Neville.
doesn't get many lines, and so I do like this line where he's
Mhm.
saying, "This tent is for champions and friends."
And friends. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Not
that was...
you.
No, it was camaraderie.
And he's kind of, he's confident in his masculinity. He's not exactly jealous because Hermione is hugging Harry. He's just sort of, we're friends.
And these champions get to keep these little toy dragons that move and breathe fire, and I want them. They're so cute.
They are beautiful. If they survive, that is.
And
Well, hopefully they don't need to be fed or anything.
I do enjoy
Bro.
the little change they have here, because the cannon was not in the books. It was some other noise, and I like the running gag of the cannon kind of going off early all the time.
It's also
Mr.
Dumbledore mid-speech, boom, just goes
And I love the look. He's like, what? And Phil's just like,
Yeah.
ah.
Whatever.
So
On the count
funny. I
of
love
3.
that.
1.
So funny.
Kaboom.
Yeah, that was a great gag through the whole film. Loved it.
I
Never got
love-
old for
Those
me.
dragons are pretty bitchy.
I like Filch. I like
gotta
his
love Filch.
character. Yeah, these dragons looked really good. I thought
And then
so,
your heart
too.
goes out to him when you realize he's a squib. How awful that must be.
Well, Dumbledore's
Yep,
keeping him
everyone-
employed.
Exactly.
What?
Hello. Oh,
Kurt?
no. We have children in the school.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I thought I muted.
No,
It was so cute, though.
Yes.
There's a
We
dragon
needed
on
a young
screen.
wizard to spice it
There's
up.
a dragon.
Hey, Dalek's here. Is Dalek here? That's great.
Oh, I see
Dalek,
him in the chat.
do you
yeah.
have the link, Dalek? You are one of our, laureates. So, if you need a link, say yes.
I'm certain Dalek has link.
Okay.
It's the Twitter.
Great.
It's in the Twitter. We're all connected.
It is
there.
in the Twitter.
Yes.
So anyway, I don't like this redesign of the Klingons. That was a
I
joke.
thought
I would have liked to see the other contestants in their run against their dragons a little bit, but I mean, getting to see all of Harry's is good, but it's like it would have been nice to have a little bit of their.
It is just as it is in the
dragon
book,
account.
though. It's really Harry's
Yeah.
experience.
Is it?
Yes.
cool.
They don't really
Sorry
deal,
about
except for them going out through the tent door. Harry is left alone, and he watches all of the contestants go through, and he can kind of hear what's going on, and the crowd applaud, but, you know, he doesn't see what's happening out there.
So I would have loved to see Crumb punches his dragon in the face. The girl's like, to the dragon, and they get along or something.
But this is also something that, just in terms of the filmmaking, I want to say, like, there are a lot of fire effects, as you would expect from a dragon. Sequence.
Oh,
I love the dual nature. Like, that's almost like Rain of Fire. It's like they come out of two different glands to make fire. I love that.
I never saw Rain of Fire. I don't know if it precedes this. This is certainly the first dragon I ever saw with the dual jets coming out of its mouth. And you can just easily imagine how one's for ignition, but the other one's, fuel.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant. Brilliant.
Oh, yeah. No, that excites my mind when it comes to dragons.
Flamethrower, yeah.
There has to be a biological explanation to how they make fire. And this movie nailed dragons. I was like, yes, I can believe in this because you made me believe in dragons.
Also,
imagine
no dragons,
if you will.
Also, no dragons were harmed in the making of this film.
This is also very
I was worried.
This was a good change.
Where's Khaleesi?
I like how
Look, and Dalek made it.
Yes.
Oh no, I can't believe I missed so much of this. Hey, Dalek.
Get in here.
Well, get in here.
You're late.
I got the link.
And I mean, I feel we're not even to the Yule Ball yet. I mean, there's still more than half of this film to go.
We haven't even seen Moaning Myrtle.
I liked how they showed a quick perspective of the fans because Harry takes his dragon out of sight, like nobody, and they're just like looking around. Where is he? They have no idea what's happening.
I have a favorite Harry Potter YouTuber who, when he goes to the Wizarding World, on top of Gringotts Bank, they have the white dragon, and it spouts fire. I think once an hour, maybe more, but I think not that often. And whenever it does and he's present, he always shouts at it, "Well done, dragon!" So it gets people to sort of chime in with him. It's really nice.
Well done, dragon!
They're at Universal Studio, and I did that. So that's why I got this clip.
That's funny.
Hooray!
But yeah, something always seems to happen to the teacher's box, doesn't it?
That, and they're gonna have to fix the bridge that Harry and the dragon destroy. That bridge is gonna need some maintenance for sure.
Yeah, definitely in the books, the dragon stays nearby her eggs. She doesn't want to move away from her eggs. But here, the dragon goes all over the damn place. And
They got to showcase Harry's flying because we have no Quidditch this movie.
yeah, I guess that makes sense. But what if the dragon decided to just go fly off into wherever? At which point would they?
They're magically compelled to the contestants. I don't know. That's just
yeah.
But yeah,
if we really want the details,
turn into William Wallace. Freedom.
But yeah, I'm just thinking as a 14-year-old boy, as a 17-year-old boy, this is oh man, I don't know if I'd recover from this task. What Harry goes through, free falling and the fighting the dragon, like literally close enough that it can touch him almost. I mean, I'd be like, I'm fine, don't touch me. It's so harrowing.
If only he had liquid luck, which they that changes everything once that gets introduced. But
that's cheating.
Straight up cheating.
Well, if you can brew it, then you can use it.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I wonder if do they ever say that they're not able to take anything else in, or is it?
No, because that's how he's able to get his broom.
Well, that's from a spell though, because he has his wand. Like, I don't know if they can take anything else on them. They would always have to make it come to them.
Yes, and that's what Harry does in that first task. He learns the summoning spell.
And I think that's why he keeps the gillyweed, like nobody really sees it. He's trying to take it away so people don't see him, maybe?
Yeah, that's another thing I do like in the water one is they all use different tactics. Like Crumb becomes a shark man.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the next one. I was thinking we got.
And we
past
have
that
the
already.
Yule
My
Ball
fault.
to go first.
Yeah. Yay!
The best
And
part of the
that's-
film for the girls.
That's true. Well, we do miss out on how. Whoa, that's really loud. Hold on, I gotta step aside for just a minute and go turn that down. I'll be right back.
But this is lovely, and the celebration in the common room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Harry's first real acceptance, was this fight or this task. Because people are
Ron's
not
all
fans
bitter.
of him at
Yes,
all.
this is the point where people sort of start to turn around for him because he's survived and he's won.
Because I remember them saying in the novel that he was like shocked by the noise when they go through the painting in this one. Or is that the last one? Is it still a painting in this one? I think it is.
The
where
entrance
they
to
get
the
it. Yeah,
Gryffindor
the
common
entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
'cause I know they
remember them
change it.
saying I remember. Yeah, this is because he sneaks out later to when he does the egg. So there is it's still the same painting entrance. Because I remember them saying that, and that just made me think. Sorry. But I like how they're accepting him again. And what a great way to come in on the twins brothers. Because nobody doesn't like the twins. They seem like everybody loves them.
Fred and George are wonderful characters. I love those two.
I really do. Although, for the life of me, I cannot tell who's who.
Yeah,
I've tried and tried.
I love them both.
I've tried and tried.
Honestly,
and
woman, and you call yourself our mother. I love that in the first movie.
and I have a note for a little further on, but I'm going to give it now because Jill's away. It's like if one of the Weasley twins asked you to the Yule Ball and you weren't sure whether it was Fred or
that'd be
George, would you
funny.
still say yes? And yes, the answer is yes. You will always say yes to whichever Weasley twin asked you to the ball.
Yes.
That would have been funny though. It's like, yes, I'll go. Which one are you again?
Exactly.
Because not only do they look alike, but their personalities are so similar.
They're a little different.
When
in
I was
both
7,
looks
I
and
was
personality.
into a boy who was part of twins, and I think they did try to trick me one time.
Oh no!
Shame.
And could you tell?
Shame.
And you could tell, right?
Yes, I could tell. I knew
That's
their
funny.
personalities.
Yeah. I believe I knew twins when I was 12, 13. There were twins in the neighborhood, and I could tell. But I can't tell you how I could tell. It's yeah.
Well, you have to know them for a long time.
Yeah.
I can't do it with Fred and George because, I don't know. So, yeah. Oh, one of the things from the dragon task is that we didn't get to see how Cedric turned a rock into a dog to distract the dragon, and Crumb used conjunctivitis on the dragon's eyes, which is something that Sirius was going to suggest to Harry. That Crumb
Yes, yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to see that stuff. Like that would have been kind of cool to see on this quick
'Cause
little scenes.
Is it Ron that tells Harry? He kind of gives him a quick synopsis of what.
Well,
I think in
Ron
the
tells
book-
Hermione,
in
and
the
then
book.
through Hermione tells
Well,
her,
that,
remember they're fighting.
I really did like that. He's like, well, how was I supposed to figure that out? He's like, yeah, that's a good point.
Ron tries to take all the credit. Remember, Ron's like, no,
I
it was
thought-
really me that told you about the dragons. I want the credit now, please.
I thought that was funny.
You're my friend.
That was funny because it is
Yeah.
very much like being 14.
Yeah.
You tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody because you're not talking to that person. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, what does
Well,
Hermione say? I'm not an
I'm not an
owl.
owl.
I'm not an
Yeah.
owl.
Oh, that's so funny.
Well, basically, that's Ron saying that he believes Harry now, that he couldn't have put his name in the Goblet of Fire. That you'd have to be crazy to do that.
It's like, oh, just catching on, are you?
Yeah. Harry's like, yeah, you're finally coming around, jerk.
Yes. There's a lot of moments like that in this film.
Yeah.
I'm particularly fond of the one where Ron says, Hermione, you're a girl. And Hermione says, well spotted.
Yeah, well spotted. There's so many good lines like that.
That
Like,
one is
one I wrote
directly
down-
from the books, actually.
One I wrote
That's
down is
true.
when Harry's walking with like the girls, like trying to like get a date, and he's like, "Why do they always travel in packs?"
I've thought that. I've
And
thought
I
that
actually
myself.
paused it to watch all of the Ravenclaws giving them the stink eye. And boy,
The
every
eye,
one of those
yep.
girls was. It was just the stare of death. Don't
Yep.
come near. Don't ask.
do.
Don't bother.
Ugh, him again.
This is going to be uncomfortable enough, that all you nosy sods listening in.
Hi, Canadian Spider-Man.
I freaking love the twins. Yeah, this is already uncomfortable enough. You don't need to make it worse. That's too good.
We're gonna let our little brother
also,
eat crow.
Hello to Diggs BTW1, except for Ronniekin, totally his owl. Also Hermione.
Yeah, she's just like, oh my god, boys are so goofy.
But how flattering to have Crumb ask you to the ball. Oh my
Right?
gosh. Oh, and that little look he gives her when she's studying on the lakeshore and he's doing his exercises and walking by and he gives her that look. Ooh.
He gives her that look, but then he's
So
followed
dishy.
by a gaggle of girls
Yes.
following close behind her.
Yes.
And how embarrassing for him. Not only can he not get Hermione alone, but he can't himself be alone. He's like, God, someone's always following me. He's got to escape his fans before he could even get some alone time.
And sometimes I forget that this book and the movies make Padma Gryffindor because she's supposed to be a Ravenclaw. But since I guess they just made them both.
Yeah, I was.
Gryffindors.
Thank you. I was wondering that. You know, I mean, yeah, I guess they made it easy, but yeah, the twins, the Patil twins, were actually different houses, which was kind of interesting, being that they were twins, right?
Yeah, right. And they're supposed to be identical twins, but here you can see that they're more like fraternal twins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird that the Sorting Hat would put them in different places.
It's interesting, certainly.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I want to welcome to the panel Dalek451. I didn't even have to click on it. You just magically appeared. Welcome, Dalek. How are you doing today?
Oh, I hear static.
Well.
Say hello, Dalek.
Hello, Dalek.
Not you.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
No, perhaps Dalek's out of the room or fiddling with
either
controls.
he's out of the room or
Yes.
he's having trouble with his audio. But anytime that your audio works, just say something and
yes, please.
When
I think he's
when we hear
exterminating.
you, we will stop. He
Yes.
might be out exterminating.
Oh, he
And
says his mic won't work. I get that sometimes. You have to go out and come in again, I'm afraid, when that happens. I mean,
Yeah.
unless you have another fix for it. I always have to go out and come in again. It
And I
happened to me
don't-
just today.
Oh,
That's why I was a little
Tiger.
late. Yeah.
Don't myrtle me.
I don't know if this is
you
exact.
and your double entendres.
I don't know if this is exact, but I think in the films they try to go with the idea that siblings will be in the same houses. Because in this book, Colin's brother, it's his first year, and they do mention that. They're like,
Nigel.
well, isn't he going to be in Gryffindor? And they're like, not always. So in the movie, because I also thought that too, and I was like, oh. So,
But I can see
okay,
how
so
it's
they
just
could
easier
be.
to make both the Patel twins Gryffindor, so they're
'Cause-
there and they can be asked to the dance.
Yes, together. It's because she
Yes.
does say, do you want me to ask my sister? Or I guess I can ask my sister. It changes a little bit. And even
Lovely
this.
Cho Chang. Look at that
Yeah.
beautiful face. I love her
She's so
Scottish
cute.
accent, by the way. I love all
Yeah.
Scottish accents, but this one in particular.
Yeah, she does have a great accent, and she's Harry's first crush.
Yes.
Yeah, he gets the drool on himself here. Super funny.
Yeah.
I thought they did that good. Like you forget, oh, you have liquid in your mouth. Don't show your teeth in this smile.
He spotted her on the express, too,
Yeah,
coming
yes.
into school. Yes.
Mhm.
By the trolley lady.
Yeah, they had their little meet cute when
Yes.
Harry was going to go buy Ron some candy. Because he didn't buy himself any candy. He was literally just going to buy Ron something.
No, yeah, they do play that up in the novel more because Harry does offer more often to
Well,
pay
at
for
some point,
stuff,
Ron's
and
got
Ron
a point
just
of pride.
Ron just
It's
doesn't
masculine
accept
pride.
it. Yeah,
That's the financial thing that men get. That's so weird for them.
Because I did think if any time he's going to ask Harry for help, it would have been the dress robes.
Yeah, because Mrs. Weasley does the shopping,
Man.
and she has Harry's money, and she goes out and gets Harry some nice robes because he's got money, but then she doesn't have money for Ron's robes, and so she has to
That's
get
the
what she
thing.
can get from the secondhand store.
When McGonagall
thing
sees
that
the
people
robe, oh, so
forget.
good.
Is that Harry is wicked rich. He's like
Oh,
the
yeah.
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, Harry's stinking rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
He's got money
He does
to
have
burn.
money.
No,
Every
he
time the
doesn't
trolley
have
goes
money.
by,
He
he's like,
has
"You can just
fuck
leave the
you
trolley
money.
here."
Right? He could. Every year he could do that.
He's like, "You can
You
just
know what,
you can
though?
go about your day." man."
Somehow Harry
Come back soon,
does,
Dalek.
he does restrain himself. Like I think at one point he says, "I could get this golden cauldron, but I might. This money has to last me
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
until I grow up. So I do have to hold back a bit."
No, he's frugal, but he still
There you
has
go.
all the money.
But if he wants something, he can get it.
No, he's got
he
some
buys all
very
his
handsome
friends.
dress robes.
He could.
And he
Harry
had
Potter could
advice
buy
on
me
them
a She-Hulk.
because he's wearing white tie.
Harry Potter, I want you to buy me a She-Hulk.
So, Cho Chang is played by Katie Leung, born in Scotland, of Chinese descent, who hadn't even participated so much as in a school play. So she wasn't even didn't even act before at all, as a lot of Harry Potter.
Oh, she's good.
Pretty
though.
good.
She has good talent then.
Especially because they give her some close-ups. Like, she's pretty close to the camera. She's not just a background character.
She's a natural.
And I like that her friends are always like, "He's looking at you." They're playing with it. I think it's cute.
But that's why I'm kind of enamored with this movie, and I find it charming, is because there is that. Like I'm known for being dirty, and Jill tells me that I should stop being so overtly dirty. But like this is the charm of young.
Excuse me, Jill.
Okay, everybody does. And yes,
yeah,
Tiger,
I'm the only one.
Your voice has been added to the chorus as well. But the thing is
Ever
that this
complained
is,
Oh, I started this deluge. I want credit. I want acknowledgement.
This is the thing, is that it is the opening of a flower. This is a pubescent film where it's like, oh my, they're coupling now, especially with the ball. And so I do, but I find it charming in an innocent way. Like, and again, I've had conversations with people, and it was like, Scott, don't objectify Hermione throughout this film series. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. This is about children. And so, but to have it be alluded to and addressed in an innocent way, I think is brilliant storytelling.
And even less than innocent as the story progresses.
Well, and I haven't seen the next one.
We'll get there.
So yeah, we'll get there. Maybe there's pegging, whatever. Someone wears a butt plug, but I'm just saying that I think that this is a lovely. The people who started watching, the young people who started watching this movie series when they were like 12 years old, and they go through it, it is sort of a guidebook. The people who read these books as they grew older, this is kind of a guidebook. And so it's hard to be cynical about this movie series, and I hate wizards, but it's hard to be cynical about like what I think is just really lovely storytelling.
I think so too. But I also have to say hello to my friend here, Lance from the Outcast Creative, who says, my friend Jennifer Coralie was a background teacher in all the dining room scenes.
That's impressive. That means she was on the dais at the top of the Great Hall.
Lance,
I'd love to know which one she
touch
was.
with Moaning Myrtle.
But that's pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
It is
impressive.
And oh no, and now your stupid laptop is doing an update. I'm so sorry, Dalek.
You'll get here. We still have time. We're not to the Yule Ball yet, even.
Yeah, we're going pretty slowly. In the books, he first saw Cho in Prisoner at a Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. She's a Ravenclaw seeker, yes.
Oh my goodness! I didn't realize
right.
that Cho was athletic.
Yeah, she's in Quidditch.
That's very athletic. That means he competed against her.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll actually get to see that in the movie eventually.
It makes sense that Harry would be attracted to a peer. If she's a seeker, he's a seeker. All the seekers go to seek.
I don't even know where to start with these newspapers.
Harry Potter thought he had found solace and love in Miss Granger. I love the little tagline.
Yeah.
Solace and love.
Yes, Hermione's upset about being lied about in the Daily Prophet, And there's this whole thing in the book that they have to cut for time in the movie.
I thought it was cute.
Is
Where
this
Hermione-
the moment where it's like Harry and Hermione are not going to get together? Like when they both get more Hermione, but it's like, I can't believe they would imply that we're a couple.
Yes, and she
Well, is it?
Harry-
Is this the moment where the
No.
audience is supposed to understand that they're never going to be a couple?
Molly kind of believes this news, and so she's kind of mad at Harry for a while. I mean, not Harry, Hermione. She's mad at Hermione,
Yes.
and then she's like,
I thought Ginny ends up with...
we're not.
Yeah, Harry's like,
yeah.
you don't believe this stuff in the paper. She's not my girlfriend.
We're talking,
You know?
we're
So-
talking.
Mrs. Weasley, though, is exactly the kind of target that Rita Skeeter is shooting for, the average
Exactly,
reader.
yeah.
The average
Mhm.
magical reader.
This is
Yes,
like an
and-
episode of Saved by the Bell at this point.
Oh, but I love it because the entire book, Hermione kind of keeps this vendetta to herself. That Rita Skeeter
To Rita,
keeps
yeah.
lying and stuff, and so she finally finds out that Rita is able to spy on everybody because she's an animagus, because she's a beetle,
Mhm.
and so she traps her in a jar for a while. Like she imprisons Rita in a jar for
That's
I
so
forget
funny.
how long.
I think it's the whole summer. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
the whole
it's
summer.
quite a while.
Until and gets her to promise not to write for a year to see if she can stop being the way she is.
Yeah, because there's even a moment when Crumb takes Harry aside to ask him what his intentions are toward Hermione, and he's like, "We're just friends." But the article gets wrote, and even he questions. He's like, "How did she get this information?" Because he knows Harry didn't say, and he didn't say anything. So it's multiple people are figuring this out also. But yeah, Hermione does not like.
Hermione.
Bulgarian bonbon. Say that 5 times fast.
Hermione.
Bulgarian bonbon. I can't do it. Bulgarian bonbon. Bulgarian bonbon. I
That's
can't do it.
funny. See, yeah, because Crumb can never get Hermione's name correct in the book.
In the book.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a hindrance.
She's like Hermione, and so he lands on Hermione.
Hermes! It's Hermes!
It's pretty funny.
Him and Numble.
Oh, and so McGonagall announces that they're having, that they got to learn how to dance.
I love this gigantic.
Me too. The trumpet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The speaker,
I think
but
it's
it's
technically
just
what
so
it's
funny.
called. I think it's called a trumpet.
It's just so great. I love
Babbling
that.
the band of baboons.
And this
Her
is the
delivery is
the
perfect.
boys got to get over their cooties. Ew, girls.
A babbling, bumbling band of baboons.
Perfect.
And the first boy to get over the cooties is
Neville?
Neville
Yes.
Longbottom.
It's Neville.
Yeah.
He goes right
Darling
to work
Neville.
perfecting
Yeah,
his
he
dance
does.
moves. He locks in. He goes in. He sees his purpose.
And his grandmother taught him, I believe.
Yeah.
Or he
then
helped
that would
her do
explain
that.
his confidence in standing first.
But this is also why I enjoy this series and how it's been going so far. Is just seeing the characters that I've known for so long being like, oh, I didn't know you could do that, Neville. And Neville like looks at me and gives me a wink and is like, fuck you, buddy. And it's so good. It's so great just seeing these people grow.
Yeah, I think this is
Literally,
probably.
look, Ron's almost as tall as McGonagall here.
I know. His brothers are
Yeah.
rad. I love them.
Remember how he lived
And
in the very
also,
first
I'm
episode?
waiting for
favorite.
Fred to fall in love with Harry.
Fred and George.
Fred and George are probably my second favorite.
They're just dancing in the
Fred and
background.
George are rad.
No, third favorites.
Yeah.
Well, they're so cool.
There it is. Nice. Why do they have to
Luna,
travel in packs?
Neville, and then Fred and George.
And I have to feel for Ron in that scene. To be the one that has to dance with the professor. Oh goodness. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to do that.
No, and
You know
yeah,
what? There
Ron
are
tries
a
to
lot
put
of
his
people
hand
that want to dance
gosh.
with Maggie Smith.
Yeah, put your hand on my hip,
off of
Mr. Weasley. Where?
Where?
My waist,
you
on
idiot.
her waist.
Yeah, on my waist.
My goodness, it's so funny, and it's like, oh gosh, that's like the worst thing for that feeling. I don't want to be called on, and you get called on, but oh goodness.
Yes, but the Ravenclaw cluster of girls are all stony faced, back off. But the Hufflepuff girls kind of look a little interested. It's funny how they just passed them by, though. Yeah, perfect. That's
Ew.
it.
I got it
Ew.
for you.
It's like, no.
Tell me, Harry, you say dragons. If you can't get a date, you can.
I think I'll take the dragon right now.
Girls are interested
Dragon
behind
right
them.
Yeah, the Hufflepuffs are interested.
I think it would be, depend. I'd hate to say that anybody in Hogwarts isn't rooting for a Hogwarts champion. I mean,
Well,
I don't know.
know.
I mean, Victor Crumb was very famous before he became
yeah,
a
there are
Triwizard
some
those-
champion.
champions.
those could have been some of the girls that were following Crumb.
I thought they were all Ravenclaws, but
I'm
I
not
have
sure.
to go back and look at it again. I don't even think we've gotten to that point yet. This is so funny.
Oh, we get to see Hagrid try to flirt.
Well, he's telling her his story.
Yes, it's so cute.
It is. This is my favorite romance in all of the whole.
Really?
wow.
Yeah,
That's
I
funny.
love Maxine and Hagrid, and I wish it would have worked out.
And it's like an unconventional romance, right? Like it's not one you
so
expect.
much.
You're not
yeah.
like going into a Harry Potter like, I wonder if Hagrid's gonna meet a woman in this book, but this happens in yeah. So good.
Yes, and we get to a little bit of Hagrid backstory. His mother is the giant, and his father was not.
Yeah, I wonder how they got together. Because it seemed like his mother was always kind of mean, and his father was the loving one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was not
So-
maternal.
Oh, here's that scene right there. Yeah. Oh, and I was gonna mention because we were talking because you all were talking mentioning Neville standing up and being the one that learns how to dance and very comfortable in that. I would say this is probably the novel or the movie where his arc starts. You start seeing him as a much more interactive character. He becomes kind of one of the pack.
Definitely, you start seeing his strengths.
Well,
especially
and Jill
with
was
the-
away when I said this earlier, but I'm going to just restate it. If a Weasley twin asked you to the ball, how would you know if it was Fred or George,
Oh,
and would
yeah.
you care?
I wouldn't care.
Yes,
But-
just it's an automatic yes.
And I would only be able to tell during Christmas when they wear the F and the G, unless. although
That's
there's one point
perfect.
where they switch their
funny.
sweaters and they call each other Forge and Gred.
That's funny. Typical.
So yeah, actually, and Fred and George send this note. Get a move on, or all the good ones will have.
Perfect.
And he
And-
he asks Angelina. And
Yeah, right there.
he
Because
doesn't
he's
ask
like,
if it's Fred or George. She's like, yeah.
he's like, they're like, who are you going with? He's like, oh yeah. Like just asked her right on the spot there.
Look at that look. Perfect.
And Fred, it's Fred. Fred goes with Angelina.
And in the novel, Angelina, they say that she puts her name in the goblet. Also, she just wasn't picked.
Oh, she does. She does.
Yes.
She does put her name in the Goblet of Fire, so we know she's 17.
Oh, and this is we get to
Or
see
older.
Snape shoving their heads.
Oh yeah.
This is so good.
Tonight we'll
Classic
go back to the
Snape.
common room. We'll both have partners. Agreed?
Agreed.
Oh!
The one when he pulls his sleeves back's the best.
Yeah, I knew I had to get that part of it. That is
So good. So good.
Alan Rickman steals the scene without saying a word.
I know. Well, it's real similar to that turn to page 394.
Oh, you
And he's-
weren't here for that. So I'll
No,
play it.
I missed that one, but it is like that one. He has to say it a few
Page
times.
394.
It's so good. And look at Hermione. She's like, you guys are gonna get it again. She's like embarrassed to be next to him. Oh,
like
man.
my favorite scene is this scene right here. It's so good.
That's it. Yep. Gotta pull the cuffs back. Gotta be proper. I love it.
I love
this poor
Hogwarts in
guy.
the snow. I absolutely love Hogwarts at Christmas.
All the poop is hidden. You can't tell.
Yeah, is it poop or not?
I still wouldn't sit anywhere.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but someone's already asked me.
Still doesn't know what with his egg.
Oh, yeah, he still doesn't know what to do with the egg.
But Cho is so sweet, you know, in replying to him and turning him down.
Yes.
You know, she doesn't say, well, you know, Cedric Diggory asked me and I'm going with him.
Yeah.
You know, she's like, I'm sorry, someone's already asked me and I've said I'll go. You know, she doesn't even say I've said yes. You know, she just phrases everything so. She really does like Harry. You can tell.
Yeah. Because
she's got a little bit of a thing for him.
Because she does that, like she walks away for a split second. She's like, I really am sorry.
Yeah, I
his
feel like
dad-
She's so
would've said
gentle in
yes
how she
if
tells
he-
him.
Yeah, if he asked her first, she would have said yes, type of thing.
You can tell,
But
yeah.
it was too late.
But she
Yeah.
doesn't want to put it that way either.
Yeah.
She just, you know, she has to let him know she's given her word and she has to be as good as that.
I relate to that so bad.
She's not going to back down, you know, from this
that
other
hurts.
guy.
I feel that
we
man's
can-
pain.
They're in mutual like, and we'll see more next time.
They like each other.
Yes.
Yes. And when a man says, I like you, it really means I love you. It took me, I don't know how, I still haven't quite learned it.
I say the L word all the time.
Nice to know. But, however, when a man says, girls, when a man says, gets you alone, says, I like you, it means he loves you. So just remember that.
He took the time to get you alone. That's saying something.
They let you get alone with them.
Woohoo!
And apparently, Ron off camera yells at Floor.
I love that.
And then runs away.
And
So-
then he runs.
That's so funny. She's like, yeah, you actually kind of yelled it at her. How embarrassing. Oh, poor Ron. So
I know it's
great,
difficult to
though.
get a clip of it, but the Patil twins walk by, and Harry gets the idea. of how they can get
Finally. Oh, they're girls.
Yeah, this
But
is
they-
a movie where boys realize
See,
girls.
this is why I've been muted. I can't talk about this part. I'll be
And-
back later.
And the twins have been seen in the film every time they go by Harry. They're like, "Hi, Harry." So it's obvious
Before
to
we
the
get
viewer.
to the ball, I just have to reach out very quickly to Dalek. Dalek, I don't know if you have yet or not. He says he can't get his mic to work. You may need to power down the whole computer. Turn it off, and then turn. That happens to me all the time for some reason. The computer and StreamYard won't recognize my microphone. Then I have to just turn
Yes.
everything off completely and then power up again. So try that. If you haven't.
Progress. Oh, it's
The
beautiful
Yule
dress
Ball.
robes.
The Yule Ball. Lovely.
The beautiful dress robes. And in the novel, he does.
Well,
they do mention him trying to get rid of his frills.
Right, yeah, but he makes it look all jagged and everything.
Yeah.
So he does try to get rid of it. Although, apparently Rupert Grint liked them because they were so hideous. And it's just like
That's awesome.
it's just like some old carpet that they made.
They're so ugly. I love them.
Well, he is so fortunate because his Patel twin says, "Don't you look dashing?" And she reaches for her when
Everybody.
she comes up. Well, that's very kind of her.
Well, even McGonagall, I think she like stifles a oh my or a laugh or something. She's
Yeah,
just like,
McGonagall.
Well,
Weasley.
doesn't somebody tell him stop picking at it? You
Yeah.
know, it's-
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, McGonagall looks at it, she's like, "Oh, your robes are interesting, Mr. Weasley. Okay, have fun."
The one twin, Ron's like over there. She's like, go with him. She's like, ugh. Doesn't even want to be seen with him. The other twin gets to be with Harry, and she's showing off so bad. Cho's dress is so beautiful.
But that's also why Ron gets so pissed. And he's like, "Oh, why do they like Harry so much?" And it's like, because he's famous. And so, I don't know. these Patel twins, they seem like a bunch of Mia Khalifas.
Well, they're kind of ignored because Ron
feel bad
is
for them.
obsessed.
Yeah,
with
I do feel bad for
Hermione
them.
and-
Their dates are not good.
The one girl ends up going, "Whatever you want, I'm yours," and just like runs off with the
Yes.
one guy.
Oh, I would have too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Some guy
Bored
bows
tears.
to me and takes my hand. You bet I'm gone.
And
I
it's
don't
so
even say goodbye.
sad. The one girl asked her, she's like, "Are you even gonna ask me to dance?" And he's like, "No." She's like, "Oh, fine." I mean, that would be
what a
so
dick
frustrating.
move.
That'd be so
That was
frustrating.
such a dick move.
Beautiful Hermione. Oh my gosh. And so they mention in the book that Hermione has smuggled some muggle gel to get her hair to lay down, which is not done in the wizarding world. You're not supposed to use muggle
That's
products.
funny.
But she's gone to the trouble to bring it in to control her hair. Also, people kept saying
So
the
maybe
difference
she's
between
bored with it, and maybe
the
it's
difference
Maybelline.
between book Hermione and film Hermione. But at some point in the book, I seem to remember Hermione has her front teeth knocked out. I'm not, and
okay.
Madame
What
Pomfrey
happens-
helps her to grow them back, but she actually describes them as smaller to Madame Pomfrey. So it's like the equivalent of magical braces.
And it's not that they're. You
she
almost
reduces
have that
her
right.
has her own teeth reduced by magic in the course of the story. So
That's almost right. What happens is that they get into a fight with Draco, and Draco puts some kind of curse or jinx on her teeth that make them grow bigger.
Okay.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, she
Not
has to
good
have
for
the magic
blowjob.
down, and she actually misdescribes them to Madame Pomfrey, so they'll be smaller. Yes.
Yeah, she lets them go smaller. So if Hermione had been able to wear the larger teeth that she wears a little bit on the train in the first movie, then it would have gone along that story would have gone along with this scene.
She had a little bit of work done. We'll just leave it at that.
You know what? And the thing with Hermione in this prom that I don't know. Maybe it's there's a prescience to it. Is that she does eventually sit down and take off one shoe, and I thought that was
Like
adorable
Cinderella?
because like Cinderella, who she played.
No, she was Belle in Beauty and the Beast.
Yes.
But close.
Oh, she
And that's-
wasn't Cinderella. No,
She was not
you're right,
Cinderella.
then never mind. I'm sorry.
And yeah, adding a
Little
little more
Disney princess,
context
though.
to
Little
Jill's
Disney
comment.
princess, though.
Little more on Jill's comment, because Hermione's parents are both dentists, and they've been
that's
wanting
so
her. They've been wanting her to get braces, and she doesn't want the braces, so she totally takes advantage of this situation. So I just
So
had her
funny.
make them the way I want them. She's like, I don't know how I'm gonna explain this to my parents though,
Oh,
because they want her to do it the Muggle way, you know.
Well, sure.
But it's also like
Thank you for remembering
considering
that.
Considering the fame of Crom, like she's a little bit Anastasia, like in terms of like she was beaten down in the last movie for being a Muggle, and now she's being courted by a superhero. And
Well, and
so
I think
this
it was Tiger Stripes' point. Guy like this asks you to the ball, you don't. It's
Yeah.
automatic, yes.
Well, yeah, she's like
Exactly.
she's one of the boys.
Well,
she's like
well,
in the
another
group
thing
as one of the boys, and now she's finally getting appreciated like as a woman.
And, well, like Jill said too, Crumb actually has been courting her all along. He's been hanging around the library, which she finds annoying. But at some point, when a guy's hanging around, you realize, oh, no. It might take you a while. But, if he hangs around enough, you're like, oh. So he has a crush on her. And how
Yeah, he
flattering
does.
is that?
Okay, so Dalek, I think I can hear Dalek. Dalek, are you here? I thought I heard him say something. Ugh. Hello?
No,
Dalek
what's the
451.
problem?
Yes.
I can hear you.
When you said that,
We can hear you,
I can
Dalek.
hear you. I can hear you say there's
Crank-
a problem.
Crank that volume a little.
All right. Well, when you're ready
But
to join
don't
us,
mute.
let us
We could
know.
we could hear you, Dalek.
yeah, we heard you for a
Yeah,
second.
you were
there.
just a little quiet. But anyway,
Oh, well.
we're at the Yule Ball.
Yes.
We're
Yeah,
just
the
dancing.
Yule Ball, the Great Hall. This is actually the Great Hall. Incredible.
I
most of-
really I
most of
appreciate
everybody
that
had-
wizards believe in Jesus.
Oh, right. They celebrate Christmas.
Yes.
They do.
They believe in
And-
Santa Claus.
Ah, well, you got a Dumbledore right there.
He's a magical
Running
person.
prisons
He's a
out of
magical
box.
person.
I want
Like the Chronicles of Narnia.
Finally!
Oh, funny.
There you are, Dalek.
Finally!
And who is Fleur dancing with? Who is
Okay,
this?
so it's a Ravenclaw.
Yeah,
this is a
Ravenclaw,
Ravenclaw
that's
spotting.
right.
Ah.
Fleur goes to the ball with Roger Davies, captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch.
Thank you. This guy actually had a credit in the film, too.
He did.
What's Tobey
Even though he
Maguire?
has no
Roger
lines.
Davies.
It's amazing.
No, it's Tobey Maguire.
Bully
wanna
Maguire,
welcome-
maybe.
I want to welcome Dolly.
No, it's Tobey Maguire from Spider-Man 3 when he's all emo. That look,
Yeah,
look at
call him
him.
Bully Maguire.
And I thought this was funny in this film also. The twin has to demand that Harry, because he's still nervous. She's like, grab my waist. He's like, huh?
Oh, I think she's leading. And I
Yes,
think she leads
yes.
in the book, too.
Yes.
There he is dancing with his cat.
Mrs.
Got
Norris.
I
his
thought it was
partner.
cute. He's got his cat.
Hey, Qui-Gon Jinn.
Such a great dress. The materials in this film are just great. Ginny's
the-
looking
the
cute.
fashions
Neville
would be
looks like
beautiful.
Dracula. I want to dance
I'd
with
have to see
you.
that again. Is it the clothes? Is he wearing a
Yeah,
cape?
it's his pop
Yes.
collar that kind of has a very Dracula
Yeah, it's
look.
slicked down.
So is it Mad Eye at the prom?
Stand-up collar.
Yeah, he's supposed to
Yes.
be dancing with
sitting
the
there.
astronomy teacher, but I guess she's not
Right.
around.
Wait, when does Doctor Who take over Mad Eye?
The whole movie.
The whole
The
movie.
whole film.
So
The
yeah.
second-
he's
yeah, he
just
gets
never
to
Mad
Hogwarts
Eye,
with him in the
except
box.
at the very
He's
end.
just having okay. So the bad guy is having a good time. Great.
Yeah,
Yes.
the real Mad Eye's in the box the whole
Yes.
But
The
he's got
whole
to pretend to be
time.
mad
Oh,
at
The
them.
whole
Yes, the
time.
whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I think Barty Crouch Jr. is mad at the whole time.
Yes.
But he is getting a kick out of being back at Hogwarts.
Yeah.
And he does like he got a kick out of torturing
Malfoy.
Malfoy, yeah. I
Yeah.
was thinking Weasley.
That was a blast for him.
Because he doesn't really like Malfoy anyway. You know, and like was mentioned early on, he's trying to prove himself to the Dark Lord. Because he's not the in crowd yet.
And a
Barty
nice
Crouch Jr.,
another
he's just-
costume
he's just a great
detail. He's
actor.
got a weasel for a Sporan, which is pretty hilarious on his kilt.
Weasel? Wait a minute.
There's a weasel
what?
for a Sporan, I believe.
What is
The
that?
Sporan is the pouch worn on the kilt.
Oh.
Sporran,
He
and
has
it's
lots of
made out of
pockets.
it appears to be made out of a weasel.
Fitting for him, isn't it?
Weasel.
Yes.
Dalek, don't be such a mudblood. If you have something to say,
Ooh,
please,
Language.
please speak. I would prefer
I finally get
your
everything
thoughts.
working, and you're all talking over each other. Screw this. What actually working? It wasn't working. I was trying to talk to you, Dalek, and I could barely hear you. So I was
mute.
trying to give you.
We
I was
all
trying to give you the
paused for
floor.
quite a while. Yes.
Yeah, we
Everybody
did.
was waiting
I was-
for you to talk.
Yeah, we did. We want to hear from you, but I
Okay.
think there's still a problem with your connection or something. Mm. Yeah, it was just really quiet.
The entire thing
We
is,
tried, I promise.
Dalek, is that if I were to smother you with a pillow and you would cry for life, that is where your sound is. And I'd be like, I can't hear you. Can't.
I disagree. He actually said something, and then we all heard him,
I
and we
wish
were all
he would
excited,
say
and then he muted
something.
himself.
I wish he would say, "Oi,
But
prick."
at any rate, let's continue.
Yeah, I'm real sorry, Dalek. I wanted to hear your opinion about this movie because I know you have problems. Oh, Slice Knight doesn't like her dress. Whoa.
What's not to like?
I know.
Yeah.
I thought I like the layers.
And
I think it's glamorous.
I'm trying to remember what the name is when the colors change subtly like that and they deepen. They use that expression for when women do it to their hair too. I'll think of it in a minute or
Highlights?
two. No. It's I'll think of it in a minute.
Greek letter says ladies travel in packs because they're predators.
So bad.
No argument. Never underestimate a lady
Um,
or a she.
funny.
Oh, the dress looked too childlike.
Oh, what?
Hermione's dress, I'm guessing?
Hermione's dress,
yeah, it has
or are
to
you
be
talking about
Hermione's.
Ginny?
I didn't think it was childlike.
No, it's
I thought it was
very
elegant.
sophisticated for a 14-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you got to be careful. I think she looked cherubic.
Ombre
Cherubic?
is what they call that. It's called ombre.
Ombre?
Yeah, ombre. When the colors,
And
they're
it's
the same shades. They're different shades of the same color, but they sort of descend and they get darker as you go.
Oh, I get, like, the shades change. I get you.
Yeah, that's what her dress
I
does.
understand.
It's
Yeah,
very
yeah, yeah.
beautifully done, very subtle.
Can I see the dress again? I want to take another look.
Yeah, we need that on the staircase photo. There. Well, that's we need
No,
one
I
in the
think
light.
she
But
looks
yeah,
great.
see the gradation of the colors all from the top to the bottom. That's called
light to
ombre.
dark. Yeah.
It's very beautiful.
Not only is it elegant, but it's also ostentatious. I think it is everything.
Oh yeah,
that
the ruffles.
Hermione
It
deserves.
looked very flowery.
The ruffles.
Feminine, super feminine.
And this is kind of the first time Hermione's got to dress up for a magical occasion. You know, she's trapped in the Muggle world like all the time.
I
She
don't
does
know
wear
much
pink well.
about the books, but I know that in the books she is not as not described as attractive as Emma Watson portrays her.
She's a little more
supposed to be a
frizzy.
little homely. And I think that this is like a special moment where she gets to come down and everyone
she got
says,
her-
"Oh, she's pretty," because it's the first time that anyone has ever actually saw her as pretty.
Well, she got her
and
teeth
she
done.
is dating the quarterback of the other school.
Boo.
Yeah, the quarterback.
I know we
I
don't
wanna
like
say-
it, but I'm just saying that's what's happening.
Basically.
I want to say hello to LDG.
Hey,
The
LDG.
speaker.
Yeah, you had to get that request pass to have somebody outside the school come to your school.
All right, let's try this again. Dalek 451, can we talk
Yay.
to you?
Okay, I can finally hear. I could hear all of you. Okay, can you
Shut
hear
up.
me?
No, I'm joking.
You are loud
a
and
little
clear
quiet.
now. You're a little
Do
quiet,
not-
but he's much
do
louder than
not-
he was.
Yeah.
What do you mean a little
Oh,
quiet?
now I hear you. Now I hear you.
No,
Yeah.
dude, Dalek, you are doing very, very well. Please, what do you have to say, please?
Please, Scott, do not make any to me. Do not do it. I am in a very irritable mood. Do no jokes.
Delicious.
No jokes. Okay. But, okay. Wow. Okay. But I'm
How
glad
fun.
you're here, Dalek. I wanted to hear. Okay. So we're at the Yule Ball.
You're
Is there
like the
anything you wanna-
Severus Snape of the stream.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I want to know.
Oh, and I want to read right now very quickly. It was Hermione. And Harry's jaw dropped. His jaw dropped. It was Hermione, but she didn't look like Hermione at all. She had done something with her hair. It was no longer bushy, but sleek and shiny, and twisted up into an elegant knot at the back of her head. She was wearing robes made of a floaty periwinkle blue material, and she was holding herself differently somehow. Or maybe it was merely the absence of the 20 or so books she usually had slung over her shoulder. She was also smiling rather nervously, it was true, but the reduction in the size of her front teeth was more noticeable than ever. Harry couldn't understand how he hadn't spotted it before. So there you go. She's lovely
There it is.
at this moment in time.
beautiful.
She's
Good reading.
just
Yeah, the whole
lovely.
thing. Yeah, I need to. Did Jill explain the whole thing with her teeth?
Well, yeah, we
Yes,
talked
yeah.
about it.
They weren't.
Jill really
knocked,
was spot on.
They weren't knocked out.
Yeah, and Jill got that said.
Sorry.
Yeah, she was jinxed by Malfoy.
Yeah, she was jinxed by Malfoy. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a scuffle between Harry and Malfoy's spell hit Hermione, and it started making her teeth grow longer and longer and longer, like a beaver's teeth, and when she went to the hospital, and then when she went to get them fixed, she just simply told Madame Pomfrey to make them smaller than they originally were.
As I believe I said.
Yes, but I'm so glad you're here, Dalek. I let everybody give a brief explanation of the movie, and up to this point, is there anything you want to say that
Yeah,
you
I couldn't
based
get
on what
my
you missed?
in my rush to get in here, I was trying to get my old mic to work. StreamYard wouldn't let me select it, and tried resetting twice. I had to resort
Yeah,
to my
but
head.
do you like Hermione's dress? Is what we're asking.
Frankly, no. I think it's not.
Oh,
Well, basically, what about the rest of the movie so far up to this point? Any notes? Any thoughts?
Oh boy. Most of the movie up to this point, a lot of it's I think what I remember from when I first saw this, a lot of it really annoyed me when I first was like for example the thing with the thing like the bit with Ron when he went to when he shouted at Fleur when he go to the bowl. Well, yeah, in the movie that was yes, that happens in the book, but there's an explanation for it because one thing
Because she's part Vila, yeah.
One thing that's never brought up in the films is Fleur is part Vila, which we never see Vila in the movies at all. So and in the book, and because of that Vila part of her, Ron was affected by that, and that's why he just blurted out, "Will you go to the ball with me to her?" But in the film, that's never mentioned. So Ron just simply makes an idiot of himself, which I hate.
You're a bit of a Ron yourself, you think?
That is a question.
You
which
identify
of
most
the
with
three,
Ron?
the trio, do you identify with? That's a question.
Yeah, I'm not mean. Like, come on, Ron's a stand-up man. He knows a bunch.
Well,
I'm just curious.
he does.
You seem, yeah. You seem to have an affinity for Ron. That's not a bad thing.
And I have a thing against how Ron's treated in the films because
me too, and it gets worse.
Yeah, as the films go on, it gets a lot worse. Yes.
So this is an actual band, right?
Yes,
Doesn't this
that's
band
right.
have a name?
They're called the Weird. They're called the Weird Sisters.
In the context of the book and the film, but I mean, isn't this an actual band?
Okay, so let me tell you about that. Yes, they're the Weird Sisters in the novel and the movie, but also it's music supervisor Matt Biffa came with the idea of drafting former frontman of the British band Pulp, Jarvis Cocker.
Oh, I love Pulp.
As the band's coordinator. The erudite musician pulled in Radiohead's. I don't know, but did he? Did they?
And
all I know
do continue about Radiohead.
Right. He got Radiohead's drummer Phil Selway, guitarist Johnny Greenwood, and Pulp bassist Steve Mackey, rhythm guitarist Jason Buckle of All Seeing Eye, and Stephen Clayton of Add In to. That's a strange band name. On keyboards and bagpipes. And so that's how we get the Magic Works song and this song right here.
Very cool.
I have this song. Yeah. It's taking me a while to find it.
Can you dance my grip?
Do the hippogriff in a style that Cocker describes as part Sisters of Mercy and part Sister Sledge. So there you go. And actually, Stuart Craig. Okay, so anyway, they built this wall of speakers behind the stage, and since there's no electricity at Hogwarts, they kind of tried to make it seem as if it was powered by steam.
Oh, that's cool. Steam powered rock band.
Scotty's internet is breaking up again, so
like literally steampunk.
I will sit.
Literally.
Oh my gosh! Good call. Nice catch.
I never thought about that before, but
very clever.
That's funny.
Oh, that's too bad. Scotty has to leave because he likes this part where Hermione gets mad at Ron coming up because Ron says she's consorting with the enemy.
Yeah. She's like, just because other people knew I was a girl before this year.
He's like, God, they get worse when they get older. That really sets her off.
Man, yeah. And these are all things that his mother would be like, Ronald Weasley.
Oh, he's getting a howler for sure for saying that. He's getting a howler for sure.
That's funny.
And I feel bad.
Pluck up the courage and ask me before somebody else does. And not as a last resort.
So much drama.
I felt for her.
No.
She's got the best date in the room.
She's not
I
wrong.
know,
She should
I
just sort of be
know.
flaunting it instead of breaking her heart over Ron. But
Ron's
that's
a
14.
hater.
14.
Ron's a hater.
Well, she does go back to him, but
put so
she
much-
does have to
they-
have this moment.
They put so much more emphasis on this stuff in the film than they do in the book.
Well, but the lines are pretty accurate though. At
Yes.
least this one in particular. But the
Yes,
delivery is different. I do get it.
Like that blow up between Ron and Hermione. That doesn't happen. That happens up in the common room in the book.
Hmm. So they consolidated a bit.
I've got the book in front of me, and this is at the end of the toward the end of the Yule Ball. Hermione says, "What's up with you?" Ron says scathingly, "If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you." Hermione says, "Ron, what?" Ron, he's from Durmstrang, spat Ron. He's competing against Harry, against Hogwarts. Ron was obviously casting around for words strong enough to describe Hermione's crime. Fraternizing with the enemy, that's what you're doing. And then she really lets into him too. So this is all at the end of the Yule Ball.
The enemy? You were just telling me how much you love the guy. She gets him perfectly with that. Like,
and isn't
you were
it
just singing his praises?
I can't remember when it is. This also the time when in the novel when he describes it? He's like, "You're acting like some kind of scarlet woman." He's like, "It's what my mom would say." He's like, "It's what my mom says." I don't, because she's like, "Scarlet woman." She just goes off on him.
But then but I think she actually finds it amusing at the same time.
Exactly. It's kind of a joke because she knows Muggle version. It's like that's not an insult.
But they go
Ron.
at each other and at each other, and at some point in the book it says people were starting to stare at them. I think so.
That's so funny. They're already a married couple.
Yeah, basically. So this is the other deleted scene I wanted to play that I really like. This is one that is so good. I wish Scotty were here for it. I might replay it for him because he says there's not enough he says there's not enough Hufflepuff. There's an extra Hufflepuff here. This scene shouldn't have been cut. I really like it.
It's happening again, like before. And soon neither you or anyone else will be able to deny it.
Told you already, Igor. I see no reason to discuss it. You must. 10 points from Hufflepuff, Fawcett. And the same for Ravenclaw, Stebbins.
It's a sign, Severus. You know it is.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? Then perhaps you wouldn't mind rolling up your sleeve, huh? You don't fool me, Severus. You are scared. Admit it.
I have nothing to be scared of, Igor. Can you say the same?
Ooh, love it.
I like that scene, but the court's like the ending scene does kind of cover it as well.
It
So
does
do
in
you
terms
need
of the
both?
dark mark. It kind of does. But I just like it for Snape picking lovers out of the
Yeah, if he's gonna do that, he's got like 6 other couples. He's gonna do that too.
Making out behind the gym,
He's just finding all of them.
underneath the
He's just
underneath the
taking house
stadium.
points off of
seats.
everyone.
Under the bleachers.
this still shot you have is so cute. I don't think Hagrid's ever looked up at anybody in his whole life.
Exactly.
He's just in love right now. He's like, oh,
yes,
happy place, happy place.
I love it too. That's why I got it. It's perfect. You're exactly right.
So cute.
So Harry's dreaming about Wormtail and Voldemort again, and the mysterious man who nobody knows is Barty Crouch Jr. And then
yeah,
I keep having dreams of David Tennant. What does this mean?
Well, and also Neville's just getting home from the dance, and he's just happy about it.
That's such a great scene. Happy Neville, like he deserves happiness. That poor kid.
He does.
I
He's
root
the
for
one
him.
who does have to wear those fake teeth for a while.
Yeah.
Until the last movie.
Is Neville wearing fake teeth? Is the actor wearing fake teeth? Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I'd ever realized that.
Yeah, I thought those were just his big chompers. I just thought he had big teeth. Like that was just part of him.
It's nice to know.
Yeah. I kind of just always knew that. But yeah, he also wore a fat suit, but I don't know if he's wearing it as much in this one. I think eventually he gets to get rid of it. I forget which.
Oh yeah, because in Deathly Hollow he's skinny. Yeah.
Eventually he doesn't have to wear it anymore.
I do think they explain it, though, in the context of the film, where he says he's lost a few because they're starving him. They're starving all the students, but I think he actually says as much.
Oh, right, because it's at that point, Hogwarts is run by Death Eaters.
Yes.
And Scotty's not here, so we don't have to worry. Well, he is
Oh,
probably.
I wouldn't worry about. I mean, Scotty's kind of looked into things. He should just watch them all so he can catch up with us. He should just watch them all.
Man, I would love to be able to watch them for the first time again.
Yeah. Ah, Cedric being a good guy again.
Gotta enjoy those Cedric moments when we have them.
Yes.
Who needs condoms when you have Snape?
Everyone needs condoms. Everyone needs condoms, particularly men.
They need magical protection.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a potion for that.
Oh, Slice Night. Okay, Slice Night's going off to see Megalopolis for the third time.
Wow, impressive.
And then Joker.
Why am I even here?
Holy do.
You too.
Oh, that's out. Joker's out. Wow.
Have a lovely weekend.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, Slice Night. I can't wait to hear what you think of those movies. I mean, the second one. I know you've seen the first one. You've already told us what you think of Megalopolis. She liked it. And so Cedric is paying Harry back for telling him about the dragons. He tells Harry to go take a bath and even gives him the password to go take a bath in the prefix bathroom.
That's where we get more Moaning Myrtle.
Yes.
Minty fresh.
Oh, can. Moaning Myrtle. So yes, he takes a bath with the egg, and he doesn't know what he's doing. And Moaning Myrtle is there to help. She's happy to be able to tell him what to do, and Harry has to listen to her.
And the other boy was here. The bubbles were almost gone.
Frankel Walker says, "Where's Scotty? I know.
He needs to be here for this.
This is his
Scotty,
part.
get back in here. This is your jam." See, and Scotty would love that because he could make a nasty crack about jam.
I like how the mermaid on the
yes
the glass is actually from the lake. Like it all connects.
It is.
Yeah, that's beautiful animation. The stained glass window, just gorgeous.
That's basically how Harry realizes that there must be the people or whoever's singing the song must be mer people because they can only sing underwater. And so I think if you listen to the whole poem, not included in the movie, you understand better why Harry thinks all of his friends are in mortal danger.
Yeah.
It's, come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot
about to
sing
say.
above the ground.
And
And
while
while
you're
you're
searching,
ponder
And while-
this. Go ahead.
And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone. It won't come back.
Oh, well done, Dalek. And so that's why Harry thinks that when he finds out what the treasure is, are that they're his friends, he thinks they're going to die if he doesn't save them all.
Yeah,
and so he takes the poem
and
very
moral fiber.
It's quite a good moment in the book when he does rescue Ron he rescues Ron and Fleur's little sister Gabrielle, and then Harry tries to explain why he brought Gabrielle, and then Ron's like, "Harry, you prat! you didn't waste time down there acting the hero, but the song said only to make sure you got back inside the time limit. And Dumbledore wouldn't let any of us drown." I think I'm
that's exactly right. That's perfect.
Those are the right words. I think I got them slightly mixed up, but yeah, that's basically what happened.
Close enough to me. I like that. That's right.
To recover what we took.
Another thing the movie gets right is that Myrtle is definitely creeping on Harry.
Oh yes.
She basically watches all the prefects take bath.
Yes, she does.
How come she's still a ghost? Like, when do ghosts ever get freed, or are they just stuck?
No.
Haunting.
They're stuck. They don't move on.
If you become a ghost, you're stuck forever.
And there's no spell or anything to save you? That sucks.
No.
It's a problem.
Oh, Centaur Ranger Donnie is here. Hello, Donnie.
I think he said it's his birthday tomorrow.
Oh, really? Donnie, it's going to be your birthday?
He said earlier, I thought.
Oh, really? I missed that. Well, I guess I missed those other messages you had. So if it is going to be your birthday tomorrow, happy early birthday. So that's that scene. We took a bath. With all those bubbles.
Yep, Moaning Myrtle like leans up on him. She's giggling, having a blast.
She was naughty in the book, but they made her extra naughty in the film.
They did.
Well, there's a line in the book where Myrtle, Harry said in outrage, "I'm not wearing anything."
Yes,
so
exactly.
He's aware.
Exactly.
And he keeps making her, cover her eyes, but whatever. She's not really listening. Duelist Fiskin, hello, love from Sweden. Oh, good to see you.
Oh, Sweden, lovely.
And so Harry's trying to figure out how to hold his breath underwater now that he knows it's an underwater task. Oh, I've got to pause for a second and step away. I will be right back, I promise. What is it, baby? What do you want?
Good old Neville.
That's what it is, but it still doesn't work.
Oh, what a darling little voice.
Jill, we can still hear you.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, you didn't, which is okay with me, but I couldn't quite make out what your child was saying, but that darling little voice, so adorable.
So
and
we
Fred and George. Any bets? We're taking bets.
Yeah,
classic.
Always taking advantage.
So mean.
But I like that they let Neville because they changed that a bit, how the gillyweed gets introduced to Harry.
Yeah.
I'm glad they gave it to Neville because it's we're trying to make him more important, and I like that.
But they took that bit away from Dobby, which...
Yeah. I mean, I get it because they don't address any of the Dobby storyline or the Winky storyline.
Yeah,
I'm kind of okay with
Yeah,
with no
that's
house
what
elves.
really this film butchers the book. There's no way of putting it.
Well, the book is massive. You've got to cut something out of the book, or you're going
For
to have a
but for
4-hour movie.
but for everything they took out, they put in something really stupid.
Oh well.
Like that god awful scene of Ron and McGonagall. That was not in the book.
It wasn't.
No, but apparently it's relatable to a lot of people, and so it wasn't that bad. And it kind of actually relates more to the actors who also had to learn how to dance, and most of them took a 4-week course on in dancing, except for Daniel Radcliffe.
Except
He
for
only had,
Dan.
like 4 days. Yeah, he had 4 days. But yeah. But in terms of Dobby, I love Dobby. I love the house elves. I love all of that. And that is another Hermione plot point that we don't get to see, of her trying to stand up for the rights of house elves, and how most house elves don't really want to be free. They're perfectly happy being house elves and doing the things they do.
Actually, that's something I'm glad they did take out of the movie, because I found that
So you want Dobby, but you don't want house elves. I mean, honestly,
no,
for me, there's only so much I can take of Dobby screaming over and over, "Bad Dobby," which he does all through this book.
That doesn't happen No, that doesn't happen in the... Dobby never says that.
It does once. He does it once at least in the kitchen.
No, I want Dobby. I want house elves. I don't want all the spewed rubbish.
I think you get both of those if you get house elves.
I don't want Hermione's spew rubbish.
And yet you're going to have to put up with that, I think, in the TV show.
Don't.
So
Most
we'll see.
Even Hagrid says no. Even Hagrid won't join, and only Harry and Ron will. Just shut her up. So, right, it is Dobby who gives Harry Gillyweed, but I don't mind this change because eventually Barty Crouch Jr. does mention that if you would have asked Neville for help, he would have been able to tell you, but you were just too proud or something to ask for help.
He told Neville about the gillyweed, and then it's all orchestrated by the fake Mad Eye, the Crouch guy. Everything happened according to his design in the movie.
And I don't know, it works for me in this particular case. And yes, also instead of placing bets with Bagman, in this case, Fred and George are running their own gambling ring, which I think is fun, and it shows them that they're trying to we're progressively seeing them trying to make money. And so we put a pin in that idea for the next movie.
They're entrepreneurs. They stay working.
They do, yes. And so we're at the second task. Some of the treasure from each of the champions have been placed in the lake. And Harry's method for being able to swim underwater is using the gillyweed, because it makes him grow gills. And Flora uses the bubblehead charm, and
so does Cedric.
Crumb. Oh, that's Cedric? What does she use then?
Well, no, they both use the bubblehead charm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crumb becomes like a shark man.
Yeah, he transfigures his head to be a shark.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
It's pretty neat.
Although Harry thinks that he might accidentally chomp Hermione in half.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
And so that's this scene. And okay, so the thing is, since it takes place underwater, they tried doing it without water and it didn't work. So they had to make this the largest water tank in Europe, it says, in order to do this. And using blue and green screens, and then adding special effects, digital effects later. And so what happens is John Richardson, okay, so this is from the book, knew a thing or two about working underwater. He created special effects for Raise the Titanic. The task of building the tank fell to him. It took 3 months to complete and measured 60 feet by 20 feet by 20 feet. And so this scene looks really good. I like the way it looks.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why Dan missed his dancing lessons? Because he was so busy taking underwater lessons?
Right, because Daniel Radcliffe did 6 months of scuba diving training.
Wow.
I've seen the footage of him under there, and it really is. I don't know if I could do that. You know, he's under the water, and then somebody will come up to him with a breather, you know, to give him air, and then take it away for the next shot. So you really are going to have to hold your breath. It's not like you have a secret, you know, source of air. He's actually working underwater.
Yeah, he's working underwater.
It's impressive.
And he's got these. He got gills and he's got webbed hands and feet.
Turned into the Mariner from Waterworld.
Yeah. So then he would have to give a signal every time he needed oxygen.
That's nuts.
And he says that he wasn't a strong swimmer, but thankfully he found swimming underwater easy. He began training in a swimming pool and built up to deeper and deeper tanks until he was ready for the big one. The hardest thing was combining the technical side of diving with acting. I had to remember that Harry has gills, so he's not actually breathing. I had to be very careful not to let out any air bubbles.
I always wondered if they had to edit stuff like that out in scenes like that. Because it is hard to make no bubbles.
It is. And when you see these dummies here, these are actually dummies, actually. They're not actually the actors.
Yeah.
So they had animatronic dummies that they had to pump, and that had pumps inside them so that they could pump the water in and out, which gave them gentle movements like they were asleep.
Movie magic.
Yes, movie magic. I always thought they looked a little weird, and so that makes sense. They're not.
It was like, why is Ron so puffy looking? It's like, because it's not really him.
Okay, so it looks like Dalek 451 has to go. So let's see if he has any final words. You can even talk about scenes that we haven't talked about yet on your way out, and anything you want to share. Other than that, let's hear from.
There's a lot I wanted. There's a lot I wanted to say about this film. Well, for starters, I mean, like I said before, for every good thing from the book they took out, every good thing they took out, they put something equally stupid in, like for example, showing Barty Crouch Jr. way too soon, and the whole tongue flick thing, that was stupid, and then compressing the courtroom memory scene into just into one scene. That was I mean, that was supposed to be like 3 separate scenes, and then there was Barty Crouch Jr. And then if I actually see Barty Crouch Jr. in that scene, I see him lean, he's like, "Hello, father," and I was like, that's not how he acts in the book. He was begging his father for his life in the book. It's like, what the hell? Why did they make him actually make him look like a lunatic when he was like, oh, this film makes my blood boil. It really does. This film is
Yeah, I can understand that, because he was crying. He was crying, and you kind of wondered, well, did he really do this? He seems to be pretty adamant that he didn't do it. But
he is begging, he's pleading to his father. Father, please, I didn't do it. Don't send me to Azkaban. But in the movie, he's like, "Hello, father," and I was like, "Are you serious?"
There's no question he's a Death Eater in the movie, but
I like him being a psychopath. I like it. I like the psychopath. I liked it.
Yeah.
And
Anything else you want to share about the movie?
And
Go
then,
ahead.
and then we don't even, and the Dursleys aren't even in this film, or me either.
Yeah.
We just see him when we first see Harry. He's already at the Burrow.
Well,
Good.
hey,
You've already
maybe,
got 3 movies of them abusing him.
Hey, you know that they got invited to the Triwizard Tournament. It was their own fault for not wanting to come watch Harry during the third task. But no, you're right. We don't get the scene where. Well, I like all the Weasley wizard stuff.
And then there's the whole
So they
and then
cut
there's
that
the whole
out.
thing with there's no Dobby, no Ludo Bagman, no Winky, and then there's which was a very important plot line, especially for Fred and George, with Ludo no Ludo Bagman, and then they cut the Quidditch World Cup. Well, cut the World Cup match itself out entirely. That pissed me off. And
yeah, I'll agree with you on that. I hated that.
Well, it even people who didn't read the book can tell that they're missing out on something. Like, wait a minute, they were going to show a Quidditch match.
Yeah, I wanted the Quidditch match badly. That was the one thing I was like, no, the Death Eaters are already here. I was like, oh.
And then there's another thing that's missing is the whole thing with what the Death Eaters were doing in the film. The Death Eaters are just being jerks or just being bullies. But in the book it's worse because they're torturing Muggles right in front of everybody, and it's really horrific.
Yeah, it is more terrifying. It's something that's Lucius Malfoy's specialty there.
And then on top of that, when Harry gets knocked out during the scuffle, and then he sees Barty Crouch Jr. cast the dark mark. He sees him. Why?
He doesn't see his.
He sees him.
He doesn't
Why
know
did
who
you
he
have
is
to
at
make
that point.
Barty Crouch Jr. so obvious? When it was such
I do agree. They should have held back, and because everybody's supposed to think that he's dead for the entire time until the end, and we don't even get that kind of hint.
Yeah, everyone's supposed to think Barty Crouch Jr. is dead. They're supposed to think he died in Azkaban.
Right, but the reveal, the big reveal, is that it was really his mother who exchanged places with him using the Polyjuice potion, and she kept taking it until she died, and so she was buried looking like her son.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
What a family.
They use Polyjuice potion to have his mother and Barty Jr. swap places. So she died looking like in Azkaban, looking like him, while Barty Crouch Sr. smuggled Jr. out, disguised as his mother. And the Dementors wouldn't know the difference because they like Barty says in the book, he said they sensed one dying person arriving in Azkaban, and they sensed the same thing leaving. So they didn't know the difference. They didn't care.
I definitely agree. The mystery was better done in the book for sure.
In the movie, there is no mystery. It's all spoon fed to us through the whole thing.
Especially if you look at cast lists before you watch a movie, and it says Barty Crouch Jr. is played by David Tennant, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, okay, I guess I know who this is. So do you have any other points on the movie that you wanted to discuss? Or anything you want to share about your channel?
There's probably quite a few other things I could say, but like for example, like the whole thing with the first task, like the dragon breaking free of its chains and chasing Harry all around the rooftops of Hogwarts. That didn't happen in the book because in the book the dragon didn't want to move at all because it was protecting its eggs.
Right, you're right. She was a mother,
and Harry had to persuade the dragon to get up and fly up after him so he could dive down and just dive down and grab the golden egg from the. And that's another thing. There was only one egg. There was only the golden egg in the book. There's a whole batch of actual black dragon eggs for the dragon to protect,
Well,
as
yeah,
well as the golden one.
That was part of the point system. If you destroyed any of her real eggs, you got points taken off.
Yeah, really. I must have forgot that. But oh god, and then the third. The second task is mostly the same, except for Neville stealing what should have been Dobby's bit with the gillyweed,
I think that one's fine because the book does say that if Harry had asked Neville, then he would have known.
And then we have the third task where just nothing happens because it's just an empty maze. I mean, where are the obstacles? Where are the creatures? Where are the enchantments? There's nothing.
Yeah, I know. We're missing everything, and we just have kind of the maze itself is going to kill you.
Exactly. It's just the maze itself. That's so stupid.
Headphones. Some of us are wearing headphones. When you scream, it's very painful.
Sorry.
Well, anyway, yeah, those are all good points, and I can understand those bothering.
And there's probably a few other, and like I said, and I've already said the whole thing with making Ron look dumb. When he shouldn't be. I mean, and then there's if there's anything like the only scene in this movie which they mostly got right, it's the graveyard scene with with Cedric's death, Voldemort's resurrection, and then the confrontation between him and Harry. I mean, they got that mostly right. I'll grant them that. But
good. That was good. The producer did have to fight to make sure they got rid of Voldemort's nose, which is something that I'm going to bring up a little when we get there. But yeah, okay. At least you like the end.
Yeah.
And so, is there anything else you want to share?
Overall, I can't. It's such a shame because this movie is probably my least favorite of the movies, but the Goblet of Fire book is probably my favorite of the books, which is such a shame. Yeah. Ugh.
And I do understand there are major differences.
Yeah, Goblet of Fire is Goblet of Fire is the best book, but it's also the worst of the movies. In my opinion,
it's very liberal with how it changes scenes from the books, and I think that he tries to keep the same emotional feel that you get from the books when he changes the scenes. But I can understand the frustration. So, is there anything?
And then of course there's the whole thing with making Dumbledore far too angry and aggressive. What the hell was with that?
Oh right, yes. Instead of saying things calmly, he's really chill most of the time. And so the thing is, there's one point in the books where he gets furious, and you could see the difference between calm Dumbledore and why Voldemort is afraid of Dumbledore with the fury that Harry sees on Dumbledore. But in the movie, Dumbledore is just angry the entire time instead of having that one special moment where he's upset. So I do agree with you on that one.
A lot of this movie really makes me angry, but I suppose a good chunk, some of it near, like most of it near the end, the ending of it isn't as bad because like I said, they get the graveyard the graveyard scene's pretty good, and they also kind of one thing I do like is they actually give Cedric a line to when Pettigrew shows up and Harry grabs his scar and he collapses and then Cedric actually kind of takes a stand against Pettigrew. He went, "Who are you? What do you want?" And that's right before Voldemort, and that's actually right before Voldemort says, "Kill the spare." And so, but that doesn't happen in the book. I mean, as soon as the pain in the Harry's scar starts hurting in the book, it's just a very 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 fast and jarring. That he just grabs he collapses to he's blinded by the pain, and then you hear Voldemort say, "Kill the spare," and then Avada Kedavra, and then next thing you know, Cedric's dead. So he doesn't even get it. I do like the fact that they actually did give Cedric one last line
like that
before he died.
Yeah, because basically he just dies so quick.
I mean, when I first read Goblet of Fire, that real Cedric's death hit me so hard. It was such a shock because that was like, yes, we've heard of people dying in the books in the story early in the story, but that was the first time we actually properly saw someone die in Harry Potter on page.
Yeah, a character that we're introduced to in the book that gets us to care about him, and we like him. And
he doesn't just die; he's murdered, straight up murdered, right in front of Harry by Voldemort.
And he would have probably gotten eaten by Nagini if Harry didn't get his body out of there.
Probably. Yeah.
I believe it's Wormtongue who kills Diggory
with Voldemort's wand.
Technically, yeah, Pettigrew kills Cedric, but he does it under Voldemort's orders using Voldemort's wand. So technically you could say it was Voldemort who murdered him, but Pettigrew, but Pettigrew performed the act under his orders.
For practical purposes, you have to say Voldemort because everybody doesn't even realize that Pettigrew is alive. Everybody still thinks he's dead because you couldn't prove. You can.
You had to say
that he escaped.
Yeah. No one knows Pettigrew's still alive.
That's
Harry
why.
knows.
Yeah, Harry knows. Harry knows. Sirius knows.
Ron should know. Hermione should know.
This is quite an exit, Dalek. Do you got anything
Remus knows.
I suppose if anything, if there's anything else to say, I guess I kind of like how they gave Dumbledore a bit of a speech about.
Yeah, I like his speech too.
About how Cedric died and it was Voldemort who killed him, and how Dumbledore just straight up said, doesn't sugarcoat it or anything. He just straight up says, "Voldemort's back. We must be ready."
And it just happens to be that they have visiting students from other schools, and they say that this is the time to not be divided.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
which I admit the book kind of glosses over that a little bit.
Can you actually stay, or are you actually going? I don't know.
No, I have to.
It's been half an hour now.
yeah. I think
I had so much to vent about.
No, I understand. That is why I let you carry on, because you were late, and I wanted you to be able to share everything you wanted
And
to
I
share.
have to. Yeah, look, no, really, I do have to go. My food is. I have fish and chips waiting for me downstairs, so I really have to go.
Okay. Anything you want to share about your channel or anything else?
Well, I do have a bit of news. And I've decided to actually I've decided to create a new channel because
Oh.
because I think maybe my main channel is a little cluttered, so I've decided to create a new one for gaming, purely for gaming. So from now on, any gaming live streams or gaming videos I do, they're gonna go there, not my main channel.
Wow, that's really cool. That's kind of a good idea. I hope that helps.
So hopefully I'll be able to. I'll start playing some fun games over there. So if you want, it's called. And if you're interested, the channel's called Dalek 451 Gaming from Scaro. So if you want to see me play some games, go try and in fact I actually added the link to my main channel so you can find it there, and if you can follow that link, go to that channel and subscribe to it, and I'll hopefully start playing some games there soon. I hope you enjoy it. So I'll hope to see you both there and on my main channel. But I think that's about it. But I really do have to go now. So thank you, Jill, for letting me vent.
Oh, you're welcome. I wanted to hear your vent, so I'm glad we got it all consolidated like that. I think it was really good. And thank you for joining us, and hope to see you next time. And hope you enjoy your fish and chips.
I'll be back. Hopefully, I'll be back. I'll actually be here on time next week. So because
all right. Good, because
I
that's
was
my
actually,
favorite.
and maybe I'll maybe for once I'll actually over the course of next week I'll actually rewatch Order of the Phoenix before we
Oh, that would be fantastic.
before we do this.
Please do.
Because for the last 4 weeks I haven't rewatched the films. I really should do it.
Well, it'll make it even. Well, you're such an expert. We couldn't even tell. But it'll be even better if you do. Thank you, Dalek.
Yeah. Well, I guess that just shows how much I love Harry Potter because I grew up with it. I have great passion for it, and I guess you could call me a little bit of a book purist because I wish the movies adhered to the books more, but
That'd be nice.
Be careful what you wish for.
Oh, right, the new TV series. Yeah, be careful.
Oh God, that and I am both intrigued and both dreading that new series. So whenever that happens, so I'll have to see how that goes. But okay, I really have talked enough. I really must go. My fish and chips are waiting. So
yeah, you don't want it to get too cold. Yeah,
don't forget your mushy peas.
Yeah, it has mushy peas as well.
Yeah, I knew it did. I could smell it from here.
Anyway, yeah, I really must go. So I'll see you next week. So I'll see you all next week. And sorry if I got a bit testy at times. So
well, you were.
That's why I left. I wanted you to have your own Fandango. So I'm glad that you had. Dude, you are a Harry Potter expert. You are one of the people. You are a professor, and so me stepping aside and just being part of the class is important. And so I'm so glad you're here, man.
Thank you. You're welcome. And Tiger Stripes, if I hurt your ears from my shouting, I'm really sorry.
I just have to remind people now and then that we are all wearing headphones. But
yeah.
Thank
also,
you.
Tiger's an expert.
Thank you, darling Dalek.
You're welcome.
You are full of knowledge. And fish and chips soon. I envy you.
Yeah. I really must.
It's the best.
Speaking of that, I really must go. So again,
avocado cadaver.
Very good. All right. Well, like I keep saying, I really must go this time. So bye for now. See you next week.
See ya, Dalek. See you again.
Cheers. When does the butterbeer show up? When do we get butterbeer?
They've already drank butterbeer, haven't they?
What?
No?
Not in the movies.
Not in the movies, I guess. They have been in the books though.
Yeah, I think by
Great.
book 3 they go in Hogsmeade and they drink
I
butterbeer.
want to say hello to Cedric Diggory, Jocelyn Diggory, but also I think he might be spamming a bit. You don't need to repeat. That's great. You're on YouTube, Cedric. It's great to meet you. But
People
when
just
you
keep
repeat the
wanting us to
same,
say names.
yeah, when you when you repeat the same comment that
Beetlejuice,
you
Beetlejuice,
did before,
Beetlejuice.
it's called spamming. So
Yeah, well,
please don't do that.
I enjoy that. I'm a fan.
Can you say Jocelyn? Yeah, sure. I said Jocelyn.
I'll say
I'm
Kathleen.
saying
I
it
was
right. I'll say it the way I want
one
to.
more
Oh,
time.
and DJ Play Night says,
Hey, DJ.
catch up with Dalek's new channel here.
One
So
more time.
let me. Actually, I'm not
Oh,
subscribed
no,
to
it's
Dalek.
Riley from the Naked Now or Naked Time.
Oh,
I forget. I always get them mixed up.
Oh, okay. Then I'm the 4th subscriber for Dalek's Gaming from Scaro. And DJ Play Nice is the 3rd. So let's go back to the movie.
This is an incredible shot, just in terms of going through the glass. I really like it.
Well, you didn't like it last week.
No, I know, but this time I liked it because there was more
Time
color.
Turner.
Well, and Crumb's the shark.
Crumb.
And well, we just got basically a complete movie recap from Dalek, and so now we're going back to going scene by scene. And so
Well, but and also like when Crom is a shark, I'm like, should I be a duck? I feel like I feel emasculated because I was like, I chose the wrong animal.
Well, no. Well, you still have to worry about the giant
Well,
squid.
he was concerned about being able to breathe underwater, so there is that.
Yeah, but ducks can they can hold their breath.
They cannot breathe underwater.
No. And but also if a shark goes to attack a duck, which I don't think I've ever heard of ever, like duck can fly away.
That's right. They can fly. They can fly now.
They can fly now.
And so Harry finishes this task. He finishes next to last because he saves.
Yeah, but
that good old moral fiber.
Yeah, but well, no,
That's
but
such a
like
great
honestly,
I love it.
He does. Everyone else saves one person. He saves 2 people. So I understand him being elevated to silver medalist. But also, it does get to be like if I were in Hogwarts or any of these magic schools, I would be like, "Oh, good, Harry Potter gets more points because he's just better than all of us, isn't he?" And so I can understand. And this also, like when this happens, isn't this like somewhat the beginning of when Ron is like, oh, everyone loves Harry Potter?
No, actually, Ron is really happy with this because he's part of the event. So he
The solution. Okay, all right.
Story. So
My mistake.
Since he's involved, he's less upset now.
And he did saved her even though she wasn't yours.
And then Fred and George. Good job, moral fiber. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, if anyone is here for the first time, I would recommend that you like and subscribe. Don't forget to share it. Tell your mom. Thank you, everyone who is watching our discussion of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
I feel like in some of these scenes, someone has their thumb on the lens.
I really love Brendan Gleeson. It's such an inspired performance, even though that he's playing a dude who's impersonating another dude.
I'm playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder, yeah. It's deep
Also,
acting.
come on, this J. Jonah Jameson mustache, this Charlie Chaplin mustache, I know whose mustache we're going for.
It looks uneven in this shot. Like it looks like it's curved up like too much. Like it's all like it's coming off of his lip like a fake mustache.
His mustache is winking at you.
Well, what it is that Barty Crouch is not a Death Eater, but he's like kind of the opposite extreme of an Auror who has no scruples with, killing the enemy, and he champions using Dementors on prisoners, and so he's the other
He's a
the
funny
other
guy.
extreme.
He
Yeah.
reminds me of Scudworth from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah.
And
The everlasting Godstopper.
I
Yeah.
believe in the novels he puts forth the vote to use extreme measures against the enemies, the Voldemort followers.
He's very happy to sentence 4 people,
Mhm.
including his son, to Azkaban.
Because I think they said,
And he's very strident
what was
about it at the time too.
They said something like he changed it to where they only brought him back alive, and he changed that. I think something to those words. I can't remember exactly.
Right. And
But
that
yeah, he's
Moody
pretty
was
extreme.
actually different. Moody would try not to kill if he didn't have to.
Yeah.
The real Moody, not the one we meet here.
Yeah.
But also he's supposed to. There's a point where he does get cursed by his own son, and he kind of goes insane from it, and he starts talking to trees and plants, and and there's just a whole another mystery that they kind of cut that up. And just basically, they just see all you got to know is that Barty Crouch Jr. kills his dad, and they find his body.
I like that scene too because he
That's
looks at
effed
Mad
up.
Eye. He gets up close to him and he kind of notices like the tick or whatever. So he's like, he kind of knows it's his son, or he suspects it's not really Mad Eye, I should say. Like he has suspicions on that, but he can't quite
And the
figure out who.
reason Barty Crouch Jr. does it is because he's emulating his hero Voldemort, who also killed his dad, who
Yeah.
also disappointed him.
Yeah. Gosh, they kills his dad, and then in this movie, like desecrates his father's corpse, and they bone taken from the father unwillingly, and all that stuff. It's like, dang.
Yep.
Blood of the enemy and all that stuff.
Okay,
That's
so we
kinda-
do see the Minister of Magic here.
Voldemort probably murdered most of his family.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
Tom Riddle.
Yes.
And fed him to his snake
Especially
Nagini,
his
probably.
family.
Well, he put the blame on that poor caretaker that we saw at the beginning of this film. And that man, I believe, had to go to prison.
Yeah. And this is the scene where all the adults leave the room so Harry can find the pensive.
This was very strange.
The licorice schnapps, yeah, they were a little peculiar. I guess they were.
Yeah, and it was just a way to get Harry into the goblet of reflection or whatever.
It seemed, yeah, it's a bit of a stretch. I mean, just leave the door open and then leave the room, and you know Harry's going to go look at it. You know, you don't really have to put the licorice schnapps out and have
What
them
if you did
attack
like
him.
an
And
abyss
it was
sort of
it was a
pillar
bit of quite a stretch.
water that looks like his mom or something, and then he's like, "Oh." It's like Captain America to Bucky. And it's like, I'm drawn to this. And then he gets his head plunged in. And then we get the exposition, which is great. Like, I enjoy the reenactment of what has come before.
We learn about
I was
Snape.
totally
We learn about
confused.
the other guy.
Yeah, right. We learned Karkaroff was a Death Eater, Snape was a Death Eater, and Barty Crouch Jr. is being
But
accused of.
This is also a point where you find out that Snape, was sort of an inside. He's like Tuvok in Voyager. Yes. He was deep undercover.
Yeah, he's like a double
agent.
It
caused him great pain. And
you
I
haven't
do appreciate
you haven't seen the
that,
half of it yet, Scotty.
No, I haven't.
That gets better.
You just
but
wait.
But Dumbledore is
just
like,
you wait.
Snape is no more a Death Eater than I am, and I'm just like, hell's yes.
I trust him
Points
with
for
my life.
Snape.
Yeah, this guy's the biggest snitch ever. He's just like, I'll give you names. I'll tell you everything.
Oh, nobody wants to go back to Azkaban.
Hell
Who's
yeah.
been there?
No,
it's like the Phantom Zone.
Absolutely horrible.
Well, would you like every happiness to be drained from you?
I like that they mentioned the Rookwoods because those are one of the villain families in the the video game, the Hogwarts Legacy game. You fight the Rookwoods and stuff. So I thought that was a nice little.
Hey, Cedric.
Universe.
Yeah, and as far as Barty Crouch Jr. is being accused of torturing the
Sorry,
Longbottoms.
what's his name again?
Barty Crouch Jr. is being accused of torturing Neville's parents. The Longbottoms. They were Aurors, and they were tortured by the Cruciatus curse. We saw those curses earlier, the one that made the spider twitchy.
I would say if anybody feels that they have a Barty crotch, they should consult their doctor. And I'm not joking. I'm just saying testicular cancer is a very
Crouch.
Oh.
Yes.
No
it's
T.
Crouch.
Crouch.
Sorry, never mind. Wrong podcast.
I kind of like that he's a psychopath because then when like you're watching him pretend to be moody, he's really putting on an act because he's a psycho. Like he's literally unhinged. So he has to like kind of rein that in to pretend to be moody a little bit.
Right, and the fact that he's capable of changing.
Yeah.
I agree. I realize that it's simplifying what happened in the book.
Totally.
But in the book, the character is a teenager, and he has already been to Azkaban, once, so he must have done something to get himself there to begin with. Although his father is like Jill pointed out, his father's like a fundamentalist. His father is like the opposite of a Death Eater. He's so intent on condemning people who are Death Eaters.
And Tiger, as you mentioned, like in terms of like, it's so good to see David Tennant and not Doctor Who. He does such a good job at unbridled rage. Like the character is sold for me. They have to make the connection in the context of the film that this is a son and this is a father. So when he says, "Hello, Father," I kind of like that because there's an old punk song where the lyrics are, "Hi, Dad, I'm in jail." And it's kind of sticking it in your father's eye. Yes, I'm "Hello, Father." I'm the opposite of everything you ever wanted me to be. I kind of dig that. It's very hardcore. It is punk. It's metal.
I like to think that maybe he's under the Imperious curse and he doesn't know it because there's that whole speech he gives during the class where he's like, some people are under the curse and they don't even realize they're being controlled. So it's like, what if that applies to him? Where like he's under the control, but he doesn't even realize and it comes and goes or something.
Yeah, but
Dalek
what about
can just like
Wigglebum?
snap and take over, huh?
The guy who was the rat for he was Ron's
Peter,
rat.
Pettigrew.
Pinklebottom.
Peter Pettigrew? Yeah, that guy.
Pettigrew, yes.
I don't care. And so, but he's been a loyal servant of Voldemort to the point of absolute embarrassment.
Yeah, is he under the Imperious curse?
He knows no bounds in how he can be degraded. He will be a ferret. He will be
Wormtail.
Yeah.
Yo, but Lord, thank you. Your other arm, Wormtail.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like things.
But
this
they
is a
don't
matter
say
of
the
kicking
name
into 11.
Do they? Do they say the name Lestrange in the book? Oh, I guess they do.
I can't read.
Well, they don't say Bellatrix. That's the only thing I know for sure because I was listening to that.
Oh crap!
They describe the other men. They describe the other people there, but I don't hear them. I don't see them giving their names. No,
they just call her. They just describe her. But I know it's Bellatrix from the way that they describe her.
Yeah. Do we meet a Lestrange in the Fantastic Beasts movies? I think that there might be a descendant or something in.
Yeah,
in
I
those
think there
movies.
is.
I don't remember.
the opposite of a descendant because
Or ascendant. My bad.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't know what you call that.
Yeah, ascendant.
Is
I don't
Myrtle
think
in
that's what it's
the
called.
Ancestor.
Fantastic Beasts?
Oh, you missed Myrtle.
No. Do you have a clip? Can
That's
you just show me a
fascinating
clip
that's
of Myrtle?
Bellatrix. Good catch.
I
Jill.
can, but Dalek says, just call him Wormtail.
I will.
To recover what we took.
I would love to get wet with Myrtle.
We have it.
So it's not impossible, as Dalek said, that Barty Crouch Jr. may have been innocent, that it might have been entirely Bellatrix who did more than murdered the Longbottoms. But that's interesting.
Yeah, because couldn't she murder them and then put him under the curse and then tell him, "Oh, you did it. You did these things," and like make him believe the lies?
Oh, he says very clearly in this scene, "Father, Father, I wasn't involved. No, no."
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, exactly. He does.
But then again, he also doesn't want to go back to Azkaban. So
no one does.
Well, there's a lot of Death Eaters who did that, who were on Voldemort's side, but as soon as they realize the consequences, they're like, "Wait a minute, never mind."
Yes.
Yeah, but what do they do at Azkaban? Like, what is is
the
it?
Dementors?
The
Dementors torment you
every
the Dementors torment you every day.
The worst thing about prison was the Dementors. They
Don't they like take your soul from you or something?
Well, no, that's the final. What's the expression? The kiss, the Dementor's kiss. That's when they really do pull your soul all the way out. But the rest of the time, they just steal every happy thought from you. So you sit in prison, just.
But even
up to your eyeballs in misery.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like an equitable confinement.
And those are
no, it's not. No,
so Azkaban is a corrupt institution. I'm glad we agree.
Yeah, no, all of the Ministry of Magic is extremely corrupt at this time in the story.
All right.
So
that's sort of part of it. The story gets surprisingly political as it continues.
All right.
And, well, at this point, Snape's giving Harry a hard time because he thinks Harry's stealing from him and stealing gillyweed, stealing polyjuice potion
ingredients, yes.
And he doesn't believe him.
There's something so interesting. I don't know. I want to say touching because, like, Alan Rickman is always my favorite. But he's being like, if you were to steal from me, Mr. Potter, don't steal this. This is truth serum.
Which is
great. It's like, okay,
I haven't stolen anything.
Don't lie to me.
Like, you're telling me to steal the truth serum.
But it's perfect setup and payoff because they end up using it on the other guy from the other academy. So it's like he doesn't just show it and then we never get to see it in motion. Like, no, like almost immediately we get to see what it does.
Oh no, you're right in terms of payoff and setup. But yeah, I'm just waiting for Severus to unveil the he's been such a sword, and I can't wait for it finally to be revealed to all. That it's like, hey, my name's Severus.
Wait till you see the Half-Blood Prince
the whole time.
And there is
Half-Blood Prince is great.
There is a emotional reaction when Severus says this, because in the book they describe it a little bit better. But he's like, "Oh my gosh, what could he know? Like, would I tell him about Sirius? Would I tell him about the Weasley? Would I tell him about the Dursleys? And all this stuff." He's just super worried immediately with that threat that Snape gives him because of all the stuff he is keeping secrets.
That's got to be like a low form of mind control, like getting in someone's head and making them tell you everything.
Manipulation, that's Snape manipulation. I mean, that's
you
all
guys
he
are
is,
touching on themes for the next movie pretty heavy.
Yeah,
I want the Dursleys to end up like Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, just charred skeletons.
Oh, but they're important right now.
Are they still important?
They're still important.
They are very important. Yes.
All right, then I'll find out.
You will find out. That's something that is revealed. Why they're involved at all. So,
hey Keith,
so we're on the third task, the Triwizard Cup
The maze.
Hidden
The maze from The
There was
Shining.
much rejoicing.
Thought Jack Nicholson was going to pop out of the maze.
No, I immediately
Johnny.
thought, yeah.
And did you gloss over the point where, is it Fudge? I think it's Fudge after the death of Barty Crouch, who goes to Dumbledore's office, and he's telling him to cancel the games. Well, actually, you know, they're fighting over whether the games should be canceled.
Yes.
And at some point,
I did.
Dumbledore says a true leader does what is right.
Oh, I love that.
No matter what others think.
What did you say?
And yes, and then the beautiful thing is that he very quickly hands Fudge his hat and walks him out the door. And I love that. Anybody who gets shown the door, you know, who sort of considers themselves in a superior position of power, and then the person just sort of gets up and goes, "There's the door. I'm walking you out. Here's your hat."
I think that was great because that is a big part of the book where there's a parting of ways because of, well, by the end, the Ministry wants to pretend that Voldemort couldn't have come back. There's no way he's back. And Dumbledore's like, okay, I'm going to do what's right. And it might not be what's, you know, popular, but, you know,
yeah,
I'm not, whatever I'm doing is not against you. It's not against the Ministry. It's against Voldemort.
But
and the truth is the truth.
I still gotta say, like, I'm curious what Richard Harris would have done with this scene. Like, whether or not he would have been gently authoritative or what have you. Like, Gambon, I love Michael Gambon as an actor, but again, this is not Dumbledore. In my mind,
find his center as Dumbledore for a while for me, but
all right. Well, we got plenty of movies to go. Maybe he'll grow.
Works eventually.
I'm fine with him, and
okay.
I hate to say this, but Harris was so fragile, I think, at that point in his life, that he kind of had to deliver lines gently. And there's a point where Dumbledore has to be capable of great energy and strength, physical strength.
I would have liked to see if he could have.
Well, yes, I would have loved to have seen Richard Harris all the way in this to the very end. I adored him always. But I think Gambon brings a lot to the role too.
He does. He does have energy. Dalek 451 says the Longbottoms weren't murdered; they were tortured into insanity. Yes, that's right. That's correct.
I'm aware of that, but I believe in the context of the films that they were just murdered. I don't think that.
What I think in the book, the movies, they're not murdered. They just say tortured here. They don't say murdered.
I don't think they ever point out how bad it is for the Longbottoms. I think at some point they just sort of say, you know, the assumption is that they were murdered.
I feel like at some point Neville says something about it.
I have to see the rest of the movies. Not in this movie. That's not true in this movie, but maybe that's true in the next one. And I just
I
don't
think
remember.
he says that to like Bellatrix, maybe. I'm not even sure.
Well, I know that Bellatrix says to him,
legendary,
"Hi, how are the folks?"
Legendary NFL.
But they're worse than dead, yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand that. And I'm very aware of that. I have read the books and I have seen the films. I just think in the course of the films, they don't go to St. Mungo's. They don't deal with them. So I think they just sort of, the inference is that they were killed in the context of the films. That's what I got.
Oh, thank you for being here, lurking, Keith E. Like number 33, I'm just going to lurk for a while, but I'm not going to tell you when I leave. Be well.
Oh,
if I knew Tiger Stripes is here, I would have been here earlier.
Flatterer.
Oh, that's sweet.
You've excited me with Antissa.
Cheryl. Okay, so there's something in the book about this. It says the maze has its own persona. It has to chase the characters and move as if it was going to crush them, says Richardson. His team constructed hydraulic walls 25 feet high and 40 feet long that were capable of moving independently of each other, and often closing in on the actor. Safety was a huge issue, and we had many fail-safe devices to ensure that nothing bad happened. Although, a lot of the time when you see the fear on their faces, I'm pretty sure it's genuine.
Wow. Yes, something like that could just literally crush you. Yeah, that'd be quite frightening.
I would be, yeah. I would.
Yeah, I'd be Yeah.
It sounds scary.
It
I
does.
didn't realize that was what was happening with the production of this maze. And so Harry and Cedric get to start the maze first. And they've got to well, they're supposed to be encountering obstacles, but like Dalek said earlier, a
Oh.
lot of the obstacles are
That
removed.
shot. Cedric with his dad one last time. So freaking sad.
It is sad. You're absolutely right. That's the last hug. Mm. And Flora is the one who's taken out first.
Yeah, because Crumb's like bewitched, right? Like he's like,
Yeah.
that's what Harry believes.
Crumb is put under the Imperious curse, so he's being forced to attack the other Cedric. And Harry stupefies Crumb in the book, but in the movie it's Cedric. And so they
Sorry,
throw
I
off
hate to break from the narrative, but am I the only one
red
who's
sparks.
seeing that like 275 people are watching right now?
I'm not sure where they're coming from because
I know, but I just want to say hello to all of them.
Hello, everybody.
All of them.
Yes. Love you that love this film.
Thank you for paying attention. I don't know where you are or if you're even real, but I adore that you are.
Yes. Hello to our AI overlords.
Yes.
Hit
those likes. And all of our wizards, witches, and
I'm going to go
muggles.
smoke weed because it's 420 and we have 200 something. Anyway, this is going to be fun.
Well,
I'll be
well,
good
the
when I get
interesting
back.
thing-
Don't worry, Tiger.
Okay, so but the interesting thing
Don't
is we
you
have
dare
12.
leave.
We have 11 people on the YouTube side, so I don't know where this number StreamYard is getting all these people from. That's why I haven't mentioned it, but Scotty mentioned it. That's happening somehow. But there's a number of things that are missing from this maze that I'd like to talk about. One of my favorite things is the Sphinx that does all the riddles and everything.
Oh yeah.
And she says, first think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. And so you're supposed to think of a spy, and then tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle, and the end of end. And so it's the letter D. So you got spied. And then during the search for a hard to find word, and finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard to find word. And so Harry actually makes the sound as he's trying to think of it. So he's able to figure out what creature you would be unwilling to kiss, which is this. And so the answer to the riddle was a spider. And so I thought, I really liked the obstacles. I don't see why they had to cut them out, because it would have been really cool to see a Sphinx.
I agree. That would have been nice. I guess like the pacing, and they wanted it to be more like the climax. So like they wanted Crumb to be, like this impending doom of him trying to get to the like this time, like the ticking clock type thing. So maybe they didn't want to like slow down that with the riddles. But I don't know. I would have liked it in there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see from like a movie's perspective why they would cut it. Yeah.
Well, in terms of pacing and and a maze and people going through a maze, I can see how they kind of would want to keep that moving. Although I do love a Sphinx.
The thing that they do get right is the relationship between Cedric and Harry, how they're helping each other in the maze. They kind of help each other in different ways, but it follows.
And they're
their
also very
characters.
frustrated about about competing with each other, and and fighting each other. And then at some point they just realize, one of them one of them saves the other from a giant spider.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and that's
actually,
the thing,
Harry
really
and Cedric stun the acromantula together.
Yeah, it has to be the two spells combined. As I'm reading this, the two spells combined did what one alone had not. The spider keeled over sideways. So, at that point, they kind of realize, and it's funny because Cedric is the person who says to Harry's like, okay, go on, you take it. And Cedric's like, no, you take it. You've saved my life twice. And Harry insists they take it together.
And they consolidate all that feeling when Cedric says, I thought you were going to let it get me for a moment. Let it get me. And Harry says, for a moment, so did I.
Yeah, he legitimately thought about it. He was sitting there like, ooh, when save my friend.
Moral fiber.
That moral fiber came through again, yeah.
Well, and they both prove they have it, but unfortunately, Harry's moral fiber gets Cedric in trouble, and Harry never forgives himself for it.
Yeah, that's so true, Joe. Like, if he would have just took the win, only he would have gotten transported to the graveyard, so Cedric would have lived. Yeah, that's so true.
Yep.
It's so tragic. Like, trying to do the right thing got your friend killed in a way. Like, damn.
That is literally tragic.
Yes. And, well, they spend a whole lot of time here, just milling around.
I did not think the port key was going to pay off like this. Like, reading the story and, like, at the World Cup, and I'm like, dang it, they're using it like this? Like, oh, snaps. I was super shocked.
You thought this was... I did not find this milling around. I thought the graveyard scene was sort of perfection. It was really building tension.
Okay, building tension, then it just felt like in the book it happened so much faster. Like, as soon as they get there, pretty much Cedric is killed.
No, Cedric has time to make some observations and look around and observe that the cups are port key. And then Harry actually says, is this supposed to be part of the task?
Yeah,
he doesn't immediately jump to, I know where I am. I've seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
So they're puzzling it out.
Yeah, because you would immediately think this is a part of the test. This is a part of the
thing.
That's another question. Yeah, and then Cedric says, I don't know. Wand's out, do you reckon? And Harry says, yeah, glad that Cedric had made this suggestion rather than him. So they're aware that, and then they see the two figures coming toward them, or the one figure holding the indescribable baby.
Benjamin Button.
Yeah. The fetus.
Yeah, he's quite hideous, that little...
Oh, yes. He's supposed to be really horrible looking.
Oh, yes. And I like in the book where when they're actually making the potion, Harry's like, I hope that thing drowns.
Yeah. For a moment there, I thought you were going to let it get me. Who are you? What do you want? Kill the...
Oh, that didn't capture Kill the Spare very well. But we had Dalek earlier.
Yes, he does an excellent impression.
He did. Thank you, Dalek, for that.
Yeah. Voldemort's got that exasperated voice.
Harry does eventually realize this is a place he's been before in his dreams, and that they need to leave. But it's at that moment that it's too late. And we lose Cedric. And so then Voldemort does what he's going to do to bring himself back to full power. He's already gotten stronger because Wormtail has helped him gain some of his corporeal nature back, but now he has to fully come back through this ritual, through this dark magic. Using this cauldron and...
Yes, Cauldron Born.
I love that they didn't. I love that they didn't set this up a lot beforehand too. Where like we knew Voldemort's plan with all the steps and all these. Like we learned this as Harry's learning it in the moment, and it's perfect this way.
And it's a kind of, again, hindsight. It's like he was only strong enough in the first film to live off of somebody.
Yeah, parasite.
And then he was kind of a spirit as he escaped that. So then
he just he got lucky to find a wizard who was willing to take him on.
So it's like, and then he's built back up to this kind of babyish form, some kind of malnutritioned skeletal figure.
I mean, he kind
like
of found the
shrimp.
secret to immortality. Yeah,
shrimp. Yeah. He's withered.
He could kind of live forever if he keeps doing this.
Oh, I'm sure he took a big hit when the first Horcrux was destroyed.
Yeah, you're right. He lost a good portion.
Yeah, because it's diminishing returns. Every Horcrux you make is
Takes his power down.
It fractures your soul by half and half and half and half. And so we're getting to that more later. Yes.
All the Horcrux stuff. Yeah.
If somebody was saying, I think the first week doesn't throwing the Avada do something to your soul, but I think that when you make a Horcrux, you have to murder someone. That's part of it.
Yeah, and like it seems like all the people that Voldemort killed with the wand he has, they get like kind of trapped or like their spirits are partially trapped. Yeah.
All the previous spells.
Well, it regurgitates the echo of those spells.
And it just happens that the spell that Voldemort uses most often is murdering people.
Of
He's
course.
really into it.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't bother him to murder people. In fact, he's often...
he seems to get quite the buzz out of it.
I love like the first thing he wants to do when he gets his body back is duel Harry Potter. Like, he's just like, all right, I'm back. Harry, get your wand. We're going to duel now.
I think he legitimately believes this is going to free him. He understands that there's some sort of connection between him and Harry, but he doesn't really understand what it is.
Mm-hmm.
He just thinks that killing Harry is going to restore him, but he's not really sure. It just goes to show you can be the evil Lord of Darkness and not really know what's going on.
Because he's like, yeah, your mother, she used some sort of old magic. I don't really know how she did it, like how she kept you alive. Yeah, it's like, but we'll figure it out. We do.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's this part.
It was old magic.
It was old magic, yeah.
Yeah, he actually says the word love like it's a dirty word. It's quite a
good
he
like disgusted by it. Yeah, he's like,
yes.
Love. Ugh. I love Ralph Fiennes' performance in this.
Oh, he's remarkable.
So good.
I can't imagine anybody who had been as good.
David Heyman had to struggle with the director about the nose, and so he said that you had to get rid of his nose, and David kept saying, no, it's in the books. He's got to have this look to him. He's got to look like a reptile and have no nose. So
when did that happen? Because Tom Riddle was a human. When did that happen?
Well, it was because
when did what happen?
Making Horcruxes.
Because he was Tom Riddle. He looked regular up to a point, right?
Well,
and then
it's when he started splitting his soul up.
That's when
losing.
And that was also him at that moment in time. When he first made the book.
Yeah. So like he had a nose back
captured
then.
that part of that's the age he was at that time. He was also younger, very much younger. He was a student.
Yeah, he used to be a handsome kid. 17, he was charming.
18.
But I think the Horcruxes changed him a little. But I think him being connected to Nagini is a huge part.
Yeah.
Well, Nagini is a Horcrux.
Yeah, Nagini.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think that, and Nagini being a living thing, I think that really, it's like a spirit animal kind of thing. He's connected to it.
Okay.
That's what I think. Because he has the snake eyes at first,
and
then they
lovers
change.
before she turned into a snake.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Gosh, it's been so long.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's been so long.
Oh my God, yeah, there's so many layers that the movies don't even really cover with Nagini, especially. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So many things.
That she mentioned that Padawan because that's something that is mentioned, is that when this appearance could have happened also after the killing curse rebounded and he became non-corporeal, and the only things that he seemed to be able to possess were other animals, and these animals didn't live very long, but his favorite animal to possess was a snake.
And he's a parcel tongue, so he could talk to them, right? So it's like that all worked out.
It did for however long he had to live like that.
And he already did relate with Slytherin hardcore before he was in the house, I think.
And Finnis, you're talking about the actor. He says he actually has a good understanding of villains. He says people refer to the personification of evil, which I think is impossible to play. These labels of evil and good are kind of useless for actors. I said to Mike, we have to give him human qualities. I want him to be really deeply humanly evil, not just an idea of evil, and have it come from fear, frustration, and unhappiness. He's a rejected child, and that can be the place where hatred, anger, and jealousy fester. The book details the idea of love being repulsive to Voldemort. You can't help thinking that he's been cheated of it, so therefore it becomes a thing to despise and destroy. And that all makes sense to me. And this guy, he completely understands the character, even though he came into this role not even knowing anything about Harry Potter, but
Yeah.
instantly he understands Voldemort because Voldemort was not born from love. His mother was put his dad under some kind of love spell or love potion or some kind of enchantment, and so there was
Oh,
never.
is that like the love potion that they use in one of the movies where like the one girl's like infatuated with Ron?
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
That's dark. Yeah, that's crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah, so his whole origin wasn't based off love. So yeah, and I just such a great performance. He kicks he kicks Robert Pattinson's face. Cedric Diggory. He's like, what a handsome boy.
Turns his face with his foot.
Yeah.
It's not
Doesn't
exactly
kick
a
him.
kick. It's
Yeah, you're right. He
even a
just
little
moves
more
him with-
insulting than that.
Yeah, you're right. He just
Yeah,
moves his face
it's
with his foot. And he's like, what a handsome boy. What a waste.
degrading. Just let's put dirt on him. He's nothing. He didn't think he was anything before he was alive. When
Yeah,
he
he
was
called him a
alive,
spare.
you know, I mean, this is like the ultimate dismissive person. You know, life is nothing.
Wormtail. Oh, thank you, my lord. Your other hand, Wormtail.
And it might be this film where we really start seeing the big difference in the wands, or were they doing that already?
I don't mean to interrupt. Can you hold on to that question for a second? I hear
yeah.
someone's TV playing a little bit.
Oh,
loud.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
It's okay. I
that
just
was
wanted to
that
know what it
close.
was.
I got it.
I don't know.
I got it.
Okay, thank you.
No, I think the ones were always individual, right from the start. All the ones were individual. It's just, getting a close look at them. And Voldemort's wand is so very distinctive with that, hideous
Yes.
white claw on the end that it really pops out at you. But no, all the wands were designed.
And Dumbledore
differently.
changes wands at a point too. So
Interesting.
because was it the Deathly Hollows thing?
Well, that we get to the
story?
Elder
Yeah.
Wand. That's gonna be
So,
And this is the first
say
time you
too
see
much.
anybody apparating, I believe, in the course of the films, which is quite a sight. It's
So I was
really
always wondering
remarkable.
what's happening here. Like he takes all their masks off, but they're getting pain and like agonies. So what is he doing here that
They're
makes
being
them
shamed. They're being guilted.
okay? Yeah,
They're being
it's like-
guilted because they didn't come out to hunt for him the way the Aurors were hunting for him.
he is doing something because he's kind of ripping their masks off. So I'm betting he's putting a little bit of
because they all physically
sting
respond to
behind
it.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're just falling to their knees because they're
And that-
terrified.
and that
Oh, that
also
could be
could
They
be.
can tell
Please
that
don't
he's
hurt me.
pissed off, and
Yeah.
they're terrified. They're doing whatever they can to kowtow.
Yes,
and the
exactly.
book, Voldemort has red eyes. I'm really glad they didn't do that. It would have just sort of been a little overkill
Too
for me.
Star Warsy.
I like it the way it is.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't go there.
I don't want it being related to like Sith Lord's powers. He's his own evil. He doesn't need that.
Eugene Bird says Voldemort wants to prove that he can kill Harry because he's embarrassed that
Oh,
Harry's
yeah,
kicked
with
his butt 3
witnesses.
times already.
Because he's got witnesses. He's like, I'm going to do it with witnesses. Everyone will see that I can kill him.
Oh, and yes,
They'll believe in me again?
he is very, because he drives the boat. He's like, people, your name's almost as famous as mine, Harry.
Mhm.
So it's like, oh, let's take the hero out of the act.
That's what I said.
I'm sorry, yes.
You now.
Oh no, I was talking to
agreeing, I was
Dalek in the
agreeing.
chat.
Oh.
Actually, the love potion was made by his mother. Yes.
But yeah, this is the
Um.
one kind of thing he didn't get to defeat. So yeah, he's going after
Well,
it
that's
first.
a good observation by Eugene that Harry's already defeated him 3 times.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
But it's so incredible that now we have the manifestation, and it is incredible that we get Ralph Fiennes to play our villain. This is no, I am your father. It's like this is exactly what I've been waiting for. And it was like, can we kick it into gear? Are we just going to school? Are we just checking out library books? And it's like, no. Now we have a villain.
Well, he's been trying to come back, but his thing is he wants to kill Harry.
He's
but
been a legend of evil, but he's never been able to do it.
Well, he's
and
been
now,
so weak. He's been so weak until now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now he's
back.
He's
visually. I didn't even when I saw
Harry
this in the
is
theater.
terrified.
I didn't
So
think
is
they could do this
Dumbledore.
kind of technology. This was I was like, oh, they can do partial green screen and CGI combined, because I was blown away that it looks so much like the actor. But then you find out the kind of they use all this technology in tandem to make it do that, and I was just like, wow, it blew me away.
Yeah, this was a real advance in CGI for me too.
Because I thought,
I didn't
how did
really
they
find an uncanny valley, for this.
I was like, how did they
Voldemort's lack
make
of a
his nose disappear?
Beautiful.
They
Yeah.
couldn't shove it down that much. I was just like, oh, green screened his nose. Whoa! I was just
Yeah,
wow.
he'd have to wear like a mocap.
It was amazing. Yeah, I was blown
I
away.
do think the actor had to have dots on his face.
Yeah, but what about the ghoul from Fallout? The ghoul from Fallout doesn't have a nose.
I think that was like mostly
He's
all
green
prosthetic.
screen too. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
funny to see him. Yeah, that
But
scene
this
with
is-
the foot on the face is so disrespectful. His nails are so disgusting. His foot's so gross.
I would very much like to shoot Lucius Malfoy. I think that guy.
Most would.
you son of
He's
a bitch.
douche. He plays a perfect
I-
douche in these movies. I'll give the
He
actor does a
does.
wonderful job.
Oh, he's
wish his
absolutely
son
spot
had
on.
been
He's just
aborted.
wonderful.
We need
How
to
do
play
you magically
yeah.
abort a son?
Ooh.
You need
Do
Malfoy
we just stick a wand?
in this
No,
story.
okay.
Without it, where's the push and pull? Where are your
I'll push.
child
Harry
antagonist?
needs his nemesis.
Yeah, his rival.
Yes.
But don't they become friends later on?
No.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
No.
I don't know. I haven't
friends.
seen it. I haven't seen it.
They all could
But-
die at the end. You never know.
But there is something. There is something.
People
But
die.
anyway, that Voldemort's explaining that he wasn't able to touch Harry before because his mother's love protected him through his blood, and by committing to get Harry's blood for this ritual, he can touch him now. And that's
you have that
further
clip?
explanation.
Do you have the
No,
clip?
I didn't get it. I didn't
Oh, that's
get.
too
I was
bad.
gonna
Yeah,
get it.
because that's just the madness of his face and the way he says it. I can touch you now.
I love it. I can
know
and
that's
it's, and it's so sick,
So
There's this
good.
underlying kind of assault, and you can also see, that Harry's in pain, but Voldemort is clearly also in pain. He's trying to hide it.
Okay,
but
thank you.
there's a connection there. They're both in pain.
Yeah, they're feeling
But
the same
the
thing.
joy in
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask an honest question with that, because I've always been like, is he mocking Harry's screams, or
No.
is he in pain a little?
he's
I always wanted to
trying to
ask
hide
other
it. He
people
is-
about
he
that.
is in pain,
Okay,
I believe.
that's what you all think too, because I see that too. I'm like, he wants to mock him, I bet, but I bet he's feeling it too.
He certainly doesn't want to show his supporters that he's
Yeah.
in pain.
Yes,
But
yes.
but putting the whammy on
Okay.
Harry is clearly doing something to him as well. I believe.
I always
physically.
wanted to ask that every time I see
Well,
that scene. I'm like, I want to talk to other people about that specific detail.
I just love it so much. You are familiar with dueling, are you not, Harry? Pick up your wand, and it's proper to bow before we duel.
Yeah.
Bow, and he makes him bow, and I'm just like, damn, that's so good. That's perfect.
And he's doing the Cruciatus, right? Is that the right curse? Without saying it, he's making him do.
Oh no, he actually said it. He said Crucio.
Oh, does he?
And
Okay.
He not only did he say Crucio, but I thought I heard him say, and I think I'm wrong about. I thought I heard him say Crucioff, which
It's the lips prosthetic. It's hard to speak.
maybe. But when he took it off, he said something as well.
Oh, kill.
touch you.
Can't touch you.
Right on the scar. That'd be funny if MC Hammer appeared in the graveyard.
I'm sorry, guys.
He was busy in
that was gonna happen.
in Adam's
Sorry,
Family
I
too.
love that.
What happened? What made Jill laugh? I totally missed it.
I don't think
Well,
she meant for the "you can't touch this" blurb to be.
MC Hammer still playing at the end.
But that was so perfect. That was so good. I love that. That was so good.
Can't touch this. Now I'm gonna.
But
always think of that.
I'm with Tiger Stripes in this assessment. Is that Voldemort touches Harry and it is painful to him, but the fact that he can touch Harry is such an achievement that even if it is painful, it's like, I can't believe I can even do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. And it shows his spite. It's like, it will hurt me, but I will do it.
Worth it. Worth it.
Worth it. So yeah, that's my assessment of that.
Smile through the pain. Smile through the pain.
Yeah. No pain, no gain.
Well, there's plenty of pain because Harry is getting hit by the Cruciatus curse several times from Voldemort. Which, I mean, that curse can make full-grown wizards go insane. So it's amazing that Harry's able to go through this. But Voldemort even gives him back his wand because he wants to prove that he can defeat Harry Potter even when Harry is armed.
And this could
love
be a way
consumed with hubris.
This could be the way, because we mentioned earlier that they take out the scene where they show that Harry can withstand the curse. So this might be their way of showing that Harry, even though Voldemort's doing this to him, he can fight it and resist it a little bit. You know, he's still losing, but he's not instantly just a puppet to this guy. He's fighting.
Well, the way they showed it.
He faces him.
Yeah, in the book earlier, he's under the Imperius, under Moody, and Moody's saying to jump on the desk, and Harry's like, "No, I'm not going to jump on the desk," and so he just ends up smashing himself against the desk.
I read that and I was like, "How about no?" It was just so funny because he's like, "Yeah, how about I don't do that? Yeah, I don't want to do that."
But there's a huge mistake when Voldemort is talking about Harry's mom, where he calls Harry's mom a Muggle instead of a Muggle-born witch or mudblood.
Yeah, I was so confused too, Jill. I'm like, wait, there's a witch in the family. I was like, Lily is clearly a magical person. Yeah,
Lily and James are
get
both
that wrong.
magical.
Yeah, they did get that wrong.
I want to say
nobody found it.
I was gonna say, if I remember right, I think it's Hermione is like Muggle-born.
Yeah,
so,
I'm sorry. I meant call them mudblood is what he should have called her.
I meant to say I think Harry Potter's mom is like Hermione and Muggle-born.
Yeah, no, they do mention.
That's
they
correct.
say, yeah.
And I will have to leave in 10 minutes. Just I didn't expect it to go this long. This is awesome.
I didn't expect it to go this long.
And for any plug-in I have to do, Appion can take care of it at the end of your thing because I'm on all his stuff right now.
Do it now.
No, it'll just be the same things that he'll be able to plug because we have stuff together over the next few days. So I won't have to. I'll just dip out at about 2:00. But this was awesome.
Are you going to plug
it was a great...
Cinema Gulp and Phantasmagorium?
You just did.
Boom.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep. Me, sorry.
Share, and subscribe.
This is one of the greatest magic fights I think I have ever seen in ever.
Nothing like a good wizard's duel.
Yep.
Okay, come on. Did anybody else get Ghostbuster beam vibes off this?
I did.
Okay.
Get Ghostbuster beam vibes.
I liked the plasma coming off. It was like foam. I thought it looked tactile and magical at the same time. I thought they did an awesome rendition because this was something I hadn't seen before with magic.
It's more impressive too. Harry matches his when he's not even doing an Avada Kedavra. Harry's doing a lesser spell, and it still collides with
the
Avada.
wands are brothers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, the wands are brothers, so they don't want to fight against each other. But also, Expelliarmus, the disarming spell, basically becomes Harry's signature spell.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's
But
his
it's
go-to move
also
always.
It's also a situation where I was like, I thought that Harry was going to say, "I'm all the Jedi."
Please stop. Please stop.
I am all the wizards.
I am all the wizards. I am Gandalf.
And Cedric asks, Cedric in
take
the
my
echo
body
form
back. So sad.
says, yes.
Right? What a last request.
Wait,
my God.
who is he?
After tonight, no one will ever again question my power.
I want to see the light leave your eyes!
That's a villain.
Take my body back to my father.
To my father, no less.
I want to see the light leave your eyes. Like, dang.
So, Tiger and Jill, who are the sexiest wizards?
Oh, that's
Sirius Black. I feel like it's
These
coming.
aren't the kind. Oh, serious. Well,
we all have our favorites, of course.
Or I feel like one of you is going to say Lupin.
Snape.
Come on, someone's got to like the ginger.
Snape's a good answer. Snape's a good
Snape?
answer.
Oh, Snape getting picked. Nice. Unexpected. That was unexpected.
I love Alan Rickman.
You know what?
I will love Alan Rickman till the day I die.
Oh, yeah.
He is the Metatron, after all.
Apparently, fame isn't everything, Mr. Potter.
Oh my stars! I said to Jill, I was like, I'll
you look
work
so
on my
gross.
Alan Rickman impression.
Oh man, this ending, it gets me so emotional every time because the switch from all happy celebration, everybody cheering, to gloom, doom, and misery
Well, there's a
is
funeral.
so
Well, they're
done.
all hushed too, and so Mr. Diggory's heartrending cries really ring out.
Yes.
You know, because they're all
kills me
sort of
every time.
You know, first and then they start cheering and the band strikes up, and that quickly becomes so hollow and echoing. You know that this is something else.
I
This is
can't
not
even think of the way
success.
of his
This is-
sound in that scream too much because it will get me. It's so heart-wrenching.
heartrending. He's so good.
Well,
My
and
son,
that
my
is
son.
why I did not get a clip of Amos crying for Diggory
I'm
because
glad.
hearing that makes me
So
cry too.
hard.
Yes, we don't want to end on that.
Well, and I don't want to, but I think it is important. It's impactful to the story. And you, like people have said, this is the one that gets dark. And the reason it gets dark is that, or at least for me, is that this is the one where they've been saying like, oh, if you go into this tournament, you could possibly die. And it's like, yeah, no, everyone's going to be fine.
Hermione
And
even
then
says it. Hermione
Cedric
even says it.
dies. And then you get to see the emotional repercussions of it. You get to see you have Hogwarts do a funeral or at least a memorial service, and it is kind of heartbreaking. And it's like there are life and death circumstances about being a wizard, and I do appreciate that. It's one of the things that I hate about like fiction. It's like, oh, you're always warning us that it's going to get heavy, and it never gets heavy. This is when shit gets real.
Halfway through
And
the
that's
story.
great.
That's what I love about Harry Potter. Halfway through the story, it's like, all right, kid gloves are off. Shit just got real now.
Yes.
And nothing's ever going to be the same again. is it?
Yes. Yeah, the
No,
line,
it's
yeah,
not.
the line in the
No,
movie
it's not,
is so
Tiger.
perfect. The
Everything
line
is
in the
going to
movie.
change. Yes.
It's literally them acknowledging the fact that yes, things are going to be different from here on out.
Think we'll ever just have a quiet year at Hogwarts?
No. The answer, Ron, is no. You will never have a quiet year at Hogwarts. There's probably never even been in the history.
This line gets me too because it's like, oh, that's when you say goodbye to your friends in high school. It's all gonna be different now, isn't it?
Yes. And Hermione is so perfect in that moment. And she's like, I don't want it to change. And Harry is like, but it's gonna.
Yep. How like life. Things change. So stuff doesn't always stay the same. We can't be little kids forever.
That sounds hard. Sounds difficult.
Oh, and then this is really
Like
nice.
leaving Neverland.
Where Barty Crouch Jr. is just like, I did it all.
Yep.
He spilled all the beans.
Everything has happened according to my design. He doesn't say that, but it's pretty much that.
No, you're not wrong. That's pretty much basically what he says, and he's
Yeah.
very proud of himself and what he's done.
I gave you the gilly weed. I did this. It's like, all right, calm down.
Yeah, you're the reason. You won. You're the reason. You're the reason that Voldemort is back. I'm the reason that you helped Voldemort return.
Yeah. What was he like in person? Was he amazing? It's like, okay. You're giving
Really
yourself away now.
I like how everybody teams up to, figure out what's going on. I like that it's Snape and Dumbledore coming to Harry's rescue. And then we find out that Doctor Who's a bad guy.
I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you.
If it weren't for you and those damn kids.
Those darn kids, I would have gotten away with it. Tell you what.
Well, yeah, sometimes I do call Harry Potter the fun wizard mysteries, and
Yeah.
that's what it is.
But that's also, that's hardcore, showing scars on a young man's arm. That's...
Yeah, it is
no
hard.
wonder
It's hard.
PG-13.
Well, and the thing is,
It's darker.
it's softened a bit in the book because then Harry goes to Dumbledore's office and there's Fox, and Fox heals them all up and everything. We didn't quite get that here.
Anyway,
But-
now there's a half hour of denouement, and this is why I don't like fantasy fans, is because the movie doesn't end at the natural ending. We have to sit and hang out and figure out what's going on for a little while.
No, this
before
is
we
the ending
finish.
ceremony.
Yes.
This is the ending ceremony.
All
And,
right, I'll be
yeah.
back after the ending.
And so they
ceremony.
have to
you need
they
a
have to
coda.
pay respect to Cedric. And not only that, this isn't there's nothing extra
This is-
about this.
They
And
don't.
this
They don't
is-
even award a House Cup this year because of how terrible things went. Right? Like they don't
No,
do any of that.
Hufflepuff win.
And I think this
Yeah,
is to
basically
set
that's
up
what wins.
Did
the
they?
beginning
Oh.
of the next movie
No, not really.
because
no,
they're
nobody
kind
wins.
of there's a
Fucking
distinction between believers and non-believers in the next film. So I think that's why they make this.
Well, that's what everybody was
So-
worried about. Is like Voldemort will start bringing all these people to his side, and then you'll have warring sides in the wizarding world. And I think that's what everybody's really afraid of is him creating this massive divide.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to warn the ministry that they need to start trying to send envoys to the giants because the giants are going to join Voldemort. All of these magical
Mhm.
creatures are going to join him because they feel like
Exactly.
they're oppressed by the wizarding
Oh no.
government.
It's the Dominion War.
Yeah. Yes.
They're not treating you well. Me here at Voldemort Industries will treat you 10 times better.
Voldemort Industries. That's fantastic.
I do have to
but
go.
it's like, you remember on Tailspin where Shere Khan from the Jungle Book became like the CEO of...
Mm.
Anyway,
Oh, Scotty,
reminds me of that.
Must you?
I must. I'll go. I can smoke.
So I will see you all
stay
next
right
time.
there.
I got to get going. I
Aw.
don't have technical difficulties,
almost
but I
made
do
it.
have to leave.
You almost
And,
made it to the end.
Thank you, Jill. I appreciate
welcome.
this, and always a pleasure. Tiger Stripe, Scotty.
And-
Same here.
Happy on. I'll
Thank
see you
you.
later.
And I
later,
appreciated
and,
you being here, the
oh, thank
Padawan
you.
bee.
Yeah,
It
like
won't
I
go
said-
this long next time. I have to leave usually.
This was good. I liked it. I have to do something, unfortunately. Children
5 hours.
beckon, so. But I will see you all next time. Have a great day.
You
See you
too.
soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye. They only this stream and the last stream can go on this long. So
Fair enough.
And
There's
maybe
special
the
ones.
next stream. We don't know yet.
The books get longer, and the movies that's the problem. They just get longer and longer.
That is a problem.
okay, so according to StreamYard, the views are coming from Twitter. Okay, so if
Oh,
anybody wants to
crap.
say something in the chat on Twitter, I'd like to meet you. Are you enjoying the live stream? Rocco the Brave says, "Tailspin,
Hey.
that's a throwback."
Mm-hmm.
And Wes
has no
Cagle
patience.
says Scotty has no patience. That's correct.
This is
I
true.
am not a doctor.
But no, basically, Dumbledore is just trying to say that we can't be divided. We've got to stand together and, face Voldemort, and that Voldemort is back, and the Ministry is going to try to say that he's not really back. They're going to deny it.
I also like him telling Harry that he's not a perfect student. He's like, I messed with these when I had some rebellious times when I was in school too. It's like kind of relating to him a little bit. Where he's like, I'm not perfect. You see me as like perfect, but we all have our faults and we all mess around a little bit.
Gallic451 says they give the cup to Hufflepuff out of respect in the book. Oh, thank you. I forgot that part.
Well, Hufflepuff demands your respect because they have your back. Hufflepuff is the greatest house.
Mm-hmm. And Wes Cagle says he's partial to Cho Chang, an East Asian girl with a Scottish accent, pretty smoking. And I know she's a high school age girl, and I'm an old man. I can still appreciate a pretty lass.
I'm with you, Wes Cagle.
How old is she
Don't
now?
worry
though?
about it.
If they
35 or
were,
something?
let's say, if they were 16 then, that was 20 years ago, so they would be 36 now.
Well, there you go.
So basically, what you have to do is listen to the David Bowie song China Girl twice, and everything will be fine.
Penny, will you go to the Yule Ball with me? Says Eugene Bird. Happy shopping day. Oh, Penny's shopping. Cool. Oh, I got it. Oh, Eugene Bird sent another super chat. I didn't see this. I'm so sorry. It's only been a 5-hour stream. Come on.
A 5-hour stream.
OMG. I've got to go start cooking dinner soon.
Yeah, me too. That's actually what I'm thinking also.
Whenever anybody starts throwing money around, I do like to say, buy me a She-Hulk.
Well, you can ask all you like. Oh, welcome back, Dalek. How was your fish and chips?
Very nice, Joe.
Very cool. It sounds really good. I'm really hungry for fish now for some reason.
5-hour Goblet of Fire. How do you feel about a 5-hour Goblet of Fire?
I think we really need to stick to 3 hours if we can manage it.
Oh no, we're gonna do that every other
Mischief
stream,
managed.
except for the last stream. So this is just a special crazy stream.
Got it under wraps.
Special
but Franco
stream.
Walker,
That was great.
Franco Walker is sick, so he wants you to
Franco.
answer this question. Can you do magic with a speech impediment?
Sure, you just have to mean it.
Oh yeah, remember what happened when Harry got sent to Diagonally? I mean,
You can shout the Avada all you want, but if you don't mean it, it's not going to do anything.
Well, you can train yourself to do spells without speaking, so you don't have
That's
to
the
speak
same.
the spell.
That's the same with all 3 of the unforgivable curses. And that's kind of why they're labeled as unforgivable, because you have to mean what you're doing when you use them. You have to, like with Crucio, you have to mean to cause pain. You have to enjoy causing pain, and with Avada Kedavra, you have to actually mean to kill whoever you're trying to kill.
Can't say it was an accident. I let it. Oops, the Avada Kedavra slipped. Whoops. No,
because if you just tried it and if you just tried it like that, like did it by accident, it wouldn't work. You wouldn't actually kill someone. It would, because there was no intent behind it.
Yeah. And so they discussed the Priori Incantatem. I don't know if they mentioned that it didn't work because Voldemort has the same core from Fox. The feather from Fox is in Voldemort's wand and in Harry's wand, and so the 2 wands they don't want to work right when they duel.
Yeah.
And so that gives us the setup for the next movie where Voldemort's going to be looking for a new wand.
He's going to go shopping?
Yes.
He's going to be wandering. No?
Oh, no, that's gold.
I thought I'd try one.
Fried gold right
I thought
there.
I'd try one out.
No, it was great.
I enjoyed it. Then we have our 15 minutes of credits, like Scotty was talking about.
Hooray! Oh, and speaking of
14.
shopping,
14
Eugene Bird
minutes
asked
of-
Penny to go to the Yule Ball with him, which I thought was really lovely. And he also
All
said
right.
happy shopping day to Penny. So I guess today's Penny's shopping day.
Yes.
How often do they do the Triwizard Tournament? Is that like every
not
5
often.
years?
Not very often.
Longer?
Because it's dangerous. But I don't know.
So rare
In fact,
opportunity for all those students that got to
in
see
fact,
it. But
in fact, the Triwizard Tournament for a very long time they didn't do it because so many people had died from it. But so the one held at Hogwarts was like the first one they'd done in like centuries.
That's
Well, and that's why I like the Triwizard, even though it's a quad wizard tournament this year, is that I like the fact that Cedric died. Like, it does add to the danger of the situation. Like, there are real stakes, and it makes me feel for the contest and the students. Anyway, I have to go.
Well, no, you're right about that, though. About Cedric's death being important to the scope of the entire
catalyst
story.
for the
Yeah,
change.
he is. And that everybody needs to know the truth. Otherwise, Cedric died. You're doing an
In
insult to
vain.
his death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to go, and I just before I go, I just want to say that you guys are so passionate about this, and you know so much about this. I am humbled. Like, I'm new to this. I'm wandering in like a mall, and I'm like, "Where's the food court?" And you guys know so much, and I am blessed and privileged to have such experts sort of teach me. I am a student at Hogwarts, and you are my professors, and I really, really appreciate it. And thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I hope you enjoy the next movie. The next one's my favorite one, so we're gonna have a good
then
time
I'm
for
in
that
for a
one.
treat.
Yes, you are.
All right, then I'll
And
see you guys in the
it'll be
future.
more
I'll see you next
reasonably
week.
it'll be a more reasonable length live stream also.
Nah, we should go for like 10 hours next
We
week.
have
It'll be
we
fine.
have to.
No, it'll be
it
two
I'll
and a
see you
half
soon,
hours.
guys.
All
Thank
right.
you. High fives and hugs for everyone.
But it was fun. It was fun taking time with
Well, it's
it
good.
and not
Well, it's-
being
well,
able
it's
to
good
hear
you-
everybody.
Well, it's good you went so long. It allowed me to come at the chance to come back again.
Yeah, and you gave your full review of the movie. That was pretty amazing. There are a couple of clips.
I mean, there's definitely. I mean, I think there's one or two things I did miss, but they're not massive. Like,
Oh yeah.
like I actually said in the chat that another scene in the movie, another scene from the film, I actually did kind of like, which I think they did get mostly right, not quite right. Was the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. So, where they first see where Moody / Body Jr. demonstrates the unforgivable curses. I mean, that was done pretty well.
I
It
definitely
was
agree
very
with that.
accurate. It was very book accurate. I just
Yes.
noticed in the book here, really
Sure.
interestingly, there's a point where Snape shows his mark on his forearm, to Fudge, and he describes the dark mark and how it summons. When the Dark Lord touches the mark of any Death Eater, they are to disapparate and apparate instantly at his side. And he says, "Why do you think Karkaroff fled tonight? We both felt the mark burn. We both knew he had returned." And he goes on, and then like 4 pages later, this is really interesting. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure I read all the books, but it's been a while now. There's a point where Dumbledore says, "Severus," said Dumbledore, turning to Snape, "you know what I must ask you to do. If you are ready, if you are prepared." "I am," said Snape. He looked slightly paler than usual, and his cold black eyes glittered strangely. "Then good luck," said Dumbledore, and he watched, with a trace of apprehension on his face, as Snape swept wordlessly after Sirius. It was several minutes before Dumbledore spoke again. So there's your triple spy stuff, which I hadn't even noticed the first time I read the book, where Dumbledore's like, well, the Dark Lord is expecting all the Death Eaters to appear right now, so you have to go.
Right, and he does have to show up. He does have to act like he's on Voldemort's side.
Yes.
For the sake of Hogwarts.
Yeah.
How terrifying
and
that must
that
have been.
totally messes with Harry's brain.
Yeah. And mine.
The layers to Snape, he's such a great character.
He's such a great character.
And that's another thing. You're only a true Death Eater, at least if you've been branded with the dark mark. If you're not, then you're. There's a bit like this comes up in Deathly Hallows with the whole thing with Greyback, where it says like he's wearing Death Eater robes, but he doesn't have the dark mark, so he's not a true Death Eater.
Yeah, and so that always strikes me as very strange. I understand why the magical creatures side with Voldemort because they feel like they're not being treated right by the Ministry, but also the Death Eaters aren't going to treat them right either. They call them half breeds or they call them names and everything. They don't really
expecting better treatment. That ain't happening from that side. You're picking an evil over another evil in your eyes. Like you're not winning either way.
Keith E, I gotta say goodbye to Keith E. Keith says, okay, see you all down the road in another stream, someplace, sometime. I guess I'm saying goodbye.
We'll come back next week, Keith.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Final thought, RNG is doing Black Law as a watch-along on Saturday night. Oh, excuse me, Blackula. Oh, that's great. Yes, Ultimate Computer is one of my favorite Star Trek Original Series episodes. So I've been meaning to watch that. I might, if I got a chance, maybe I'll join her. And Franco Walker says, damn, I need to buy more whiskey tomorrow. I've drunk half the bottle. Oh, is that good while you're sick? I don't know.
Trying not to judge here.
Yeah. So maybe something like a ravenous, a Zippera zaps the bird. I'm not sure what I just read, but thank you, Kimberly Hanhart.
What?
I want to see Dumbledore fight Grindelwald. Oh, yeah, me too, but that's never going to happen because those movies just got all messed up when they fired...
When they fired Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp, yes.
He was wonderful.
Right. He was Grindelwald.
Yeah.
And
He did a great job.
They messed it up.
In the Hogwarts Legacy game, you do get to see the founders build Hogwarts in a flashback.
I was never impressed by those movies, the Fantastic Beasts movies. I think I saw some of the first. I think I watched most of the first one, and I wasn't that drawn into it.
They go astray somehow. They don't have enough of a story.
And you already know what they're building up to. It's a story you already know. You already know it's going to be the duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and you know who wins, and you know who dies. You know his sister passes away.
Yeah,
and she's a. But I don't know. It would have been interesting if they made it. It would have been a cold.
Apparently, in those revealed in those movies, Nagini, Voldemort's snake. Apparently, she used to be a woman.
Yes.
She's
what
do they call it?
An Oni. I mean, there's an actual Japanese mythological character. But yeah, it's horrible. I mean, she is becoming a snake. She cannot control it. That's her nature. That's the sort of beast that she is.
Yeah,
they call it maledictus in Harry Potter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like with being an animagus where you can change back and forth as you want.
No, it's not even a curse. It's just
you're
the
slowly
being that she is.
You're slowly becoming an animal and then once you become an animal, you're stuck with that forever.
Yeah, for a while you're on this kind of schedule where you go back to a humanoid and then back to your animal form, and eventually you stop changing back.
Oni, Japanese mythological character.
There's some interesting ideas in those movies, but it's just all over the place. She's better at writing books. She should have wrote the books and let somebody else write the screenplay.
Oni are basically Japanese demons.
But there's a specific one that is half woman, half snake that you see again visually, in a lot of drawings. And that's clearly was her inspiration.
Sounds like a Gorgon.
Yeah, and she does.
No, but it's an Asian mythological character.
Yeah, she does get inspiration from reality a lot of the times, and that's always good. She has great, interesting ideas. It just didn't work out. It didn't work out too well, and she messed with her own canon with McGonagall and everything, so it was strange.
Don't like that.
Yeah,
it's like you better dance with the one what brung you.
Yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? And they had McGonagall in those movies when she back when she shouldn't have even been born yet, or something like that.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. She was either she wasn't born yet, or she was a kid, or she should have been a student or something.
Because what are those movies? They're supposed to be like 80 years before Harry Potter or something? I forget the exact time in those movies.
I think it was like what was it, 1920s to the 1940s or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Been a while. Barely watched those movies.
I think the only they do have a kind of a copy scene of Dumbledore teaching the kids how to defeat boggarts. So we get to see.
Yeah, that's last I heard. From the official history of Dumbledore, he was kind of like McGonagall. He was supposed to. In that film, they made him like the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, but he was supposed to be the Transfiguration teacher, like deputy head, like McGonagall, before he eventually became headmaster.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. And so that was confusing too, definitely. But I did like seeing Newt Scamander's. Boggart was a desk because he was afraid of becoming stuck in the office.
That is kind of funny, yeah.
But next time we're going to talk about the Order of the Phoenix. So we've seen the Death Eaters, so now we're going to see the good side.
Is this when we get introduced to the Luna and her dad?
Yes.
Yay! I love those characters. Okay, I was like, which one?
Next film, Order of the Phoenix. That's when we first meet Luna. Yeah.
And the Nargle, or what does she call them? The things that are invisible.
Nargles.
Nargles.
Or do you mean the big horse?
Oh yeah, there's the horse creatures too that like
those
only.
Those are Thestrals.
As I just said 3 times.
Yes,
does no one hear me at all?
There were two things that were invisible. First, we were talking about Nargles, and then we're talking about Thestrals at the same exact time. So
yeah, I kind of mixed them up. That's my fault.
It's okay. But they're both good things. Harry can but the thing is, they're kind of hinting at the Thestrals in the movies. You see the carriages,
the horseless carriages.
Yeah, and so we don't know that they're Thestrals.
Which is a bit of a joke, right?
That's
there.
the thing. Yeah, because that's the thing. The Thestrals were always there. We just couldn't see them until Order of the Phoenix when.
But there's a lot of debate in the community about that because Harry witnessed the death of his mother and father, and Rowling had to kind of revamp that and say, well, he was too young to comprehend what was happening. I'm like, really? Because I think if you've seen death, you've seen death. But she had to wind that one back.
Do you have to remember the death in order for it to count?
Well, of course, like I said, Rowling had to kind of rewind that one.
No, all he could remember was all Harry for the longest time. All he could remember was the green light of the killing curse coming at him, and that's about.
So maybe he didn't actually. Maybe he didn't really actually watch.
Witnessed it. But
I
he
can remember
witnessed
Harry
it.
was
But
in,
did he-
Harry
Yes,
was
he
in his
saw it
cot.
happen. That's clearly in the film.
Harry was in his cot.
I'm not
Harry was
sure.
in his cot because he was, he was still a baby at the time.
Anyway,
so
I think I
he
have
was
to
in his
go
cot.
now. I'm
and
feeling
yes, and
disagreeable.
Yes,
So I'm going to
yes,
say
Lily
thank you,
was
Jill,
killed
for
in
the
the
live
in the
stream.
same room.
I really
Okay,
had
hold
the
on,
best
hold
time
on.
being
Tiger's
here.
leaving. I want to talk to
And,
and
it's wonderful being here. And I really love discussing Harry Potter.
Oh,
And
me
I have to
too.
go make dinner. So
Yes, I do
thank you
too.
so
But
much.
I'm hanging out.
Okay.
I'm enjoying this.
Yes.
Have a good
And
day,
thank you so
Tiger.
much
Nice
for
talking
You
with
playing
you.
too. So great talking to you too, Appian. I love that
Thank you.
icon. The
Yeah,
shaggy hair.
I think that might be just my Harry Potter icon for the rest of the movie. Just
Bye, Dalek. Nice talking to you too. See y'all.
bye.
Bye.
Tiger Stripes.
This was fun
Yeah,
though. This is a fun 5.5 hour stream. I
it
think I
was.
gotta
It was
hit
pretty
the road,
amazing.
Jack. Now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're free to go whenever you want. I'm not going to hold you here. I'm just having a
thank
good
God.
time.
The shackles are off. I'm free now.
You're
I feel like
free.
Genie in Aladdin. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm glad it went this long because I
Then
really
I'll
could
even
talk
let you
about.
take the lamp.
I could talk about Harry Potter for hours.
Yeah. Like we were about to just go into talking all about Order of the
Well,
Phoenix. We're like, wait,
well,
that's
I
next week.
know. I know. I'm glad. Well, and we already know what the argument's going to be.
Yeah.
Did
That's
how
great.
did well, we know that Harry didn't see his dad die because he was in another room.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
J.K. Rowling was like saying
yeah,
the traumaticness of holding Cedric's dead, like lifeless body in his hands, like
James was James
activated
was
it. I
down.
guess.
James was killed once Voldemort broke into the house, and Lily was killed up in Harry's nursery, right by his cot.
Yeah. Well,
And you
all
know
right,
what? I
Jill.
think Harry did see it because Lily
Yeah.
was right in front of him. She got in front. She got between Voldemort and Harry. So Harry had to see his mom die.
Oh yeah. All right.
So
I'm
he
gonna
saw
take
it,
off
but
now.
I guess he doesn't remember it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Appian, please tell us what you're doing. And
Yeah. Later
yeah,
on today.
I'm gonna end it too.
Yeah, later on today, I'm actually doing a stream at 6 p.m. Pacific time with Padawannabe and Carla Burton. She's going to be talking all about the movie Ever After. That's what we're going to be talking about today. The Cinderella story, which is actually, I watched that for the first time the other day. It was a good movie. So we're talking about that tonight on my channel. And then I've got Two Guys Talking, which is my second channel with my buddy Rocco the Brave, where we talk about movies and stuff. So if you want to subscribe to either one of those, please do. And thanks again. And I'll see you next week, hopefully.
Yeah. See you around, Appian.
Yep. Thanks. And bye, everybody in chat. Y'all have a good day. Dalek, you have a wonderful day. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Mischief managed there. I think we're good to go. Thank you, Dalek, for hanging out, and we'll see you all next Friday for the Order of the Phoenix. And that really is what happened. We just started talking about it, which is how easy it is to talk about Harry Potter. It's so fun.
Yeah.
But also on Tuesdays, I'm continuing my For All Mankind streams and getting through season 3, which is proving to be really cool, really interesting. I'm enjoying that. And not this weekend, but the weekend after, I'm going to start a new gaming stream, a Calto stream for Fallout 1. So I'm going to play the very first Fallout, the RPG. And that's my channel. I know you already plugged your stuff, Dalek, but if you want to talk about it again or whatever, you sure can.
Well,
as we head out.
Well, there's not really much to say because I plugged it all earlier, but like I said, I've decided to from now on I'm going to try and split things up a little bit. I'm going to do my regular chillin' chats and reviews on my main channel, but and then keep that to pop culture, and then play games on this new channel I created yesterday. And I'm thinking maybe I should also move some of my earlier move the the footage of my earlier game sheets, maybe move them to the new channel just to clean up my main channel, just clean up my main channel a bit.
That's not a bad idea. All right. Well, I'll get your new channel link into the rotation, and I think somebody posted, but
Someone did. Someone did, yeah.
Mm. I think it was DJ Play Nice who got it for you. And the Grace Jones nightclubbing album. Do DJ Please. Okay. Well, that's great. Oh, yeah. Okay. So they're exchanging music, which is great. And Eugene Bird said, "You're the greatest, Jill." Oh, peace. Oh, you're the greatest, Eugene Bird. I'm so glad when you decide to hang out with us. And you said peace. So I've got to play peace.
What was that?
That was the end of the Phantom Menace.
Ah, right.
Penny says, "Hopefully my daughter will have her baby tonight." Oh, is she getting close? She's getting close. Oh, okay. You're gonna have
Oh,
a
that's wonderful.
granddaughter. That's great. Well, I hope so too. I hope the delivery is safe and quick, and everybody's healthy and happy. I can always be counted on to get wrong about the finest details. Nice riffing with you today. Well, I get things wrong too all the time, and I always thought people would troll me for it, but nobody does. Everybody understands that people make mistakes. In fact, I think they kind of like it when you make a mistake, but I don't mean to. I don't do it on purpose. But anyway, I'm trying to. Oh, she's been in labor for 2 days. Oh my gosh. Well, I do. Okay. Well, I hope
Oh.
everything's all right. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Well, good
As long
luck.
as it's
Well,
good.
well, good luck to her for that.
Yes, definitely. I'm sure she's being well taken care of. And we'll see you all next time. I've got the closing videos here with I updated it this past week, so all the memberships are correct. And we'll see you next time. Have a wonderful Friday. Have a great weekend. Mischief managed. Oh, that's one thing we didn't mention. The books did have the Marauders map, and the movie didn't. Anyway, bye, guys.
That's true. That's true. No Marauders map.
About to end it. And Eugene Bird remembers the poll. We had a poll that people were able to vote on over the course of this live stream. And so we're going to share the results of that poll since Eugene reminded me. So hope you don't mind, Dalek. I was about to end it, but I forgot about the poll. Which task?
It's fine, Jill.
Which task from the Triwizard Tournament would you like to take on? It was just something fun that I decided to ask the chat. It's fun for the listeners to decide what they would do. So 29% of people decided. And so it's a tie between steal the egg clue from the dragon. So 29% of people want to deal with the dragon, but also 29% want to sit in the stands and enjoy the popcorn. So that was also an option where you don't have to participate. 25% decided to rescue something from the mermaids, and 17% want to try out the maze. So then we'll end that poll. And that now we can go. And I'll just thank a few of the people who were here with me at the end. Thank you, Franco Walker, Eugene Bird, Kimberly Ann Hart, Penny, Sentai Ranger Donnie. And also we had here DJ Play Nice. I already said Kimberly, but you can always say Kimberly twice. And yeah, I just appreciate being able to talk to you guys about fun stuff of any kind. And so all the way through until Halloween, we'll be talking about Harry Potter every Friday. So take care. Like Franco Walker says, take care, everyone, and much love to you all. And now for real, I'm going to end for real.
Learn all that is learnable.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
Wes Kegel, I'm sorry I missed you. Yes, Wes Kegel, you're amazing. Thank you for being here also.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on. Well, now you have.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, you know, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
Tonight when we get back to the common room, we'll both have partners. Agreed?
Agreed.
Oh!